What's up guys, it's your host Spartanic Arts DxD back with another high school DxD related video. And today we have what if Issei was neglected and became overpowered. Part 1. After feeling desolate, after being betrayed by his clubmates for ignoring Rias Gremory's feelings, Issei Hyoudou has a life-changing conversation that will lead him down the path of domination as the true Red Dragon Emperor. This is Overpowered Issei. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Let's try to hit 1,000 likes if you're in this premiere right currently now. Let's try to hit 1,000 likes for part 2. Please, please, and thank you. And if you guys want to know exactly when I upload, so that's my upload schedule, click the little blue button right next to the subscribe button to become a balance breaker or a limit breaker. Thank you so much for the support. Remember to go subscribe to my 2 other channels, and Papowski and Fallen DxD in the description below. And without further ado, let's go ahead and thank my balance breakers. Rob the King, Lachlan Yates, Atomic Warlord 58, Seth Voiles, Aunt Lewis, The Beast YT3, Colex, Joe Baldwin, Russell Getchow Jr., Madara Uchiha, Refik 135, Keep Saying 21, Blue Lightning, Sinrar Q, Xdatapati Gaming, Viewerwolf hashtag 2347, Sanitate, Steven Cruz, Zkey 2000, The J-Boys, The PS Gamer, XORX 108, Mr. Wolf, Jordan Patchow, Mazaku, Dr. MLG is the bomb, Asimodus, Grimfire Shot Gamer, That Round Guy, Zero Fusion, Store Sponder, Nickman98, God Said Why, and Chaotic Raven. Thank you so much for becoming a balance breaker, which is the highest membership tier. Now, without any further intrusion, let's go ahead and start part 1. The prologue, A Hero's Choice. After school, after the meeting ended, Azazel and Ross Visa left because they still have things to do as teachers. The ORC prepared for school festival with the remaining members. Looks like me and Kiba have to do power-related tasks. I then glanced at Byocho. She's looking at the documents used at the meeting and is reading it. She still hasn't returned to her good mood. What should I do? Said Issei. If I don't reconcile with her before the game, I'm scared that it might cause difficulties. Apologizing? It seems that she won't forgive me unless I acknowledge the cause and apologize to her. And I don't know what the cause of it is. It has happened when I was having my head all puzzled over it. A light runs through the top of the table. The light drew a circle and turned into the shape of a magic circle. It's a familiar symbol. Phoenix? Konako-chan mutters. That's right. It's like Konako-chan said. This is the right magic circle of the Phoenix. It's a small circle which has the size to appear on top of a table, so it's a communication type. But who? Don't tell me it's Riser. What does he want? I was in suspicions, but from the magic circle, a holographic image was projected and the face of a young woman appears. She has a high-class atmosphere and she has her hair up and adorned with an expensive-looking accessories. Oka-sama, Ravel made a shocking voice. Oka-sama? Ravel's mother? So that means that she is the wife of the current head of the house of Phoenix, which also makes her the mother of Riser. She's really pretty and she looks like in her 20s. Since she is a devil, I don't know her real age, but she certainly looks like Ravel. How do you do, Ravel? Sorry for the call suddenly. I couldn't get any time, so I ended up calling at this hour in the humans world, Japan. It's still school time, right? Yes, it certainly is, but why did you call all of a sudden? When Ravel asks, Lady Phoenix says, Are Ria's son and Issei here? The one who was called by her is Byocho, and me? Why me? Issei thought in his head. Byocho stands in front of the projection. How do you do, Obasama? It's been a while. Ria-san, how do you do? It certainly has been a while, and the lady looks around. Is she looking for me? I positioned myself where you could be seen immediately. Hello. I'm Issei Hyoudou. Hello to you, too. This is our first time meeting like this. Isn't it Issei Hyoudou of the Sekiyuti? I apologize for introducing myself like this. No. So, do you have some business with me? I asked while asking politely. Yes, I thought I should greet you properly. Normally, I should go and greet myself to Ria-san, who is in charge of the Hyoudou residence and the academy which my daughter will be home staying at. But there are reasons why we couldn't visit. You know, since the demands of the Phoenix tiers are increasing, so maybe they don't have time because of it. Kiba whispers to my ears. I see. House of the Phoenix are main suppliers for the Phoenix tiers after all. I heard that there are emergency demands on the Phoenix tiers. In that, they can't keep up with the supplies, so the lady must be well within as well. That must be hard. It's much appreciated, seriously, Bicho replies, while smiling. Not at all, Obisama. Your words would be enough. Please leave Ravel to us. I'm truly sorry, Rias-san, for having you take care of Riser after the game, and also having you look after Ravel. It seems like she isn't saying it with bad intentions. I never thought they would hold a grudge against us because of the engagement was cancelled, but it seems they don't even have a bit of it. There are so many big-hearted people in the House of Phoenix. But for Byocho, it must be complicated. After all, she couldn't decline the transfer of Ravel and look after her. Then the lady looks at me. Also, Issei, please look after my daughter. Me too? And she emphasized the word especially. Of course I would look after her. Yes, of course, but Byocho is also there. And there are people who can look after her better than our club. Yes, of course. By entrusting my daughter Ravel to Rias-san and everyone else, then she would have no trouble at the school in the underworld. But what I would like to ask of you is different from that. Will you please protect her so no weird pest would come near her? By having the Red Dragon Emperor who has gained many achievements next to her, then both my husband and I can feel reassured. Weird pest? He was wondering in his head. So she's telling me to look after her so no guys would come near her in the human world? I'm also a guy, you know. Well, I won't do anything like lay my hands on Ravel. She's an important junior. She's cute, but I won't lay my hands on her, Issei said. I understand. I don't know how much I can do, but I will protect your daughter. When I said that, the lady made a bright expression, and besides me, Ravel has her face very red. Hey, what happened, Ravel? For the moment, the red face of Rias who appeared within my sight looked sad, but that was just my eyes. I thank you very much, Ravel. Yes, Okasama. You know what you must do. You have to support Rias-san, and you have to listen to your seniors, and on top of that, you have to deepen your relationship with Issei Hyoudou. As the daughter from the House of Phoenix, work very hard to do so, and don't tarnish the name of our house, okay? Of course, Mother, Ravel replied. Looks like the mother and daughter are talking about something. I don't know why, but Ravel has her face red, and it looks like she is filled with spirits. And lastly, Issei Hyoudou, the lady talks to me again. Yes? I hear that your dream is to become a high-class devil. Yes, is it? It is, and my daughter is currently my push-up. I traded with Riser. I've heard, Issei replied. Please remember it very well. My daughter is free. She is my push-up. She doesn't belong to Riser. Very well. Yes, understood, ma'am. That's something I already know, but well, I just nod my head in case. Hearing that, the lady nods her head. She looks satisfied. Why? My business here is done. Rias-san, Issei Hyoudou, and everyone, please forgive my sudden introduction. And it's now time. Ravel, behave in a manner where you won't become ashamed as a lady. Yes, Okasama. Now then, everyone, goodbye. Flash. The light brightens, it turns into a shallow light and then disappears. The greetings of Lady Phoenix, which came in like a storm, and us be due to worrying about her daughter, about the greetings to us. Those were things I'm not sure of, though. I was in doubt and made a sigh, and Byocho, who was about to leave the room unsteadily on her foot, appears within my sight. But Rias, where are you going? When I asked, Rias stops, and she mutters without turning around. Issei, will you protect me? Why do you ask such a thing? I don't know, but my answer is obvious. Of course I will protect you, Rias. And Azia? Yeah, of course I will protect Azia. And Akano? That is obvious, but what happened suddenly asking me such a thing? I don't get it. I don't get what President's intentions are at all. But President asked with a lower tone, Hey, Issei. Yes, to you, what am I? Who am I? I don't get the meaning of this question, but to me, President is president. And the moment I said that, Idiot, Rias says. She scolds me mixed with the sound of her crying. President rushes away from her spot, and she left the club room. Rias Onisama! Azia goes after the president. Azia turns around and reaches the door. Her eyes are soaked with tears. Why is Azia crying? Issei-san, you're horrible. It's too much. Why can't you just understand Onisama's feelings? Saying that, Azia goes after the president. Having Azia also say that to me, I just stood there dumbfounded. Well, wait a sec, what's the meaning of this? Why is Azia also mad at me? That wasn't right, Issei. Kiba makes a sigh. Not right as in what? That's precisely... Jeez, you are so... I can understand very well what the girls are going through. Exactly, it's natural for Rias and Azia to get mad. Akano also sounded mad. Even Akano-san? Even I, who is as dense as these sort of things, thought you were a bit off, Issei. Even Zenobia looks at me with her eyes half closed. Issei, sure as a no-no, poor Rias-san, even Irina was mad. You are the worst. Ooh, I just received the coldest you are the worst from the Konoko-chan. I don't know what I did wrong. I just don't know. To begin with, maybe I should go after her? I tried to leave, but when I was stopped by Akano-san, the current Issei will just hurt her even more if you go after her, so don't. Seriously? Is that serious? But it's my fault, right? My fault? I really don't know. No, I actually have a maybe kind of guess, but inside me that possibility is very unlikely. It's basically impossible. That's why I don't understand. Shit, I started to get confused even more thinking about it. Hey Gasper, am I really the bad guy here? I asked my junior. Gaius says in an apologetic manner while twitching his body. Yes, I think you are very bad. Even Gasper said that to me. I felt down. Then Ravel asked while panicking, this is my mother's fault, right? I'm sorry. Is it Ravel's fault? It seemed like President tried to leave after the communication between Phoenix's mother and a child. Akano-san places her hand on Ravel's shoulders. Ravel-chan, don't worry about it. Issei comes the most at fault here because he never tried to think about the crucial thing between Rias and himself until now. Akano cheers her up like that, and she started to prepare for tea, urging Ravel to sit on the sofa. It looks like I'm the biggest villain here. What am I supposed to do? Scene change. After the betraying he received from his club mates about his behavior, we found our protagonist aimlessly walking through the streets of Ko. He couldn't stand the stir-frying atmosphere in the club room any longer, along with the disapproving looks from his friends. He needed some fresh air. He needed to be alone. No matter how hard he tried, though, he couldn't get the words his friends said to him out of his mind. He felt hurt. He felt betrayed. And most importantly, he felt alone. Why couldn't they understand? He had his own demons to deal with. As the thought of his flash black passed through his mind, black wings, cruel sneer on her face, mocking tone of voice. Will you die for me? Issei stumbles as he walked. I don't want a filthy low-class devil like you talking to me. He grabs his face. Ha! Yeah, you're right. It was a very royal date. Thanks to it, I was very bored. Issei suddenly started to hyperventilate. I don't want a rotten brat like you calling my name. He grabbed his chest in a vain attempt to alleviate his mental anguish. Issei-kun, please save me. This devil is trying to kill me. I love you so much. That's why. Let's defeat this devil together. Issei felt all the negative emotions he's repressed over the last few months boil to the surface. He can feel the facade he puts on to hide his deeply scarred heart slowly cracking. He didn't realize, but there were tears flowing from his eyes. Why? Why couldn't they understand? He's helped them all fight their own inner demons. He was there for them when they needed him, so why? Why did he feel so alone right now? What did he do to deserve such treatment? Is this karma for constantly peeping on the girls? For being a pervert? Is he destined to be alone? To be misunderstood? Didn't he deserve some help? Did they ever stop to think about maybe he's still haunted by the ghost of his past, just as they were? Is he supposed to be the guy who is as strong for everybody while they ignore his pain? Issei was tired of being the doormat for everyone to walk on. Even before he became a devil, people constantly looked down on him. Whether it was because he was a pervert or some other reason, he has never taken seriously. People never cared much for his feelings or thoughts. He thought he found a home with the URC. Finally, people who cared. People who treated him with respect. But it seems, like always, he's been deluding himself. Like how he put the circumstances of his resurrection at the back of his mind. Or how Rias and Sono ignored the fallen angels killing in their territory. The same way he ignored the hints dropped by Rias Gremory about his future position. It seemed like at the end, he was glorified trophy to be worn out on the arm of the Gremory princess to be paraded other high-class devils. The same devils who sneer at his existence. He wanted to hurt them. He wanted to don his balance breaker and show them who's inferior. He is the Red Dragon Emperor, damn it. He's not some prize stallion to be parodied. Issei felt his anger skyrocket. Once those repressed negative emotions came bubbling to the surface and snarl formed on his face, his body was slowly being coated in red ore as he started losing control. He felt his consciousness slipping, slowly fading into the abyss. It would be easy to give up. Partner! A voice roared in his mind, snapping him out of his funk. Issei's head snapped up, his eyes looking focused from once before. The voice of his partner, seemingly dispelling the darkness. As he regained his bearings, he took a look down and couldn't stop the bitter smile that surfaced on his face at the location of his body unconsciously took up to him. The fountain at the Cove Park, the place where it all began. Or where it all, depending on how you look at it. You okay there, partner? The deep, ancient voice of his partner Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, and one of the two heavenly dragons resounded throughout his mind. Issei let out a genuine smile at the concerned voice of his partner. Yeah, Drake, I'm okay. Sorry about worrying you. It's just some unwanted memories surfacing, said Issei with a defeated expression on his face. He hated feeling weak and helpless. I know. From what I could glean from your memories, it's the crow that's bothering you again, stated Drake. Yeah, no matter how hard I try, I just can't get out of their words out of my mind. Was she right about me all along? Am I really such a hopeless loser? That even after defeating a god, I still feel insecure about myself over the words of a weak fallen angel, questioned Issei. It wasn't often that he shared his thoughts and feelings in such a manner, but Drake was his partner. He knew everything there is to know about Issei, even the things he didn't even know about himself. He knew that he could trust his friend to help him. That thought made him smile fornfully, replying to his friends to help him out. He didn't know if he could go back to the way they were. Don't beat yourself up about it, partner. I mean, in the beginning, you were pretty pathetic. Oh, Issei, with an indignant look on his face, said. Let me finish, you moron, exclaimed an annoyed Drake. Okay, cease. Don't get your panties in a twist, said Issei. He could almost feel Drake's eyebrow. So dragons have eyebrows, twitching tick marks appearing on his face. As I was saying, you were pretty pathetic in the beginning. You were weak and clueless to the true scope of what you were getting into. You charged in recklessly, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, as dragons are very straightforward creatures. But even though you were weak, I watched you defeat a fallen angel after only a few days of being a devil. I watched you massively outwit and defeat Riser Phoenix, a high-class devil who was far stronger than your king. Then I started to finally pay attention. I watched you fiercely take on Kokaville, a powerful foe who survived the Great War. I watched you battle the Hirakiko, who is said to be the strongest to ever exist. To a standstill, a month later, you achieved Balance Breaker, in almost record timing and defeated a god. You also sent the wielder of the True Longinus, scurrying with his eye missing and his tail between his legs. What I'm trying to say, partner, is that no matter what people have told you in your past or what they will say to you in your future, hold your head up high and be proud of who you are. Take pride in your achievements. Stop caring about what other people think. And be who you are and who you were meant to be. You are the Red Dragon Emperor. Some might call you the weakest, but I've had enough hosts to say with utmost confidence that you, by far, are the strongest. You may not have natural talent like most, but you have something that others will never have. An indomitable will to live and to win. So wipe that frown off your face and do what my partner does best and go leer at some poor woman's tits, ha, said Drake. What started off as inspirational and moving, finished off with a deadpan tone. Issei wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry, so he settled for a mixture of both, but truly the words of his partner really touched him deeply. To hear such high praise from one of the most powerful beings ever to exist is a real boost to one's confidence, especially one as fragile as Issei. But he thought over Drake's words and he came to realize something. He was right now. He was right. For so long, so desperately sought the approval of those around him, constantly trying his hardest to please everyone, sometimes at a cost to himself. All the things he has ever done, and all the things that did, all it ever did was bring him pain. Even now, it seemed others expected him to go out of his way to prove something that was already plainly obvious. If giving up your organs and almost dying on several occasions isn't good enough to prove you care deeply for someone, then I don't know what is. He always expected to do these things, jumping through hoops like some circus monkey, but he was tired of everything, living up to everyone's expectations, trying to be a hero, trying to be a nice guy. For the first time in his life, he wanted to be selfish. He wanted to do things for himself. He worked so hard at constantly trying to fix the problems of others that he ignored his own issues. Well, that won't be the case any longer. Thank you, Drake. You're right. I'm always concerned what others think, that I forgot to just be myself and live life to my own principles. I'm done with always going out of my way to make others happy. I am Issei Hyoudou, the Red Dragon Emperor, and I'll do whatever the fuck I want, exclaimed as he stood up on the bench and punched his fist in the sky as he declared his intent, ignoring the ridiculous stares the people around him were giving him. "Huh, now that's more like it, partner. So what are you going to do now?" questioned Drake. Issei was brought back to Earth at the voice of his partner. He sat back on the bench and scratched his head. To be honest with you, Drake, I'm not really sure. I don't want to be around the ORC for a while. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I hate them or anything. I'm more disappointed, if anything. I still consider them friends, but I doubt it will be the same as before. The bond we shared kind of fractured in that room. I won't go out of my way to make them happy anymore. I'll try to be as good as a friend as a comrade. But it ends there. For now, I need to train. We have 2 months till the rating games against Cyro-Org, and I just need to up my own game if I stand a chance against him, Issei expressed thoughtfully. It was a real conundrum to him. Cyro-Org seemed like an unmovable obstacle on his path, and his regular training just wasn't going to cut it. He could feel that he was on the brink of something, but there's a brick wall stopping him from getting to the finish line. The Bell Devil is indeed a worthy opponent. He is like you in many regards, no natural talent. He has honed his body into dangerous weapon. However, he has the advantage that his body is naturally superior to yours, as he was born a pure-blooded devil, while you are a reincarnated human. He has greater natural strength and stamina than you do, pointed out Drake. As blunt as he sounded, Issei knew that Drake spoke nothing but the truth. I know, Drake, and there's a problem at that moment. Although I've gotten really good at using the boosted gear, my base level is not good enough to keep up with someone like him. I need to find a way somehow, find a way to increase my natural strength and abilities to the point where my body can rival that of a pure-blooded devil, or in my case, a dragon's body. Dragon's body, that's it, exclaimed Issei as he jumped from the bench in excitement. Firstly, ouch. Dragon here, sensitive hearing and all. Secondly, what are you on about? Inquired Drake. He had a gritty smile on his face, seemed to be bursting at the seams. That's it, Drake. I figured out how you can boost my base level. In biology class, we've been learning about the heart and how it pumps blood throughout the entire body. So with that in mind, if we applied it to me, our situation, stated Issei as he mentally explained it to his partner. To say that Drake was surprised was an understatement. The plan Issei outlined was crazy bothering and suicidal. You do realize that the chances of you dying is almost guaranteed, right? Drake pointed out shrewdly. He wasn't about to let her partner do something rash and get himself killed, but to his amazement, Issei just smiled sincerely at his words. I know, Drake. I know better than most what you mean. However, I've put my life and my body on the line more times than I can count for the sake of others. Sometimes, even strangers, it's time I did the same for myself. This isn't about proving myself to Rias and the others who are impressing the devils. This is about me, breaking out of the cocoon that's been crafted around me. This is about me getting rid of the metaphorical leash tied around my neck and break free to take the skies, to soar like a dragon I was meant to be. I have an opponent in front of me. He is powerful, he is worthy. I think we should let him be the first in line of people to experience the full might of not Issei Hyoudou, the pawn of Rias Gremory, but Issei Hyoudou, the unstoppable Red Dragon Emperor. Besides, if you think I'm going to die a virgin, you must be out of your fucking mind, exclaimed Issei. Well, he started his monologue with a cool expression on his face, and he ended it with a perverted leer. Drake couldn't help but momentarily deadpan expression on his face, and he broke out into chuckles. There truly isn't a boring moment with you, partner. Very well. I, Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, will aid you in this quest till the end. If it comes to that, stated Drake proudly. He understood his partner's resolve. Issei smiled at those words. Thanks, Drake, for having my back, and don't worry, as long as the chances are not zero, I will survive. I have far too much left to do to die anyway. You said before, one of my best qualities is my indomitable will. Well, let me demonstrate to you once more, partner. Let me show you that I won't lose. I will overcome, just like that I have every other obstacle that's been set in my path and came out stronger than before, stated Issei as he clenched his fist. With a challenging smile on his face, Drake just chuckled in his mind. His host was truly the most stubborn person he's ever come across, including himself, which says a lot. They described into a comfortable silence after getting enjoyed the peace and quiet of the park. Issei, though, had a lot on his mind. His fractured relationship with his friends aren't a priority at this point. His focus is on getting stronger. He already knew what he needed to do, but he needed a scheduled place to do it. He needed to see a certain fallen angel about organizing it. He also needed Ravel's help, as she had access to a certain item that he would use to strengthen himself further. Scene change. It's been a few hours since the episode with Issei has passed. The atmosphere was a somber one at the RC clubroom. Everyone was going along with their normal business, but there seemed to be a distant lack of energy. The entire RC was gathered with the exception of Azazel, Rosvisa, and Ravel. I haven't seen Issei in a while. Where is he? Zenovia thought out loud. He's probably peeping on the kendo club or something. Ah, what a tragedy. The childhood friend of the angel has fallen to such depravity. But don't worry, Issei-kun, I will save you, exclaimed Irina as she put her hands together and prayed to the heavens as her friend just looked at a deadpan look. The rest of the ORC just smiled at the play between the two friends. Their thoughts then turned to their favorite pawn. Everyone had their own thoughts on the matter, but Rias just sat at her desk looking desolate. Akeno hated seeing her master and her best friend looking so depressed. Cheer up, Rias. I'm sure Issei-kun will come around soon enough. Just give him some time, spoke Akeno with a smile on her face. Akeno-san is right, Rias Onisama. Issei will definitely come around, exclaimed Azia exuberantly. Rias smiled softly at her. Azia is right, Rias-san. Issei-kun could be dense as a brick, even more than Zenovia, stared Irina, while Zenovia was a sour expression on her face. See, you have a lot of support here, Rias. You just need to be a little more straightforward with him. That's how Rainier got him to go on a date with him, chuckled Akeno, before the smile wiped off her face, as well as the faces of most of the club members, a growing sense of dread began to pull in their stomachs. Rainier! Shouted Rias, Akeno, Azia, and Kiba, with Konako looking with a growing sense of realization. Huh? What's going on? Whimpered Gasper as he crawled back into his bunk. That's why the way he was. He always seemed to look at us in fear sometimes. I understand now, said Akeno, with a miserable expression on her face. How could she not have realized it sooner? The man she loves more than anything was going through so much and she just ignored it. It's because of him that she finally accepted herself and made peace with her father after years of resentment and self-hate. She should have understood his feelings better than anyone. She never hated herself more in that moment. Issei-san, after all this time, Rainier-sama was still, mumbled Azia, as she covered her mouth as she let tears run down her face. She couldn't believe she let Issei-san suffer through that, never seemed to think about asking him about his feelings. She just selfishly wanted him to confess Rias Onisama so she could be next. She felt like praying to God at this moment. She didn't believe she deserved salvation, especially considering that it was Issei-san who asked for her to be able to pray again. Konako was silent, but in her mind, she was berating herself for being so inconsiderate to someone she loves. She was supposed to be his hellcat that stood by him through everything, all of the claims of having his baby and being closer to him, but she missed the emotional pain that must have been plaguing him all this time. That made her feel worse considering she was in Nishoho, who knew senjutsu, so feeling emotion should be second nature to her, but she failed. Kiba just clenched his fists and directed his anger at himself for being such a bad friend. When Issei-san was suffering in silence, he just overlooked it, even though Issei did his best, even taking multiple punishments in order to help him overcome his own demons. Some best friend I am, he thought to himself. Can someone please explain what's going on? Acquired Irina with Zenovia, Gasper, and looking on curiously. Akeno took the time to explain the circumstances behind Issei and Rainier's relationship to the point where she brutally murdered him. To say the others were horrified was an understatement. To think that the perverted pawn who always smiled for everyone had such a traumatic incident happen to him, and only a few months ago, at that. Zenovia and Irina suddenly felt horrible about their behavior toward their friend/love interest. They needed to apologize to him as quickly as possible. Poor Issei-senpai, and we ganged up on him before, whimpered Gasper sadly with tears in his eyes. That snapped everyone, including Rias, to attention. They suddenly felt disgusted at their earlier behavior, but also extreme worry for their lovable pawn who has been missing since. They started to have very bad premonitions occur to them concerning their behavior towards their friend/love interest. Rias was the first to snap into action. Issei, she exclaimed with worry. What had she done? How could she be so selfish and uncaring towards the man she loves? The man who gave everything for her and her Parage's happiness. She started to feel like scum for doubting him and acting like she's some spoiled brat. She needed to find Issei. She needed to apologize and beg for his forgiveness. These were the thoughts running through her mind. Similar, those thoughts ran through the minds of everyone else's. As she prepared the transport magic circle with tears running down her face, flash! After the red flash of the ORC found themselves in the basement of the Hyoudou residence. They immediately ran to the living room as fast as they could. Issei, cried Rias, as she ran only to come to screeching halt as she spotted a nonchalant Azazel sipping on some tea and a nervous-looking Ravel sitting next to him. She immediately questioned him. Azazel? What are you doing here? Never mind that. Have you seen Issei? Cried Rias hysterically. The members of the ORC behind her nodding in agreement with grim faces. Azazel put down his tea and looked at them with blank look on his face that unnerved them as spoke the words that shattered them. Issei is gone, he said with a monotone voice. What? Exclaimed the ORC, with Rias and Akino looking stricken at the news while Azia just cried to herself. It felt as if the whole world was crumbling around them. The only thought on their minds was to find Issei as soon as possible. And that's the end of the prologue. Chapter 1. The Red Rebirth. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. The members of the RC were stunned to silence. They were horrified by the thought that Issei may have strayed. More so, if he strayed because the way they treated him. The worst case scenarios were going through their minds at a rapid pace. Some were tame, were horrifically fatal. Poor Azia couldn't handle the news and promptly fainted. Luckily, Zenobia reflexes were quick enough to stop her friend from hitting the ground. She proceeded to deposit Azia on the couch while the ORC were finally regaining their mental bearings. If they paid enough attention to their surroundings, they would have noticed the mischievous glint in Azazel's eyes of a facepalm of Ravel, who couldn't help but wonder if the fallen angel governor was a bit touched in the head. After finally snapping out of their shock, the RC snapped into action. What do you mean Issei's gone? Thundered Rias. She was on the brink of having a mental breakdown. Her beloved Issei was missing. Was he taken? Was it the Chaos Brigade? Did he leave of his own volition? Was it because she pushed him too hard? Did she go too far in her attempts to progress their relationship? There were some of her thoughts that currently played in her mind. She felt disgusted with herself, of her treatment of the man she loved more than anything. How could she be so thoughtless in the way she treated him? She only prayed to Mao-sama that this wasn't too late to make it right. Similar thoughts ran through the minds of the rest of the ORC as guilt from earlier was compounded by this new situation. Ravel watched the scene with a stoic suppression on her face. She was highly upset with the way they treated Issei-sama earlier. However, she was mature enough to keep her thoughts to herself. For now, she was extremely well-mannered and a polite girl. Her pure-blooded upbringing saw to that. However, she could also be quite vindictive. Then situations called for her to be hurting the man she held in the highest regard and certainly qualified as such a situation. She took a deep breath, though, and exhaled. Issei-sama wouldn't want her to take some petty form of revenge on her friends, even though they deserved it. She would be the bigger woman. Maybe her Issei-sama will finally notice her feminine charms, and maybe, just maybe, Ravel's fantasy sequence ends. She stood on a wide open field of the greenest grass seen. Flowers of various kinds were blooming all around her. She wore a simple white sundress while her golden blonde hair flowing in the wind. She could feel. Basically, she's fantasizing about Issei and her relationship. End Ravel's fantasy sequence. Giggled Ravel, creepily to herself, with a goofy expression on her face, with that line of drool coming down a corner of her mouth. Cheeks tinted red from heavily blushing with little blood leaking from her nose. Her perverted smile wasn't helping much in regards to holding up her dignified Oji-sama image either. Luckily, she snapped out of it, and quickly enough one-sided shouting match happening between Rias and Azazel, who just seemed highly amused at the situation, with Akino occasionally chipping in, and Azia, who also seemed to back among the land of concussions. Although she looked inscrullable. Ravel counted her lucky stars that nobody caught her having one of her perverted delusions about Issei-sama. She doesn't want him to think of her as a shameful woman after all. Anyway, it seems that Rias was still livid about Issei-sama's disappearance, but more importantly, it seems Azazel-sama still hasn't given them the full story and just appears to be enjoying the situation misleading words have created. Honestly, what an insufferable man. I wonder how Shizama-sama and Barkil-sama put up with this man and his nonsense for so long, thought Ravel, before she made an effort to clear the situation by coughing loudly into her hand and to get attention from the occupants of the room. She succeeded as all the eyes were on her now, looking as dignified and elegant as ever, a striking contrast from earlier perverted expression. She took the floor. I think there has been a misunderstanding. Despite what Azazel-sama's words seem to imply, Issei-sama did not run away or go astray. He simply filed for a leave of absence from school, as well as informing his clients that he will be unavailable for the next 2 months due to taking a training trip to prepare for an upcoming rating game, spoke Ravel eloquently. It seemed her words desired in effect as the tension immediately left the room and an overwhelming sense of relief filled the hearts of everyone present. Well, almost everyone. A certain fallen angel governor was crouching in a corner and pouting reluctantly like a child. Despite being a well-bred Oji-sama, Ravel couldn't stop herself from rolling her eyes at her own grown man-child. Said child decided it was finally time to speak up. Yeah, Issei came to me earlier today. He asked me to help him out by filling a leave of absence at school. He'd still get the work done. He said he'd have his familiar his them up at the end of each day. He also wanted me to find him a scheduled space to train in without disturbance, so I hooked him up with one, though the help of my connections because I'm cool like that, finishes Zazel with a cool smirk on his face while striking a pose. Rias, while relieved at her beloved pawn, didn't stray but couldn't stop herself from almost snarling at Azazel. How dare he? Issei has her pawn. She could have been notified immediately. At the very least, he should have requested permission. Didn't he trust her enough to speak a word about this? She immediately stopped her train of thought as she recalled the state of affairs between her and Issei. Did he feel that he needed to get away from her? She felt her heart break at the thought. She loves Issei more than anything. But with the way things were, and the things that were said, their potential relationship seems to be even further away from her. She cursed herself for being rash and reluctant in her reactions to him, trying to pressure him into confessing. For one of the first times in her life, she felt a deep pang of regret. While these issues were important in her mind, she needed to get back at the crux of the matter and find out why Azazel thought it was a good idea to allow her pawn to leave without consulting her. And why, Azazel, did you think it was a good idea to allow Issei to leave without my permission? Questioned Rias in a frigid tone, accompanied by an equally cold gaze. She was backed up by Akano, who glared at the fallen angel governor. The others, while relieved that their friend was okay, were also highly curious about what was going on. They were hoping to find Issei and apologize to him for the way they treated him, but it seems they will have to wait a little longer. That only hoped it wasn't too late. The relationship with him wasn't fractured beyond repair. In response to Rias' question, the perpetually joyful Archangel narrowed his eyes and adopted an expressionless mask on his face that greatly unnerved the members of the URC. They've never been on the receiving end of the governor's eerie before. Due to the usual dynamic between him and Issei, it's easy to forget the man in front of them was the most dangerous beings in existence. Ravel corked an elegant eyebrow at the drastic change in character for the governor, secretly impressed with his approach. Rias would never admit it out loud, but she was terrified right now. She tried hard not to let the quiver in her knees show. You make it sound as if Issei is a prisoner here, Rias. That he has no free will of his own. In that case, questioned Azazel with a steady tone in his voice. He was giving off an extremely oppressive aura to those around him, and made them start sweating. Rias faltered in her indignant anger at the situation and widened her eyes at the question. How could he say such a thing? Is that why Issei left without telling her? Because he felt that she shouldn't let him go otherwise? Of course not, Azazel, Rias spluttered. I was just concerned about him as his king. I just don't want anything to happen to him, she added. It was the truth to some extent. She knew how close Issei and Azazel were, and wasn't too keen on telling him about the altercation that happened earlier today. She knew for sure that it would not end well for her, at least. Azazel just stared at her with a scrutinizing expression on his face that made her feel like an ant under magnifying glass. She felt as though her entire soul was being laid bare before this man. She didn't like the feeling after all. After a few seconds that actually felt like a lifetime to her, he finally broke out into his usual goofy laugh, and Rias as well. The ORC released the breath they didn't realize they were. What they didn't realize was that Issei already briefed Azazel on everything that happened earlier. Flashback. Azazel just sat in silence as he digested everything Issei just told him about what happened. He was severely disappointed in the behavior of the ORC, especially Akano. He's been around for long enough, though, to know that sometimes things like this happen. They were still young and prone to make mistakes. He would never admit this out loud, but he has a soft spot for the lovable pervert. He's never had any children of his own, so he couldn't help but look to this generation's heavenly dragons, whom he had direct role in guiding and training them as a Styrian family. He was surprised, though, at how calmly Issei was taking it, especially considering what an emotionally driven person he is. There's also the fact that he's a dragon. He should be counting his lucky stars that he doesn't have emotionally distraught Sekiru rampaging around Ko. Finally coming back to current conversation, he looked at the solemn Issei and couldn't help but ask, "Are you doing okay, Issei?" Azazel questioned softly. Issei looked at the fallen angel governor with a determined look on his face. Regardless of his own problems and insecurities, Issei trusted Azazel and deeply respected the man for not only his intellect, but also the key role he played in bringing about peace between the factions. Which is why he wasn't afraid to open up to the man, as opposed to the ORC, as he knew he would only get the truth from him. "Honestly, I can't say that I'm doing fine. I'm certainly not 100%. It hurts, the words that were said, and in some cases weren't said. I don't hate them for what happened, but in my heart, I can't help but resent them a little. Not to the point of hurting them, but just to the point that my guard will always be up around them. I know I promised you I'd take care of Akano's son, but it doesn't look I'd be able to keep that promise. I'll try my best to protect her on the battlefield and offer it as a favor to you, but that's as far as it goes. I have my own path to walk, and I plan to take the first step myself. For too long I have detailed about in mediocrity instead of rising up to the top as I know I can. That's why I need to get away for a while. I'm on the brink of something. I can feel it. Call it the next stage to my evolution, if you will. I'm going to be leaving either way, but I'd prefer if I had your support." These were the resolute words spoken by Issei. Looking into the young man's eyes and seeing his determination, Azazel knew that he wasn't going to be winning this argument. Not that he wanted to either. He agreed with Issei, and the young man with such potential should go an extra mile to cross over that final hurdle standing in his way. The difference between being good and being great. He just nodded his head and found a fixed location far away from civilization for Issei to promise for not revealing his whereabouts to anyone. Flashback end. Back to the conversation at hand, Azazel just finished his chuckles before giving his reasons to the ORC. "You don't have to worry about Issei. He's strong enough to take care of himself. I sure you realize he surpassed you and everyone in your barrage a long time ago. He also spent a month on his scheduled mountain being harassed by a Dragon King, so he's used to this kind of situation. He's on the verge of evolving in terms of his power. His aura feels more focused and driven. He's going to the next level, and I'm not too sure if Sire Orgbiel will be ready for his unstoppable force of nature that's going run straight into him in that raiding game," said Azazel with a smirk on his face. The others were bewildered by the words of the fallen angel. To pay such high praise to someone that is no laughing matter. "I suggest you use this time properly. Hone your skills so that you can at least keep up with not just Cyrorg and his barrage, but Issei as well," stated Azazel as he made leave the Hyoudou residence, leaving behind a deeply troubled ORC. At the corner of the room, Ravel, who was all forgotten about the ORC, she also met with Issei-sama before he left. Not that she was going to tell them that, just petty form of revenge on her part. She couldn't help but think back to that meeting. And we are starting off right at Ravel's flashback. Ravel couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at what her beloved Issei-sama just told her. When he came looking for her, she was overjoyed that she could properly apologize for the earlier situation she and her mother unintentionally caused. Of course, Issei-sama, being kind and benevolent man that she knows, he has just waved off her apology and told her everything is fine, although she could see the pain behind his eyes. She knew that wasn't in any position to help her hero, so she did the only thing she could, offer her full support, and if he ever needs anything, which surprisingly cashed in right away. After explaining his training plans to her and outlining the potential dangers, he asked for her in a very special item. "So is it possible possible to get any phoenix tears, Ravel? I know they're kind of scarce at the moment, but I'm willing to pay any amount just to get a little bottle, pleaded Issei. Ravel just blushed at how cute he looked with those puppy eyes. Although he said was true that the phoenix tears are extremely rare to obtain, you are correct, Issei-sama. I think they are scarce, and I don't know if we'll be able to buy some, but if you give me an hour or so, I can prepare a small batch with my very own tears as the ingredient. I can't tell how we make them, but I can give them to you. Think of it as a small token of my appreciation, stated Ravel, with a soft smile on her face as she watched Issei-sama's light up like a Christmas tree. He rushed over and scooped her up into a fierce hug, earning a cute demure eep from Ravel's lips as she had an atomic full-body blush at being embraced by her precious Issei-sama. His next words really sent her over the edge, though. This is even better that buy them. I trust you, Ravel, so your tears would definitely be a best plus when I drink it. It will be like part of you will always be with me, said the clueless Casanova, unknowing of efforts and the effects such a word had on the maiden heart of Ravel. The poor girl fainted with the blissful expression on her face, leaving behind a bewildered Issei to only scratch his head in confusion. The flashback ends. Ravel smiled happily at the memory. She couldn't help but feel closer to the man she adored. Plus, with the situation, as with Rias in the ORC, she finally had a chance to win his heart for herself. She might be kind and a sweet girl normally, but she is also a woman in love, and she plans to use every advantage she gets to be number one in Issei-sama's heart. He already placed a great deal of trust in her by telling her the plans he made instead of anyone else. She was not going to betray that trust. She just hopes that he comes back to her soon. Stay safe, Issei-sama, Ravel thought with a loving smile. Scene change. As he looked out of the dusty landscape of the mountains region he was residing in, Issei nodded to himself, satisfied with the place supply his training ideas. In his grip, held firmly, were 3 bottles of phoenix tears that Ravel had prepared for him. He smiled softly at the thought of his cute kawaii. She really was a wonderful young woman. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head clear of any thoughts and focused on what he was about to do. "Are you sure you want to go through with this, partner?" questioned Drake. He wasn't really concerned about the health of Issei, as he was confident his partner could survive what they were about to attempt, but more along the lines of a final verification of the deed. "Yeah, Drake, I know this is risky, and the chance for death is stupidly high, but I can't go back out now. It's do or die for me, literally," stated Issei, resolutely. "I understand, partner. I just want you to know you're not the first to attempt this, and I'd like to point out that none of the previous hosts survived the transformation," said Drake. There was an undertone of seriousness in his voice. "I understand, Drake, and I'm ready to face the consequences. I may not be the grandson of the original Lucifer, or a descendant of a legendary hero or some prodigy, because when it comes down to it, none of that matters. I finally know who I am, and I know where I'm going. For the first time in my life, I feel comfortable in my own skin. It doesn't matter what people think of me anymore. I may be shameless pervert, and I'm not some genius, but I have the will to never give up, and I fear nothing. Not even death," declared Issei, with a fierce expression adorning his face worthy of the Red Dragon Emperor. "Huh. Well said, partner. I expect nothing less from you. Now that all the mushy stuff is out of the way, walk me through your suicidal plan again," queried Drake. Issei just ignored his sarcastic comment, and he soldiered on his explanation. "Ever since the fight with Riser a few months ago, my left arm has been permanently that of a dragon's due to me sacrificing it for power. With that being said, if you have the power to turn any part of my body to that of a dragon, you can probably undo it as well, which you already have done to my now/human/devil arm. I've known you could do that for a while, and the only reason I didn't ask you to undo the dragonification is because the method of extracting power from the arm is way too stimulating. That, however, isn't a concern anymore. It therefore occurred to me that instead of complaining about having a weaker body than a pure-blood devil like Saraorg, I can make use of the priceless tool I have at my disposal. If you were to change my heart to that of a dragon's, theoretically my entire body would morph along with it, and the heart pumps blood throughout the entire body, including the brain, via circulation system. My body will therefore adopt dragon characteristics internally, and maybe even some external changes. Theoretically, this would enhance my senses, strength, stamina, endurance, and probably magical capacity, as well as an exponential level, therefore raising my base stats to the point where I don't need to constantly wear my balance breaker for every fight. Save it for when it's really needed," explained Issei. "Again, I'd like to point out that nobody has ever survived this. But I know you're too stubborn to listen to me. I would like to know why you have Phoenix Tears, though. And don't give me the same lie you gave the Phoenix Girl about possible injuries and training and having the tears to heal you just in case, questioned Drake. Suddenly, Issei had an almost maniacal look on his face, and his smile creeped even Drake out. Do you remember when we fought Volley, and I had the idea of using one of the gems that broke out of his sacred gear and take the power for myself, which we succeeded in doing, by the way, even though I don't have full access to it, questioned Issei, with Drake feeling a shiver crawl up his spine at the impending sense of doom he suddenly felt. Issei just continued his explanation without paying any attention to his discomfort. Yes, prompted Drake curiously, not liking where all this conversation was headed. Well, if we could absorb and integrate the power of Albion, the direct and complete opposite of you, and succeed, which should have been impossible, what's to stop us from doing the same again? You remember all the strange things happening in the world, don't you? Kiba's holy demonic sword, all the balance breakers currently at play, not to mention the subspecies balance breakers, the systems as its large holes in it, metaphorically speaking, and I plan to exploit those opportunities for myself. The reason for the Phoenix Tears are that before you proceed with transforming my heart, I'm going to directly inject the tears into my heart via syringe. At the moment, you should begin process immediately. While transforming my heart to that of a dragon, I want you to also analyze and adapt and absorb the properties of the Phoenix Tears into my bloodstream and make it a permanent effect. Since the Phoenix clan received their abilities from an actual phoenix, which is being of fire just like you, it will be easier to absorb the power of when it compared to Albion. Therefore, when the process is done, I should have a dragon heart in my body with the healing magical properties and phoenix flowing through my veins, finished Issei, with an utmost smug look on his face. After his explanation, Drake, on the other hand, was incredulously at recklessness of his host. Are you out of your mind, boy? If you remember, you had a few hundreds shaved off your lifespan while you absorbed Albion's power. Not to mention, after activating the Juggernaut Drive, a few months ago, you barely have 100 years left to live. The dragification, as it is, was a huge risk to your life, and survival is slim to none. By adding this reckless plan to you, you almost guaranteeing your death, stated Drake bluntly. His host was a really interesting one, and certainly the most likable one he's had, and he didn't want him running headfirst to death. Issei, though, seemed nonplussed, the dragon's reaction seemingly already accounting for the Aphrodite factors. I've already thought about that, Drake. I don't want to die, and I don't plan to anytime soon. What you're forgetting is that the reason taking Albion's powers was so brutal was that he is the atheist of you. Your powers weren't meant to mix. It was unnatural. The Phoenix Tears, however, are one of the most magically imbued substances in the world, but more importantly, they're the greatest healing item known to man. By absorbing and assimilating them into my body, my vitality will increase exponentially, along with giving me a higher regeneration factor, not to mention my magical capacity should reach an even further boost. If anything, when all this is said and done, this should effectively add a few more years to my lifespan, explained Issei. He thought long and hard about this and was willing to take the risk, as the rewards were worth it. Drake was silent as he digested all, and said that realized that this little bastard had a point. If this really worked, he would receive a major boost considering how powerful his host already was. It really is a terrifying thought. It started off as a grin before evolving into a full-blown maniacal laughter by the heavenly dragon. He could almost picture the look on Albion's face when his host smacks around his precious so-called strongest Urakako to ever live. And the man was an image a beautiful one. He really was right in saying that Issei was the best host he ever had. There's never a dull moment with him around. Issei, on the other hand, just sweat-dropped at the bipolar behavior of the ancient dragon. I really am surrounded by unstable individuals. Siscon, Serzex, and Seraphal, and mad scientists Azazel and Ajuka, battle maniacs Volley and Cyroorg. Damn, why did all the crazies flock to me? Thought Issei. Depressingly, his so-called normal life was really gone down the drain. Oh well, concerning what he was about to do, he can't really call himself fully sane any longer. Okay, partner, you've convinced me. Let's do this. When you succeed, you're going to be a whole new person. I'm estimating you will be around 70% dragon, 20% devil, and about 10% human. Adding in the phoenix tears will give you an amazing regeneration factor, which you have already been high due to dragons having one too. On a smaller scale, when compared to a phoenix though, plus your pathetically abysmal magical capacity should skyrocket for being almost non-existent to probably around high mid-class or low high class in terms of power. Brace yourself, partner. This is gonna hurt like a bitch, warned Drake. Issei nodded and extracted all the vials of the phoenix tears with a large syringe. He lay on the ground and placed the needle just above the left side of his chest. He took in a deep breath though. All was about to happen in the last few months, from Rainier to becoming a devil, saying Azia and defeating Riser, attaining Balance Breaker, then the Juggernaut Drive and defeating a god. He really has come a long way from hopelessness loser at school to a powerful Red Dragon Emperor he was today. He finally had the confidence in himself to be free from the expectations and opinions of those he thought he needed control of. He was finally his own man. He thought about all the people who helped him along the way and was thankful to them. From the ORC to Azazel, Tani, Noni-san, Volley, Kuroka, and Ravel, he was ready to say goodbye to this chapter of his life. Goodbye to the ghost of Rainier, and goodbye to being the naive and gullible pervert. He was ready to begin the next stage of his life. He was ready to take control of his own destiny. I'm ready, Drake. This marks the day, the rebirth of Issei Hyoudou, my red rebirth, whispered Issei before he injected the entire contents of the syringe in his heart. The last thing he heard before the blindly unbearable amount of pain racked his body was the voice of his partner. He smiled as he slipped into blissful unconsciousness. Leave the rest to me, partner. And that is the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, a cliché protagonist training montage. Pain, unimaginable, excruciating pain, is what Issei experienced before his mind couldn't take the strain on his body and forcefully shut down. He wasn't sure about how much time has passed. As the soft and soothing rays of the sun bathed him in the essence, he felt himself slowly regaining his mental facilities as he lay on the ground. Before he could fully comprehend his situation, he was hit by a multitude of scents and sounds, so much that he unconsciously grabbed onto his head in vain in an attempt to stem the pressure caused. He could smell the fresh dew on the grass, as well as the dirt, the distinct aroma of each flower in his immediate surrounding, as well as the smell of blood and sweat wafting from his body. He had no idea how his sense of smell got this powerful in the first place, let alone how he was able to comprehend the different scents. He could hear the birds chirping overhead, and wind softly blowing through the grass, and trees as well babbling, brook of water, assumed from a stream, which he knew was just a kilometer away. All of these sensations hitting it once was a bit disorienting. As he raised himself off the ground, it took him a few minutes to regain his bearings before attempting to walk his cottage not too far from where he was. The key word attempt, for as soon as he tried to take a step forward, he seemingly tripped over absolutely nothing and fell flat on his face. Cursing a god which he knew he was dead, Issei pushed himself off the ground. He had to steady himself. A bit looked blurry images of his arms, though. His vision still doesn't come into focus fully. He was feeling a bewildered at the moment as he tested out his limbs and flexed his body while standing in the same place. Now Issei will never claim to be a genius, nor is he stupid by any means. However, being the physical fighter that he is, he was immediately familiar with his body, which is why he immediately picked up on the fact that his arms and legs felt a little longer, not to mention his entire body felt heavier. This was the reason for tripping earlier, he realized. Welcome back to the world of the living, partner, stated a deep ancient voice from within him. After taking a deep breath and regaining his cognitive functions, he realized and recognized the voice of Drake. Drake! Boy, am I glad to hear your voice. I feel a little funny right now. What's going on? Did the transformation work? Questioned Issei worriedly. Even though he wasn't afraid and didn't mean that nothing could go wrong, he learned the hard way that as a red dragon, a situation can go from fine to dandy to fucked up beyond repair in a matter of seconds. Luckily for him, Drake eased his fears.
Relax. Everything went off without a hitch. You just need to take some time to adjust your new body.
As well as you may have noticed your limbs are longer, added to your muscles, which bones have become a lot denser, which is why you feel heavier. You also shot up a few inches in height. Take this time to go through some exercises to adjust the changes while I give you the report of the other changes in your body, suggested Drake. Issei nodded in the acquaintance and started to make through the various exercises from sit-ups, push-ups, jumping jacks, as well as shadow boxing, as well as a few other reacquainted with his balance, reflexes, and nises. As so did Drake, listed the differences in his body. As predicted, you are mostly dragon now, with a small portion being a devil, an even smaller fraction being that of a human, which was necessary if you wanted to hang on to that sacred gear. As stated before, your bones and muscles were constantly torn and reformed till it got to the point of its current density. Your body has also optimized itself to accommodate the spiritual and magical changes, hence the reason for your increased height. Senses and even your nervous system has been accelerated to the point where you can literally form thoughts into nanoseconds. Magically speaking, I put your capacity at just behind that of an average high-class devil, which may not sound like much, but considering your original capacity, which was almost non-existent, this is a huge improvement. Plus, you have the power to double it every 10 seconds or indefinitely in Balance Breaker, so for someone like you, these reserves are nothing short of monstrous, explained Drake. Issei couldn't help but sweat drop at the 34-tall hulking behemoth of red scales calling him monstrous. With the regards to affect the Phoenix tiers, it looks like your suicidal gamble and paid dividends. The minor regeneration you received from the dragification was enhanced exponentially, from Phoenix tiers to the point where, unless it's an instant death injury like decapitation, you will be able to fully regenerate any part of your body, including lost limbs. It not as fast as a Phoenix regeneration, nor does it provide you with being free-flowing body they possesses. You are still very much flesh and bone. If someone cuts your arm off, you will bleed profusely till it grows back. It's not instantaneous, but it's not that far being behind instant either. Although it may seem inferior to a Phoenix abilities, it is in my opinion better form, as it doesn't rely on your magic to regenerate you like they do. You will still regenerate even if your reserves are zero, as the ability is ingrained into your body at the deepest level. It also boosted your vitality and stamina, which again, thanks to the dragification, your natural predisposition were already high. I estimate about 30 years were added to your lifespan form, the exposure to such a rich source of healing. All in all, to paraphrase, the kids of today, you're OP as fuck, deadpan Drake, at the unbelievable luck his partner had, luck or sheer. Again, Issei was a little out at the mighty Red Dragon Emperor, one of the two heavenly dragons, and one of the strongest beings in existence, calling him overpowered. Hello, Pot, my name's Kittle. Disregarding the hypocrisy of the dragon friend, Issei was immensely pleased with the results of his experiment. Sure, it could have easily killed him, but it didn't, and now he's become a lot stronger than ever. In the end, it was more than worth it. Damn, I'm such a badass, exclaimed Issei with a gritty tone in his voice. He couldn't help, he felt like a whole new person. He could literally feel the power brimming his body. His muscles felt tight and coiled, like a spring waiting to burst into action. He remembered all the crap people spoke about him, from being the weakest red dragon, from the way those stuck-up high-class devils treated him like he was inferior. It may be a little vain of him, but his new body and power filled him with something he severely deprived of, due to being constantly being betrayed for being a pervert, and his burning desire to please everyone in hopes of gaining some respect, acceptance, confidence. He felt he could take on the world and bitch slap it to the dimensional void. Drake, who was listening inside the Issei's head, just had a deadpan expression on his face and has ridiculous thoughts of his partner. Issei finally, exerting some control over his motor functions, made his way to his cottage. He needed to get cleaned up. Not to mention, he felt really hungry. Decided to ask Drake something seemingly overlooked in his excitement. Hey Drake, how long was I out for? Questioned Issei. He was in far shock at the answer, though. 5 days, give or take, a few hours, stated Drake bluntly. What? Shouted Issei, his mind reeling at the fact that he was almost out for a week. Quiet down, brat, before you rapture my eardrum. Did you really think it would take a few hours to complete such a delicate process? Your body was literally being torn apart and recreated. I took it a while for the heart to fully integrate with your body, and that time it pumped a rigorous amount of dragon blood through your veins to catch up to the rest of your body. Even then, 5 days is a bargain if you ask me. It could have been worse, advised Drake. Issei just swore under his breath. When you put it like that, it sounds as though I lucked out, but I can't help my reaction. I almost a week of training time, and now I only have just under 2 months. Damn, I'm gonna have to train twice as hard, Issei stated before mumbling under his breath in his training plans. You seem to overlook the fact that you were already powerful before. With the dragon heart and your new body, your base form right now almost equals the power you had in your balance breaker state. You don't really need any training. You already improved leaps and bounds. But I know saying that is not going to stop a training freak like you, so with regards your time issue, leave that to me. I've got a perfect solution in mind, said Drake mysteriously. Issei could almost see him rubbing his hands together in a scheming manner. Anyway, he trusted his partner. If he said he had a solution, then Issei would rely on him, as he finally reached his cottage and stripped off his dirty, blood-stained clothing and put it in a hamper. He was walking towards the bathroom, passing by a full-body mirror, when he did a double take. The eyes comedically wide as he stared into the reflection. While feeling the changes in your body was one thing, seeing them really put into perspective, seeing them after believing it all. The first thing he noticed almost immediately were his eyes. His once plain brown eyes now stared back at him, a striking shade of emerald. It was easy for him to get lost in such a startling contrast. His new eye color, he noticed, greatly resembles the color of jewels on his sacred gear, a side effect from a change. He also noticed his vision was alarmingly clear to the point that he could literally see the tiny dust particles floating in the air. The next modifications he picked up on were the overall shape of his body. Before he was reincarnated, he was fairly average in terms of his build. After spending time on the mountains with Tani and being infected with the training bug, he bulked up quite nicely and gained some solid definition on his form, which was nothing to sneeze at. Now, though his body was carved out of marble, he had a lean and perfectly defined body with perfectly outlined his solid-looking muscles. He wasn't bulky like some clunky bodybuilder hopped up on steroids, but he certainly wasn't small by any means. He had more swimmer's build that looked like it was built for speed and power. His shoulders were broader and his arms and biceps more pronounced, with a powerful-looking chest and perfectly sculpted six-pack outlined by a V-shape that most women would kill for. His leg muscles, he also noticed, were defined to perfection. All on his body excluded a lethal, deadly grace similar to that of an apex predator. His height also shot up from the modest 5'8" inches to an intimidating 6'2" inches. His face, he noticed, also lost whatever baby fat that looked a lot more sharp and angular, with his eyes being more narrowed, giving him a dangerous vibe. His brown hair also looked a lot tamer. It still had some spikes, not more controlled and graceful. His hair also grew out a little, stopping just below his shoulders, with a few strands falling between his eyes and his bangs, framing his face, stopping the short covering of his eyes. Think like Ichigo's hair after the Den guy, basically. He wouldn't be vain enough to call himself a bio shonen like Kibo or Volley, but he wouldn't deny that his looks were really, really good. He had more of a rugged bad boy look that Azazel pulls off so well, going for him. All he needed now were some tattoos and a piercing, something to consider for the future. As he looked even lower, his eyes boggled at the size of his junk. He wasn't too shabby before, but now he was way, way above average. A dragon indeed. It started off as a slow smile, a smirk blown blow of laughter that sounded like a deranged psychopath. Issei couldn't control himself as he put the foot on the stool and assumed victorious pose. I'm officially OP. Not to mention I'm packing some seriously dangerous weaponry. Whew, harem out, here I come, shouted Issei as a silly jig around the cottage, which, given his dangerous looks and an aura he gave off, looked utterly ridiculous. Drake, as hard as he tried, could not stop his palm counting his face. It's times like these when he questions his sanity for going along with the crazy shenanigans of his partner. Issei paid no mind, and bipolar dragon struck his left arm and left himself carried away by ridiculously overactive imagination. imagination. Issei's delusion sync was. Issei stared across the woman before him. She had a long, black flowing hair that reached above her bubby, perfectly sculpted ass with X E-cup breast and thin, narrow waist that flared out. He's imagining all this. The delusion ends. What a naughty girl you are. You need to be punished, mumbled Issei with a shamelessly perverted expression, his face in his hands, moving in a very lewd manner. So it's not really surprising to find out our resident dragon in a boosted gear was seriously creeped the fuck out. Would you stop being a dumbass for 5 minutes and do what you came here to do before we get back to training? Protested Drake. He could feel the damage that was inflicted on him. Mentally increasing, he seriously felt like crying. Okay, you got a little carried away, but you have to admit I look so damn good, stated Issei with his newfound self-confidence, causing Drake to roll his eyes as he watched his partner skip off to the bathroom. Scene change. We find our favorite protagonist doing some stretches on a wide open field of grass and dirt. Dressed in just a pair of cargo shirts and sneakers, he was warming himself up for his training to begin. Okay, Drake, I'm ready. Where do we begin? Questioned Issei.
Good. I want to sit in a cross-legged position and let yourself relax and meditate, stated Drake,
to which everything became silent. You could literally hear the crickets chirping around, that is, until Issei exploded into action. Meditate? Are you fucking kidding me? I went through all that trouble and lots of excruciating and mind-numbing pain to get a body that was built for destruction, and you're telling me to fucking meditate? Protested Issei incuriously. He really worried if the Opie dragon made it damage the mind of the Welch dragon. Tick marks formed all over Drake's head.
Urusai, the last time I checked, I'm the one with 1,000 years of experience, so instead of whining like a little bitch, just shut up and meditate, roared the dragon, causing Issei to sweat drop. Sheesh, no need to get your panties in a twist, I'm getting into it, grumbled Issei as he assumed the lotus position, evened out his breathing. He had prior experience of doing during this time, trying to delve into sacred gear, which he assumed that is what Drake is aiming for. After what felt like hours, when in reality it was only 15 minutes, he experienced a weightless sensation overtake his body. At his feet hit solid ground and opened his eyes into the world of fire and brimstone with a 30-foot monster of a dragon before him. Drake, so what's up? He questioned. Now that you've got your body that you wanted, what are your plans going forward? Questioned Drake.
Issei just scratched his head. To be honest with you, after the whole Dragonheart and Phoenix Tears transformation, I'm not really sure what else is possible for me to do. I plan on continuing my physical training and also alter the sacred gear, stated Issei. Drake rose imaginary eyebrow.
Alter the sacred gear? Are you saying there is something currently wrong with it? Probed Drake, with a certainly undercut in his voice.
He did not appreciate Issei implying the sacred gear needed fixing. No. Jeez, don't take things the wrong way. There's nothing wrong with the abilities of the sacred gear. I meant that I just wanted to customize its appearance. I wanted to reflect my rebirth as well, which is why I want to create an almost subspecies-like base form and balance breaker. It will still be the same boosted gear, just with a unique, distinctive appearance exclusive to me, sets apart from the rest of the previous host, added Issei, hastily not too keen on facing the wrath of a pissed-off heavenly dragon. Drake scrutinized him for a few minutes before blowing fire from his nostrils.
Very well, those terms are acceptable,
acquiesced Drake, allowing to Issei a breath of relief.
Seeing as though you were complaining about me, about the time issue, as well as being directionless in your training, I believe I have a solution for that as well, a set of skills perfectly suited for you. I also plan on letting you unlock an ability of the sacred gear that hasn't been used by any of the previous hosts. Whenever you're ready, we'll go meet the people who will help train you, stated Drake.
Issei, upon hearing this, became excited. He couldn't wait to test out his new abilities. Let's get to it, he stated. After which he felt weightless sensation take over his body, once more as he felt himself fall deeper into the sacred gear. After a while, these sensations finally regained his bearings. As he looked around, he immediately recognized his surroundings. He stood in a vast white space with the tables and chairs tastefully decorating the place. There are a bar on the left with bar stools running down with the length of it. The place was filled with people. He couldn't count all of them, but we were at least 30 plus. This was in the dreamscape or mindscape or handscape. He wasn't really sure. What he did know that this was the place that the past host of the boosted gear resided. It became available to him after he used the Juggernaut Drive. These were the voices that normally tempted him when he was in a bad situation, tempted him to unleash the Juggernaut Drive and destroy everything. Naturally, he was immediately on guard. He noticed a striking difference though. Normally when he appeared here, the senpais remained blurry and unrecognizable. Now though, he could see the face perfect clarity. He was unsure what that meant for him. Hey, Issei Hyoudou, looks like you're in a pinch. You need some direction. You are facing a worthy opponent. Those were the verses of the previous senpai. It's the first time he's heard them speak. Now he took a closer look into the senpais wearing tuxedos, holding onto wine, looking like a gentleman, and sitting on the chairs with elegance. One of the senpais shaking the wine glass with no wine inside, and it says to me with a speech tone of a gentleman. Foo. To get out of a situation like this, we can only use that, correct? What do you mean by that? Yes, we can only use that. That must be it. The senpais started to agree with each other. This flow. You guys aren't telling me to use Juggernaut Drive, right? I was worried that they must say something dangerous again, but the senpai shook their fingers and sighed and said, No, wrong. Yes, we already have a guaranteed from Juggernaut Drive. We are introduced to something even more great for you. Yes, the power of breast. Huh? What the heck are you guys saying, these idiotic senpais? They are wearing clothes of gentlemen, so I was wondering what they were going to say. And they said power of a breast? This is outrageous. Thing that Sensei predicted, and that is different from the power confirmed. Shit. Why are these senpais putting us such a bright face even if I said that? The senpais aren't listening to me and creates a vision of air of world void. What appeared is a breast? Let's depend on the breast. Yes, that source of Opie dragon who protects the future. We became gentlemen. Who enjoys breast after connecting with you? This really doesn't feel bad. What are these guys muttering about? I don't get it. Senpai then put on a serious face and said with a serious tone, Issei Hyoudou, you were once called the weakest Sekiyuti. A shameless pervert, never amount to anything, yet your straightforward age and sheer grit and determination made you one of the most powerful figures in the world today. You've shown us how foolish we once were, getting drunk on power and rampaging mindlessly, but you have shown a bright, beautiful light in once dark world. You've cleansed a millennia of hatred with your charismatic personality, and freed us from the once chains that we're once bound by. You've shown us a future worthy fighting for. You have also shown us the glorious of Opie. That's why we decided to help you in your ventures. We, who have a lifetime of experience and multitude of the field, will give you training knowledge and abilities that will make you shine, as well as you gain in groping a lot of Opie in the future. Go forth in the world of true power of the Sekiyuti. Issei just stood there, shocked. He couldn't believe it. The senpais of the boosted gear were banding together to train him, some of the greatest warriors to exist. Probably with deadly skills to match. Knew he could learn a lot from them. He knew it was safe. He trusted Drake who sent him here. So, how are you going to help me? He questioned exactly. Every day, you can go through your regular physical training, but at night when you sleep, we will pull you into the sacred gear where you will train in certain arts that will stick with you, mentally, and the next day you could practice and perfect it in the real world, stated Dandy Senpai. Another senpai who looked like Dumbledore from Harry Potter stepped forward. Regarding the issue of your time to train for your match, when I was still alive, I delved into many arcane and mysterious branches of magic. One magic is time dilation field, which allows the user to temporarily slow down the speed of time in a limited area. Uses your new magic reserves as well as the boosted gear, whilst in temporary possession of your own body. I can create a field big enough to encompass your training area that will extend 2 months to you currently have about 8 months, stated the senpai who Issei now dubbed Wizard Senpai. Issei looked at him with stars in his eyes. Sugoi! It's like the hyperbolic time shaper from Dragon Ball, exclaimed Issei excitedly. Wizard Senpai just sweat dropped at him, inched further away from him. Another senpai walked forward, and this one looked amazingly similar to Bruce Lee from the old Kung Fu movies. Continuing where we left off last time, while your primary mode of offense is close combat, you have absolutely no martial arts training whatsoever. You are more of a street brawler. That is unacceptable. I will aid you in mastering as many martial arts that will supplement your current style from Taekwondo, Aikido, Muay Thai, Karate, and Judo, and many more. We will sharpen your already impressive battle instincts into extremely lethal weapon. I will also show you how to properly wield a sword so you don't let that magnificent blade you have rust, stated Karate Senpai. Issei looked really excited at the prospect of learning martial arts. As of now, the only style he had was Russian head first and punch as hard as you can. Learning an actual style will be a huge boost to his repertoire. The next one to step forward was a creepy looking guy dressed in what looked like a biker clothes, flicking a Zippo lighter. Since you are mostly dragon, along with the phoenix tears you injected into your veins means you have an exceedingly high affinity for fire magic. I will show you how to harness that fire and turn it into your weapon by helping you create your own unique spells, stated Pyro-senpai. This really made Issei giddy. He was already a little jealous of Volley and the others for throwing around magic when he never had the capacity to do so before. Now, though, he was going to abuse the shit out of it. Next stepped out a man who looked like the Shinto priest. I will aid you in learning the lost art of Finjutsu, as well as the Shinto branch of magic. As a fellow Japanese, I feel it is my obligation to pass on this knowledge to you. I don't expect you to become a master of this art, but with sufficient knowledge you can greatly supplement your usual fighting style and get it as great for setting traps and aiding your training. For example, by drawing gravity and resistance seals in your body, it to help build strength, stamina, speed, and endurance by simply walking and doing regular things. When you train, your muscles will shred, but with your fast regeneration, they will heal a lot quicker than any other person, allowing you to train more, making your muscles even more dense and powerful, and simultaneously raising all of your base stats. Finished Pre-senpai. Issei could practically feel his jaw hit the floor. That sounded like a crazy useful skill to have. Then he remembered. When he fought Cyber-Orc at the Gremory Mansion before the Kyoto trip, Sir Zek said that his limbs were weighted, and he still almost destroyed Issei. This was definitely a skill he was interested in. Plus, learning Shinto magic will make him feel closer to home. He always did think that Oyamai were cool. He didn't need to learn 30 different kinds of magic like Volley or Rasvaisa. He didn't have the talent for that. He just needed a small arsenal that he will turn into a deadly weapon. The final senpai to step forward looked like a Buddhist monk. He had an air of serenity around him. From what I've seen from you in this world, you are an extremely driven individual that possesses an unnatural amount of willpower along with an excessive life force, which is why I believe there is no skill better suited to you than the one that I will teach you. It will become the bread and butter of your offense. It is an obscure art that was passed down from teacher to student in old days, and even then users of this art were rare, so much so that it had died out centuries ago. However, I can feel the potential for it dwelling within you. The name of this power is Haki. Haki is a power that dwells within every human in the world. Presence, fighting, spirit control. It is no different from the other senses normal humans have. But average humans don't notice this power, or they may try to develop in their whole lives without success. Removing all doubt, that is strength. Haki is typically divided into two shades. The power to be sensitive to your opponent's presence, this is Kanyabushoko no Haki. Color, it their whole lives without success, removing all doubt. If you can master this power, you'll be able to discern both the location and the number of enemies outside your field of vision. It even allows you to predict what enemy will do in the next moment, even going as far as reading surface thoughts and emotions if mastered correctly. Buso Shako no Haki, color of arms, this one is like putting on a coat of armor around the selected part of your body. Depending on your skill with it, stronger armor will obviously increase your attack power as well. Taking into account your fighting style, it is an art. I believe was meant to be wieldingly someone by like you, a conqueror. Keno Boshoko, Buso Shoko, these are two types of Haki. However, a select few people in the world can utilize another kind of Haki, the power to control your opponent. Heio Shaku no Haki, color of the conqueror. It is a crystallization of one's will, an ability to enforce that onto your enemies and environment. For example, with a controlled burst of Hakoshaku Haki, you can knock out a small army depending on it with your skill. It's useful when fighting cannon fodder. However, while the color of the conqueror can be controlled, it cannot be trained. It is the very spirit of the user. The only way to strengthen it is to strengthen one's own mental strength. I have a strong feeling this power dwells within you. As such, I will show you in ancient practices long lost to time to unlock the wield your haki, explained Monk Senpai. By the end of the explanation, Issei felt his mind shut down and reboot. That sounded like a completely fucking badass power, and he was going to learn it. His face adorned a maniacal smile on his face that reeked of battle lust. Well, what are we waiting for? We've got 8 months to turn me into the biggest badass possible. Let's get started, he exclaimed, totally pumped to take it to the next level. The world better be prepared to be flipped on its ass. I hope you're ready, Sire Org. You're in a world of pain. If not, Issei Hyoudou is ready to take the stage, thought Issei as he dove headfirst into his training. Now, Chapter 3. Rias Gremory chewed on her nails in an attempt to alleviate the pressure she could feel trying to swallow her up. It was only down to herself and Azia going against the strongest youth devil. Sire Org Biel, her beloved Issei, was nowhere to be seen. This day was not going well at all. She hoped it would be better. It started off on a bad note as her prize pawn and love interest Issei Hyoudou, who left 2 months ago to train in a scheduled location, didn't show up on the morning of the biggest day yet for her barrage. Those 2 months felt more like 20 years to her. She could hardly concentrate on improving herself, as she was desperate to see her precious Issei once more and apologize to him for behaving so selfishly. It was all she could think of about these last 2 months, and she was sure the rest of her barrage were in the same situation. She knew that being unfocused before such a huge match was asking for trouble, but she couldn't help it. Her delicate maiden heart still yearned for his attention. Her team was already a bit on edge due to their missing pawn, so the trip there didn't calm their nerves at all. Arriving at the venue, they received the news that Issei would be a little late from Azazel, whom he reached via his familiar, the Skinithbarth. It pained her to think that he contacted Azazel and not her to inform her. It hurt even more to know that he could have contacted her or her Parage at any point during these last 2 months. She wondered if he was still upset with her. She wondered if he hated her and wanted to do nothing with her anymore, along with the host of the other nonsensical scenarios, like him enveloping an Aphrodite, who seduced him in every way from her. What a slut. Hey, the heart of a maiden is a complicated thing, and she knew that she was being ridiculous, but Rias couldn't help herself. She convinced herself that Issei just needed some time away for himself to sort out whatever he needed to do, and she had hope that when he got back, things could go back to the way they were before, or maybe even better if her dreams come true. After arriving in the underworld, Gremory Praj plus Azazel and Irina made their way to the Argyris, a city located in the floating island in the city. In Argyris territory, the location of the match was agreed upon. The intervention of the current head of the Argyris clan following the disputes between the current Maos and Great King's factions. It was a tumultuous situation regarding the raiding game, which was supposed to be a platform for the youth devils to showcase their power. Instead, it became tainted with greed and politics of higher-ups, and now is acting as a representative between the Mao faction and the Great King faction. After getting their pregame talk out of the way and arriving at the stadium, the Gremory Praj found the special rules of the raiding game. Dice figure. The rules were simple. Each king rolled a single die, and they could be seen sent out combatants who value, in terms of pieces, equal the combined number of rolled by both kings. It was a good thing that these rules were in effect, as if they were a regular game. Issei would have been disqualified for being late. As it stands, he doesn't have to fight unless sent out by Rias, leaving him enough time to take it to the stadium. As the first match got underway, Rias sent out her knight Kiba Yuto to go against the knight of Sire Org's Parage, Burka Farkas. It was a tough match for Kiba, as he went up against a member of the Farkas clan whose speciality lay in controlling horses. In the end, Kiba used deception and his surprising second balance breaker, Glory dragged Trooper from the Blade Blacksmith half of his holy demonic sword to take down Burka, earning the Gremory Praj an early win. The second matchup was the Rooks, Ross Visa and Konako going up against the Rook, Gadim Bala, and the Knight Lieben Krossel. It was a tough match for the Rooks, as Balam's overwhelming strength and defense and Krokkel's trickery along with his sacred gear. Gravity Jail. proved quite the obstacle. However, Rosvice's extraordinary intellect and Konoko's amazing fortitude earned them the win, the second in a row for the Gremory Barrage. It didn't come at a cost though, as Konoko was taken out at the end, devastating her teammates. The third match was a magic battle between Akeno and Sire Org's bishop, Corinna. It was a flashy battle with lots of elemental magic being thrown around, but in the end, Akeno's magic prowess was too much for the Bishop of Sire Org as she was defeated, earning Rias 3 straight wins for her barrage. The fourth match, Zenovia. The fourth match pitted Zenovia and surprisingly Gasper, who volunteered, against the descendants from Instinct Pillar Houses, the Bishop, Minsta Sunbuck, and the Rook, Lubida Boom. It was a brutal match, and thanks to Serak's Sacred Gear, Trick vanished, Zenovia's extra rondel was sealed, leaving her defenseless, but almost everyone was surprised that Gasper stood up to the plate and took an immensely brutal beating while stalling for the time as he tried to unseal Zenovia's holy sword. He succeeded in the end, but was eliminated, but not after giving a truly marvelous and moving performance, allowing a highly emotional Zenovia to sweep through both opponents with her extra rondel, earning a 4th win for the Gremory Barrage. The fifth match was Queen vs. Queen, with Akeno going against Kushida Abara, an extra demon from the House of Abandon. Again, similar to her previous match, it was a magical battle. It seemed that Akeno had taken the advantage in terms of pure power. However, Kushida was a lot more resourceful, especially with the use of her clan's signature move, Hole. In the end, Akeno's lack of knowledge of skill was her downfall, as her own holy lightning was turned against her, with Kushida earning the first win for Sire Org's Barrage. The sixth match saw the king himself, Sire Org, step forward to face the team of Kiba, Zenovia, and Rosvice. They worked well to go against the monstrous strength and speed of Sire Org, along with his overflowing Toki. They even managed to sever his arm, which forced him to use his Phoenix Tier, but in the end, his overwhelming power proved too much for the trio as they succumbed to defeat in the end. The seventh match saw Sire Org sent out as queen once again, as they were the only two left in the barrage. Rias had no other choice but to step out herself, as she couldn't risk Azia. The battle again, magic intensive, as demonic powers flew all over the place. Kushida proved to be quite the combatant and pushed Rias to the edge, but in the end, the power of destruction was far too much for the queen to handle, and she was defeated. Luckily, Rias had Azia heal and her after the beating she took. Which brings us to the current situation. Due to the fact that only Sire Org was left in his barrage, she automatically took the field. Rias was in a pinch now, as the only option she had was to sound out Azia as a single combatant who couldn't fight 2 matches in a row. Rias was at the end of the rope. She still had her earpiece on, consulting with the rest of her barrage, who were under supervision in the medical room, but were still able to wax the wad. Issei isn't here yet. Rias, it looks like we have no choice but to send out Azia. As soon as the match starts, have her forfeit. If Issei is not here by then, you will have no choice but to take on Sire Org yourself, stated Akeno, logically, as she re-inclined onto the hospital bed, recovering from her injuries. All around her were the rest of her barrage, who were also awake with the earpieces on, watching the game. Rias just let out a sigh. You're right, of course. Do you think you can handle it, Azia? Questioned Rias to her adorable bishop, said the blonde nodded in her head resolutely. Ha, Onisama, I won't let you down, exclaimed Azia as she cutely pumped her fist, bringing a smile to her king's face. Good luck, Azia. We will be here waiting for you in the medical room, stated Kiba, along with the rest of the proj, giving his well wishes to the timid bishop friend. Are you ready to go, Azia? Questioned Rias. She only had a minute and a half to let her combatant after all. Azia nodded and prepared to step into the magic circle before a voice in their ears stopped, and the rest of her barrage in their tracks. There is no need for that. I'll take it from here, said a deep, husky voice that was brimming with confidence and charisma. He had the earpiece, which was only given out to members of their barrage. It took them a while to recognize, since they hadn't heard his voice in almost 2 months, not to mention his voice changed a little. But there was doubt in their mind. Their pawn had finally returned. Issei! Everyone exclaimed, the barrage all at once, and his overwhelming sense of relief washed over them. The most powerful member of their barrage was finally here, and just in time too. After 2 months without his soothing presence, they felt the floodgates open. They truly learned to appreciate their pawn. on a whole other level compared to before, as his absence really sapped their motivation for most of them. He truly was, as Azazel once pointed out, the heart of their team. Azia, Akano, and Gasper could be seen shedding tears unshamedly, and even Konako's eyes were a little misty, though she tried to hide it. Kiba and Rosvisa were a little more reserved in their reaction, but were no less relieved, especially Rosvisa, who was suspiciously blushing and teary-eyed, not that anyone noticed. "Issei," whispered Ria softly. As tears rolled down her face, it felt a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Issei had this strange ability to put people at ease, raise their spirits, and give them courage with just his presence. She was sure her Parage felt the same. Now that he was here, they were filled with hope. This was one of the reasons she fell in love with him. He truly was blazing, piercing through the darkness of the world. "You did well out there, Gasper. I'm proud of you, little buddy. You as well, Konako. You've all done your parts. Now it's time I do mine. Sorry I'm late, but I'll take things from here. This is my fight. You guys just sit back and enjoy the show," stated Issei, quite self-assured that the rest of them didn't know he had. Gasper was beaming at the praise of his favorite senpai, and Konako blushed at his words. The others sat up a little straighter upon hearing his words. There was always a quiet confidence in them with regards to Issei and his ability to pull through in a fight, and they knew that the only person in their Parage who could even remotely face our org head-on was none other than Issei. Now, though, even though the conversation was being held via earpieces, they could practically feel the confidence oozing off of him. It was incredibly reassuring feeling, as his teammates at the same time, however, it intimidated them to the point that they felt the need to submit to him. It only lasted a few seconds before the feeling disappeared, making them feel as if they just imagined it. Rias wanted to say something, to apologize for her behavior the last time they spoke, to ask for forgiveness. But the words caught in her throat. She was far too engrossed in the sound of his voice, which she hadn't heard in 2 months. It sounded much manlier and mature as well. She knew that now was not the time, as he needed to focus on the fight. So, she did the only thing she could. "Good luck, Issei," she whispered softly. "Thanks," replied Issei before he cut off the connection and moved toward the arena. Rias felt a little disheartened at the response. It was if Issei of a few months. He would have stumbled over himself and tried to reassure her that he could win and that he would do it for her. He would have then had a lewd look on his face as he imagined all the ways she could reward him, most of them involving her breast. She let out a sad smile to herself. It seemed her beloved Issei really has changed since he left. She only hoped he didn't resent her. Scene change. As he cut the connection from his earpiece, Issei let out a huge breath as he relaxed his body. He was currently standing in the tunnel of the Gremory end of the stadium. Waiting to be called out, he started doing a few breathing exercises that he learned during his time to ease the tension in his body. After 2 months of non-stop training, which was actually 8 due to the time dilation field, he felt in a peak condition. He had never felt so powerful and so assured of himself. He liked this feeling, he decided. As he heard the commentator start to announce the combatants in the match, he could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand and his blood starting to pump. Damn, I was always on Volley's case for being a battle maniac, and here I am almost vibrating in excitement to fight. Shit, I feel so fucking violated right now. No, I'm not like that bastard. Need to find my happy place. Think happy thoughts. Think happy thoughts. Think of Opie. Soothe, soft, bouncing Opie, thought Issei as he started drooling at the end. In his mind, Drake just facepalmed his host with such a cool and intimidating aura a few minutes ago, and now he's drooling like an idiot over imaginary breasts. He sometimes questions the sanity of Issei. "Will you stop messing around and focus on the fight?" growled Drake. Even though he got a little better over the last 2 months, he still felt some phantom pains every time he heard the word Opie. Issei snapped out of his pleasant daydream at Drake's insistence and refocused himself. Drake would never say it out loud, but the speed at which the air around his host changed in that moment was frightening. An air of oppression hung around Issei as all of his emotions melted off his face. Drake called this his game face. After almost 8 months of daily martial arts training, Issei learned discipline and how to exert control over himself and his emotions. He still is a highly emotional individual. However, now instead of blurting out his feelings and making a fool of himself, he's learned to internalize his emotions, direct it at a target, and let all hell break loose. As much as he tried to deny it, though, he loved the thrill of battle. Maybe it was the dragon in him, or maybe it was the natural predisposition. But when he was in the heat of battle, he truly felt at home. All restraints were off of him. On the field of battle, he wasn't a son, he wasn't someone's servant, and he wasn't a worthless pervert. He was a warrior, a gladiator. He was free to express himself however he desired. He could let loose all the pent-up emotions and all the feelings he repressed in the feel of adrenaline pumping through his veins. It was only during his training that he realized one of the most important things. It's not only in a fight that he could truly be himself, he is a dragon, a fact he can deny no longer. He lives for the thrill of battle, and as he heard his name being announced, a single thought ran through his mind. It's time this dragon took flight. Sarorg Biel, you are awesome, someone I acknowledge as a worthy opponent. However, today you will be a stepping stone to my ascension. I honestly don't think you are ready for what's about to hit you. Scene change. In the Opie Dragon part section of the stands that were filled with many children of the underworld, most of them were commoners or children of reincarnated devils, meaning low-class devils of a low social caste. They were all given the opportunity to attend the event today, though, along with their parents, thanks to their hero, the Opie Dragon, who covered the cost of the tickets as well as their snacks and beverages, allowing them to be here today. The excitement was palpable as they all bore witness to their first live rating game. They were excitingly talking to their parents and friends about the matches they witnessed along with the cool abilities on show. They were all waiting in anticipation, though, for their idol, the legendary Red Dragon Emperor, to make his appearance. Sitting in the front of the section was the manager of the Sekiyuti, Ravel Phoenix. She took the initiative to be the representative/cheerleader of this section of the stadium when Issei-sama contacted her and asked her to organize this initiative on his behalf and transferred an obscene amount of money into a special bank account that he gave her full access to. She was at first shocked before she felt an immense sense of pride swell up in her chest. She expected nothing less from the man she had chosen. His kindness and benevolence truly knew no bounds, and she was honored that he trusted her above all others to accomplish this task. She took it with gusto, arranging everything with alarming efficiency. She made sure that Issei-sama got recognition for his deed. Even though he asked her not to worry about it, she spent most of the match pumping the kids up and encouraging them to show their support for their new favorites. On the outside, she was cool, calm, and collected. On the inside, though she experienced a turbulence of emotions, she was extremely worried. It's down to the fact the main reason she was here has yet to show up. She could feel. As she was sure of the rest of the spectators could, that end was nigh. It was down to just Sarorg Biel, and on the end against Rias-sama, Asia-sama, and Issei-sama. The problem being that Issei-sama has yet to fight a match. He was not present when the team walked out of the field. She could hear many whispers, mainly from the snotty high-class devils, about how the mighty Red Dragon Emperor fled with his tail behind his legs at the prospect of fighting a high-class devil of the pure house of Biel. She silently gritted her teeth as she willed herself not to incinerate those pests. She was sure they were just putting on airs and hoping to earn some favor with Zircon Biel, the original Great King. Those people snickered to hear to the core. She wondered if this was what the future truly held for her race. It's one of the reasons she became so infuriated with Issei-sama in the first place. Infatuated with Issei-sama in the first place. He was so unconventional, so unorthodox, from the usual stuck-up devils. He didn't care about the traditions or customs, he just spoke his mind, and did what he wanted. To her, he was a beacon of light representing hope, for her and her future. That's why she promised herself that she was trained her mind, and her body, so when the time came, she would be a woman worthy to stand by his side. As she was contemplating these matters, she heard the voice of the commentator signal that the time up for the strategies and decision-making, a time for the came to the 8th match was now. She crossed her fingers in hopes that he got here in time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the short break. I hope you packed up some snacks because the 8th match is set to go underway, and it's gonna be a doozy. Governor Azazel, Emperor Biel, what was your impression on the game so far? Questioned the commentator Nad Gamedin from the House of Gamedin, of the former 72 Pillars. He was a professional commentator with years of experience while covering rating games. He was quite enthusiastic about his job. Well, it certainly has been exciting to see those kids down there performing far above the standards of such youngsters, and this is the feeling of a professional match. While the Gremory Parage shot out the blocks with grabbing the wins in the first 4 matches, but Sour and his queen turned it around spectacularly. The Gremory Parage still has 3 members left: Rias the King, Argento the Bishop, and Issei Hyoudou the Pawn. Although Sour is by himself on the other end, you can't help but feel he has an advantage here. Such is the overwhelming strength he possesses, as he is the only one left on his team. He is automatically the next contestant in line. Since Rias fought the previous match, he is barred from fighting. Argento, as you know, is the healer of the group, as such has no combat experience to take on Cyberorg. The most logical choice in the matchup that we all came here to watch would be Issei Hyoudou. However, he hasn't made an appearance as of yet, even though there have been many opportunities. Was Rias saving him for the end? We'll find out soon enough, stated Azazel. He was having a lot of fun commentating on this match. He spoke the truth when he said he wanted to see Issei for Sour. He wanted to see the results of Issei's training. He was sure that whenever he was, well, he was at this moment hoping to see a good fight from his rival. I couldn't agree with you more, Governor. This match has exceeded expectations, especially considering it as an expedition match, with Young Devils yet to officially make their debut. The Young Devils certainly put on a good show, and have shown us that there is great hope for the future of Devils. I look forward to the end, as it will surely prove gripping, said Emperor of the Rating Games, Dalashur Belial. He truly enjoyed the performance by these youngsters. He had hoped one of them would rise to the top in future and give him a good match. Well, there you have it, folks. Straight in the mouths of the experts, but I'm sure you're tired of hearing us talk. Let's get the match started, shouted Nod into his mic as the crowd went nuts. We have the official submissions for this match. I could tell you straight away it will be a one-on-one match, despite the value on offer being 12. From the Biel corner, the only available participant, but certainly the most dangerous, the strongest youth devil. And the heir of the House of Biel, Cyberorg Biel, shouted Nod, as the cheers rang around the stadium for Cyberorg as he coolly walked out of the field and stopped at the middle. He looked in top condition despite having fought a match earlier. His arm looked to be back up to top condition as well, despite having it looped off earlier. The Phoenix Stare he used seemed to have fixed the damage, leaving him raring to go. He hoped his opponent didn't point him. As these thoughts were circling in his mind, the officials in the charge of the match were reinforcing the arena and putting a powerful shield to protect the spectators. And his opponent from the Gremory Parage. Oh boy, do we have a fight on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. It's the fight we've all been waiting for. Here he comes, the Opite Dragon, the Pawn of Rias Gremory, and the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Hyoudou. Roared the commentator as the roof came off of the arena from the cheers of the spectators. Mainly the reincarnated commoner devils, as one of their own and someone they looked to for inspiration, entered the arena. More than a few people were taken aback when he walked into the arena, including his fellow Parage members, Irina, Serzex, Grafia, who had just raised their eyebrow elegantly, Valena, Zektes, Michael, Gabriel, and the C-Tree Parage, the volley team who were watching, Azazel, Seraphal, his self-proclaimed rival, and his manager, Ravel. Such were the drastic change in Issei, not just his appearance, wise, but also the aura around him. He looked a lot more muscular than the most remember him being, not to the point where he became bulky and unappealing, but achieving a perfect balance between strength and speed. He also looked taller as he stood at 6 foot 2 inches and his eyes were startling shade of green. He was dressed in all black, with black leather pants that flared out of the bottom, with black biker boots. There were 3 straps wrapped around his right thigh, as well with the Marin belt with 3 straps as well as crossing each other diagonally with a snarling dragon head for a belt buckle. His top consisted of a body form of black leather combat vest and the cutoff at his arms and fitted to his body in a way that clearly showed the definition he worked hard to receive from his training, and his hands were covered in plain black leather gloves, while his right arm was the regular slightly tanned color of his skin. He was left covered all the way to his wrist in what looked like a variety of tattoos. He also let his hair grow out, reaching just below his shoulder, with his bangs falling just above his eyes, and a small portion of falling between the bridge of his nose with a single braid on the right side, reaching his chest and another toward the back of his left side, stopping just above his collarbone. Think 20 years Lambio from Criminal Hitman Reborn. I don't know if you guys know what that is. Both had, I love that anime by the way, both had 3 green beads each at the end. His ears were also pierced on both sides with 3D diamond shaped of glowing emerald with vertical covered in metal, similar to Erza wears. Instead of being all metal, the inside ones is emerald, as well as a dragon fang necklace wrapped snugly around his neck. Adding to that was the sharp and elegant features of his face with narrowed eyes, gave him a bad boy vibe that drove their fairy sex crazy. Suffice to say that many women in the arena had a hard time controlling their blush at the sight of such a fine specimen, regardless if they were in relationships or not. Such was the case for the Gremory men, who were shedding many tears at the fact that their normally cool and collected wives were actually blushing at the sight of Issei. Rias couldn't believe what she was seeing from her pawn. Had 2 months really made such a change in him? The way he walked and the confidence that was pouring out of him made it seem like he was ready to take on the world. She blushed at the thought of how strong his body looked, and now she wondered how good it would feel to embrace him now. Sona Citri, the student council president of Ko Academy, and the best friend of Rias, was stumped. She had always perceived herself as a creature of logic and intellect. However, even her logical mind, the young man she was witnessing right now, seemed to take logic, bend it over a table, and fuck it in the ass. She could still remember him peeing on the kendo club and peeping on the kendo club, getting the tar beaten out of him on a daily basis, and now he exudes the aura that screams alpha male. She still remembers the pity she felt for Rias when she reincarnated him, as she had felt he would never amount to anything. He was worthless without his sacred gear. Of course, over the months he proved her wrong. On multiple occasions, she had no problem admitting she was wrong, but looking at him now, she can't help but feel the regret at having passed him over, allowing Rias to take him over her perceived notions instead of looking at him more deeply. Ravel, for her past, was blushing up such a storm that one could almost see the steam leaving her face. She'd always remember and had delusions and fantasies about Issei that beautified him to unwavering extent. It was her guilty pleasure, but to see him like this, looking so cool, so assured, and so ruggedly handsome, made her heart, and other parts of her body that shall not be mentioned, throb excitedly. She could feel his order of dominance from all the way in the stands, calling for her to submit to her future king and master, and boy did she want to. Before she got carried away, though, she got a hold of herself. She needed to be patient. This was not the time to indulge in selfish desires. Issei-sama needed her support. She planned on giving him all she could handle as she stood up and encouraged the children and fans of the Oppai Dragon section to cheer and applaud their hero. She almost fainted when she looked back at the arena and saw Issei-sama looking at her as he gave her a sly wink before continuing in. It was turning out to be a great day for her, and she couldn't wait to officially be his. Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is about to get underway. The stadium has been reinforced with powerful shields and have been eradicated around the spectator arenas in preparation. Instead of the regular space in the dimensional gap, due to the popularity of those two, as well as the anticipation of this fight, the match will take place right here, announced Nod. The cheers were deafening as the air of the anticipation around the stadium rose to fever pitch.
Issei was still making his way at the center of the arena, while Cyborg Biel stood there with an abbreviator of his rating game. Ruji, Rose, and Cooks, a lot of the older generation as well as some of the new, noticed the way Issei moved, with deadly elegance, like a sharpened katana, sharp, lethal, and silent as it moves through the air. Many were impressed, not to mention a little intimidated. Most of more zealous high-class devils turned their nose up at the sight of another unlightened barbarian. They were sweating a bit, though, and tried not to quiver in fear of the sensation of his presence. Unknown to anyone but Issei, he was releasing a sort of controlled burst of Hiroshuki Haki, not enough to knock someone out, but just enough to exert his dominance. Cyborg, though, was grinning in anticipation. He could see his opponent had changed a lot since their friendly spar a few months back. He looked a lot more dangerous. This fight was looking to be one he could truly enjoy. He may even have to resort to using his secret weapon. He was excited at the prospect of this happening. As Issei finally reached the center, he stood opposite from Cyborg and stared at him unflinchingly. He could vaguely hear the arbitrator recite the rules of the match, but he was more focused on his opponent, and it seemed his opponent was the same. Cyborg stared him in the eyes with a challenging grin on his face as he opposed to the emotionless look Issei wore on his. Zoom Zoom Ivan, Go Opie Dragon, were the cheers of the children from the Opie Dragon fan arena, with Ravel leading them. Issei completely ignored Cyborg and Rujider, who was explaining the presumptions of the match. He turned to the stand with the fans. For the first time today, they saw him show emotion, as he gave a warm and kind smile to the children and waved at them in acknowledgement and thanks for their support. Many women swooned in sight, including his fellow Parage members. Though she will deny this for as long as she lives, Sona Sitri, her pawn Sajigashru, saw this and felt someone kicked his puppy at seeing the woman he was majorly crushing on blush at the actions of a well-known pervert. He settled for glaring daggers at his friend/rival/fellow pervert. As he finished his greetings, he moved back to his original spot to find an irritated Rujider Rosikins, who just finished his explanation. In an amused Cyborg, after getting the agreement for a clean fight, the arbitrator left via Magic Circle to his spectator arena and officially started 8th match of this rating game. At once, the previous kind and warm expression toward his fans, blood on his face, leaving Issei in a passive look as he stared directly at Cyborg, who just shivered in anticipation. No words were being said as both combatants just measured the other with their gaze. The tension in the arena was sufficing as the people were chewing on their nails in anticipation and nervousness, waiting for something to happen. Some, though, were confused as why Issei hadn't activated his balance breaker yet, alone bring out his sacred gear. Was he underestimating Cyborg? Though, knew better. As the one who also trains their body to the extreme, he could tell that even though his posture was laid back and uncaring, Issei was coiled up, like a snake waiting to sink his fangs into his prey. Cyborg felt his grin split his face as he decided to get this match underway. With speed that was untraceable to most, making it look like he vanished from the spot, Cyborg flanked Issei, cocked his hand into a fist and threw a powerful, precise jab at the right side of his head. The entire motion was less than a second, and only a select few in the audience could even follow the entire movement. To the rest, it looked like Cyborg blurred out of existence. When time finally caught up, it looked like a vicious haymaker was about to connect with his face. Issei, with his reflexes that bordered on inhumane, reached up and caught the punch just a few inches away from his face, creating a shockwave that almost visibly spread through the air, and he also did so without changing expression or moving his eyes to follow the movement. Cyborg was a little put out on this preemptive strike, was stopped so effortlessly by Issei. Issei, while externally looking impassive and uncaring, internally he was squealing like a little fanboy while doing a little dance in his head. Damn, I look so fucking badass right now. I've always wanted to do something like that. It's like Aizen from Bleach, stopping Ichigo with a single finger. I wonder how many ladies saw that and started fangirling over my awesomeness. Thank the stars I mastered Kenobusho Koki Haki. If not, it would probably be picking my teeth to the floor right now. Though Issei and like coiled viper, as Cyborg was still a bit of dazed at having his punch, the same punch that destroyed the spirits of many high-class devils, stopped so easily. Issei retaliated with a powerful and perfectly executed roundhouse kick to the head and sent Cyborg skidding back.
As Cyborg regained his bearings, he looked back up to see Issei still having his left leg outstretched from the kick, and he held it there for a while, before using his right foot as the fulcrum and calmly bringing his leg back down to the original position he had before launching the kick. Looking majorly cool whilst doing so, Cyborg felt something on the side of his mouth and used the back of his hands to wipe it off. As he looked at the substance, he realized it was blood. You could hear a pin drop as the stadium was engulfed in silence, with many varying reactions from shock, disbelief, excitement, and strangely arousal. Don't ask about the last one. The shocking part wasn't that he just caught a lightning-quick punch from Cyborg, but that he did so without taking any damage, as his punches were known to monstrously destructive. What they didn't know again was that Issei coated his palm with a thin layer of Bento Shoko Haki to absorb the impact. While the spectators remained oblivious to this, what they did know was that they were going to be in for one hell of a fight. The cheers rang on through the arena as they encouraged to put on a show. As Issei looked at the face of Cyborg, the left side of his mouth slowly lifted into a smirk, as almost taunting and challenging one, so think like Majin Vegeta's smile. An expression that Cyborg returned, and kind of before all posturing came as the end, as both competitors coiled up before bursting into action and meeting each other in the middle of the field. Punches and kicks were flying hard and fast from both sides, as every action was expertly blocked or deflected by one another in ways that sent shockwaves vibrating through the air. If Cyborg threw a punch, Issei deflected it nimbly before retaliating with a kick of his own that would be dodged by Cyborg before flinging another punch in his direction, which continued the cycle for a few minutes. They were still significantly holding back, as this was more of a warm-up and a means to feel each other out. After continuing their exchange for a few minutes, Cyborg decided to up the ante as he threw a brutal body shot at Issei, who tanked the hit with a slight twitch in his expression, indicating his discomfort before retaliating with vicious haymaker to the face, which disoriented Cyborg, but not enough for Issei to capitalize on, as Cyborg came back at him with a more gutso. As the restraints fell away from more shots connected, as both fighters were concerned with dealing damage to the opponent than their own defense. Fists and feet were flying through the air with deadly accuracy. While Cyborg relied more on his upper body strength and his fist, Issei favored his legs more, as he relied on a nimble footwork and precise kicks. They both had power and capability to change it up, though. Cyborg closed and managed to get into Issei's guard, but he was ready for him and grabbed his arms and rotated his hips to perform a modified judo throw over his shoulders. Unfortunately, the move barely phased Cyborg, as he landed on his feet and shot back towards Issei. As he got closer, he slid into the crouch and swept his legs in an attempt to bring down Issei, who scouted the move and jumped in the air, which was exactly what Cyborg was aiming for. Issei seemed to realize this was too late, as he left vulnerability in the air. Luckily, he was able to sense the attack coming and quickly put up a cross guard to soften the blow of the kick from Cyborg. Issei, although softened by the blow guarding, was still pushed back. As he flew backward, he showed his dexterity by leaning back completely and using the ground as support to perform a backflip, with his hands planted on the ground for support. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he exploded towards Cyborg, leaving the ground cratered where his feet were, and motioned a right hook. Cyborg put up his guard, but realized the mistake as it went was a feint, and Issei instead it sent a kick to Cyborg's thigh, which made him double over a bit, before using his momentum to follow through with an uppercut to Issei's chin, which left him seeing stars for a few seconds before he used the backward motion to propel himself forward and headbutted Cyborg as dolls sounded repriated throughout the arena from the impact. They both took the time to catch their breath and collect themselves before bursting towards the other, as their fists crossed each other and impacted the other's face in cross counter that they held before backing off to regain their bearings and take the stock of the situation. As they took their time, the commentators sprang into action. Amazing, folks. What an expedition of pure physical combat by both young men. They evenly exchange powerful attacks and they barely look out of breath. If anything, they look ready to go for more, announced the Nod Indeed, it was quite the demonstration of hand-to-hand combat. I can feel the intensity of these blows from all the way here in the commentary box. What's also interesting to note is that Issei has yet to bring out his sacred gear, stated Azazel, surprising, as many they were so caught up in the battle, but they didn't even notice that point. Back on the field, both fighters measured the other up. It seems you've drastically improved since we traded blows a few months ago. Seeing you match my punches really gets my blood pumping. I haven't been in a good fight in a while, said Cyberorg. The force of Issei's attack really caught him off guard. He didn't expect the opponent to match him head on without his balance breaker. Maybe he was falling into the unsavory habits of his race. Herbus. I've been working hard to reach this level. I've broken and repaired my body numerous times to be able to attain this strength. I'm sure you, better than anyone else, understands what that means, stated Issei, as he spoke for the first time in this match. His deep voice had women swooning in the audience. Not that he paid attention for once, as he was completely focused on the match. Cyrod responded with a grin that filled his battle lust. You truly are a worthy opponent. Here I come, stated Cyborg as he crossed his arms in front of him. Symbols appeared on all four limbs. His weights, realized Issei. He must have reapplied it after his previous fight against Kiba. Zenobia and Ross Visai wondered why he wasn't wearing his toki anymore, deduced Issei. Just as he predicted, faint light was emitted from Cyborg's limb before the symbols disappeared. The next moment, the force of release of power blew away his immediate surroundings as the wind picked up around him, along with a shallow crater being formed beneath his feet. As a white glow encompassed Cyborg and comforted to his body almost like a second skin, his toki was finally in place. Issei had to say he was seriously impressed. Cyborg's toki was leagues ahead of Konako's in terms of power and intensity. Truly, this devil is an intriguing one, stated Drake. It's rare for you to dish out such praise, Drake, especially to a devil. It is that time of month for you, questioned Issei cheekily. He didn't speak out loud as he didn't want people thinking he was crazy and talking to himself. You disrespectful brat. As I was saying, for a devil to awaken Toki is unheard of. He must have pursued power, and his body answered him by using his base of life itself as power and wrapping around his body. He must have quite the vitality and life force for it to become visible like this. What is means that you can't fool around anymore. Like you have been. Take him seriously, advised Drake. Issei nodded his head and knew he could not play around anymore. Cyborg is the real deal, and it would be disrespectful if he held back any longer. He focused himself and sharpened his senses. His hands were slowly being coated in Binoshoki Haki, turning them a shiny black boot. Due to his gloves, nobody noticed anything different. Here I come, Issei Hyoudou, shouted Cyborg as he shot at Issei with unimaginable speed, barreled into him. They exchanged a flurry of blows, with Cyborg getting quite a few past Issei's guard, getting him to grimace slightly from the thunderous impact of the blows. Punches, kicks, and headbutts and throws were all on the menu, as both men literally used their bodies as weapons to bring harm to one another. Due to the boost from the Toki, Cyborg had a slight advantage over Issei momentarily, which he took advantage of by raining as many blows upon him as he could. As Issei recovered, he decided it was time to take it to the next level. His body became coated by red aura, slowly concealed into both of his arms, before they flashed, leaving his arms on display. On both arms were red leather-like gauntlets that reached all the way to his elbows. They were entirely red with flame, like patterns on the wrist guard. On the back side of his palms was green gem with a symbol of a red dragon emperor in the middle. Basically, it's like Sun's Volleyball's gear minus from Kimiko Hitman Reborn. This was Issei's boosted gear. He customized it to suit his taste. It was a lot easier to wield now, and not as clunky. Plus, he wielded it on both arms. Boost! What the fuck is that? Why does the boosted gear look like that? Did that crazy bastard somehow after a fucking Longinus and create a subspecies? Oi, Issei, you better stop by the Gregor when this is over. I'd love to I need to give you a checkup to ensure you're fine, stated Azazel, as he gave 2 thumbs up, trying to look as innocent as possible, which is hard when you look like seriously sketchy motherfucker. Issei's sweat dropped at that response. This was why he reluctant to use his sacred gear. He knew that the evil governor would try to rope him into having some experience performed on him. Boost! Explosion! Although he didn't really need the boost, he did so anyway. Just anyway to have a little extra in the tank. Magnificent, applauded Sire Org, as he scrutinized Issei's change in sacred gear, wondering if it was only cosmetic. There were new abilities as well. He decided to find out as he charged straight ahead, only to hastily swerve out of his way. Heiken! Roared Issei. A huge flame fist came barreling in his direction. As he righted himself, he heard his opponent's voice again. Hotarubi, stated Issei, as he released a multitude of little green lights that resembled fireflies and surrounded Cyborg, who was too late, as the next layer of attack came. Hitorama, said Issei as he clicked his fingers, and simultaneously all green fireflies detonated in a huge conflagration. As the flames cleared, Cyborg skidded out of the flames with his closed eyes and hair ruffled. Luckily, his toki prevented him from being barbecued. Looking up, he saw Issei speedily close the distance and saw a swing right hook at him, which he had no choice but to take. Spitting out blood, his head snapped to the side from the impact. He kicked out and put some distance between them. Before jumping back into his Renage, Issei in a fist fight resulting in a harsh flurry of blows, land on the both young men over the next few and had a lot of blood spilling. Cyborg's right eye was almost shut, and he was leaking blood from his forehead and his nose, which also looked to be fractured. Issei spouted a busted lip and coughed up a lot of blood. Luckily, he had his regeneration to take care of the internal damage, but he told Dre to try to prevent it from healing him externally for now, as he didn't want to tip anyone off yet on his godly regeneration. There were probably enemies watching this after all. The exchange of blows continued before a stalemate occurred, bringing up both of his arms. Issei caught Sire Org's hands as they were both locked on a frontal grappling match. They both exerted their strength as they tried to output the power of one another. It was a stalemate. That is until Issei threw his head back and took a deep breath before facing forward again and exhaling a small storm of blistering hot flames from his mouth. Luckily, Sire Org, his toki, once again minimized most of the damage, but he still felt the heat of the attack. His distraction cost him, as Issei struck him with a swift kick to the chin before following it up with one another to the side of the head, followed by an axe kick that left him feeling before he jumped and rotated 360 degrees, performing a helicopter kick to the side of his face that downed Sire Org. As he lay on the ground trying to catch his breath from the brutal blows exchanged, he saw a flicker at the corner of his eye. Issei jumped inhumanly high into the air just above Sire Org. Busoku Kokai, shouted Issei, as the entirety of his left arm, including his boosted gear, took a black metallic shine, which he fully cocked back as he descended to the ground at some point where Sire Org's head lay. You didn't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out what was going to happen next. Luckily for Sire Org, he had enough wherewithal to extend his wings at the last moment and accelerate the hell out of there as Issei brought his fist down where Sire Org's head used to be. Extreme quake, roared Issei as his fist connected with the ground, sending shockwaves through the surface before the ground created a deeply huge chunks of rock, dirt flying through the air as the ground was completely obliterated. Sire Org, from this position in the air, had a bed of sweat roll down his face as he witnessed the wanton destruction caused by a single punch. He wondered if this is what people felt like when they faced him. Holy shit, shouted the commentator Nod, as he quite eloquently expressed the sentiments of probably all of the people currently in the stadium who were trying to pick their jaws up from the floor from witnessing the ridiculous display of strength. Ha! You truly are something else. I haven't been pushed like this since my childhood. Truly, I'm jealous. I can see now why Rias prizes was as far as Sire Org got before Issei cut him off. Whoa, stop right there. Right now, this isn't about Rias or the House of Biel or anyone else. This is about you and me. Right now, we are just two warriors on the field of battle. Nothing else should matter. Yet I can still feel you holding back a great deal. You haven't even used that weapon round or up your right wrist. Oh, don't look so shocked. I have a sentient sacred gear, you know. He sensed it the moment I stepped onto the field. So the question remains, what are you afraid of? Why are you still holding back? Do you not acknowledge me as your opponent? Are you afraid what those lazy, fat-ass High Council of Devils will think when you reveal it? Or you were more concerned that limp-dicked fossil with a severe case of erectile dysfunction going through a middle-age crisis that he likes to cover it up by flexing his political muscle and threatening and bending people to his whims to cover up his opponents. Zekrom Biel, stated Issei checkily. The silence that permitted the stadium was painfully deafening. The spectators couldn't believe what he just said about the most politically powerful and probably the oldest devil alive at the moment, the original Great King himself and creator of the power destruction. Rias' eyes had widened to comical portions as she couldn't believe what her Pana just said. He could get himself executed for saying such things. She was seriously stressing out right now. She needed to get her Onisama and make sure nothing happened to Issei. Similar reactions were experienced across the stadium. Some were flabbergasted. Some were afraid of him. The higher up on the council were absolutely livid. They were almost fronting up the mouth by the disrespect shown to them by the filthy low-class devil. Azazel and Sir Zex, though, were doing their best not to fall off their seats, and with rambunctious laughter, they'd expect nothing less from their favorite dragon. For him to have the balls to say it, for him to have the balls to say that on a live broadcast that was being sent all throughout the underworld, truly, there was never a dull moment with him around. Doliver Biel, for his part, just smirked to himself and suddenly decided to pay closer attention to this interesting young man. Seraphal just giggled mischievously at Issei. She's been wanting to say that for years. Sekiru-chan really was a funny guy, not to mention a total hottie now. A sudden gleam entered her eyes as she licked her lips in a seductive manner. Issei, on the field, suddenly felt a chill gun on his spine. Grafia raised an elegant eyebrow at the young man, which was the most expression you would get from the ultimate queen. If you look closely enough, though, you would see the corners of her lids twitch upward significantly. Sona sat dumbfounded. Her hair was comically disheveled, as her glasses were barely hanging onto her face, as she took in what Issei Hyoudou just said. For him to have the audacity to insult and demean one of the most powerful devils to ever live, and in front of so many people, he certainly had a death wish. It was the only explanation. A small, treacherous part of her mind did the little whoop of joy and agreement as Zircon Biel and his frantic supporters were the main obstacles standing in the way of accomplishing her dream. She could just picture her sister giggling mischievously as what occurred, which caused her sweat to drop. Ravel, for her part, just giggled into the back of her hand. She would expect nothing less from Issei-sama, who spoke his mind without care for consequences and said things as they were. She wasn't afraid for him, as she had complete faith in him that he knew what he was doing, and in front of that, any of those stuffy old fossils dare to think they have the right to lay their disgusting hands on their future master, they would have to get through her first, which won't end well for them, or their future mental and physical health at all, thought Ravel, with a sadistic gleam in her eyes, which promised unimaginable pain to those she considered enemies that freaked out those sitting around her. Back on the field, Cyberorg's eyes were comically bulging out of its sockets, and his jaw was trying to have an intimate encounter with the ground. His mind couldn't process the insanity that was taking place right now. Sure, he had no love for his grandfather. That man was responsible for the treatment of him and his mother that led to all problems in their lives, but to hear someone have the nerve to call him out was unimaginable. He felt a little emboldened by the courage shown by Issei. He's lived in the shadow of the Biel house for so long, shedding blood, sweat, and tears to reach this point, but hearing the words of his opponent sparked something in him. He was also a bit unnerved that his secret weapon was discovered so easily. I can see the look of shock and concern on your face. You don't need to worry. Although it's highly appreciated, I'm not afraid of those idiots. If anything, it's the other way around. They're afraid of me, spoke Issei with a smirk. Seeing the look of confusion on the face of his opponents, he decided to elaborate. Do you still know why I'm a low-class devil in rank? I can see you wondering. where this is going, so let me spell it out for you. I've been a devil for about 7 months, and in that time I have defeated high-class devils in one-on-one combat, even though he underestimated me, and overcame the vaunted immortality of Phoenix Clan. I have achieved this in less than 3 weeks of being a devil. I fought and held back Kokaville, a survivor of the Great War. I fought the current White Dragon Emperor, Vali Lucifer, said to be the strongest host ever, to a stalemate, and forced him to retreat at the peace conference. I achieved Balance Breaker in less than a month, and went to defeat the SS-ranked Ultimate Stray Devil Kuroka. I also fought and defeated the traitor Theodora Ashtaroth, and the leader of the old malfaction, Shalba Beelzebub. A few weeks later, with the aid of Sanji Gresaru, I defeated the Norse god Loki. And just a few months ago, I fought the leader of the hero faction and the possessor of the true Longinus, Ko in Kyoto, and forced him to retreat with his tail between his legs while destroying one of his eyes. I know, it sounds like I'm bragging, but there is a point to all this, so I'll ask you again, Sarorgiel. Do you know why I'm still a low-class devil, when any one of those achievements is enough to earn any devil a promotion test? Going by simple logic, I should be an ultimate class devil right now. Do you know why I'm not? Questioned Issei, with knowing a smirk on his face. He was really going to enjoy this. Sarorg, try as he might, couldn't wrap his head around the argument. He knew what Issei was saying. If any of his Parage achieved that, they would get automatic promotion. He was brought back by the answer provided by his opponent, an answer he didn't think he would reach. Fear. The answer is simple, Sarorg. It's fear. They are afraid of me and what I represent. I'm a commoner in the human world. My parents are average, working-class citizens with no special attributes. I'm essentially a nobody. But here I am, standing across the heir to the powerful house of Biel, trading blows evenly. I represent faith of the simple man and woman who have so long been ignored. I represent the hope of the reincarnated devils who are treated as second-class citizens. They see me rising to the top, and it gives them the courage to challenge to do so, to do the same, and hope that their children can have a happy future. Look at those kids sitting in my stand over there. They believe in me. They believe that I will win. They are rooting for me. This, Sarorg, is what they fear. If they promote me, it will show that anything is possible for those of lower rank, than my popularity throughout the underworld will carry the message through, stated Issei passionately. The people in the stands all cheered loudly at his words. Showing the support behind his message, his words resonated deeply with them. For the people on his side who were more politically inclined, like Serzex, Azazel, Grafia, and Serafal, they realized what he really did here, and they couldn't help but tip their hats at the cunning plan he cooked up. By publicly calling out the council on the issues that he did and exposed their unfair treatment of him, he aligned himself with the average devil citizens, the commoners, who feel similarly aggravated, then fashioned himself as the champion of the common man, and now without a doubt gathered their support, which is immense, as they have a large majority of the population, but don't have much say due to the hierarchy of the Devil Society. But now they had a voice, a powerful and influential devil who wasn't afraid to speak his mind and say it like it is. As it stands, his statements today has the effect of making one of two things happen. Number one, the High Council agrees to his promotion, which elevates his status, something they were trying to prevent, and validate his message that anything is possible with hard work and determination, which will spur on the similar class, who will look as him as an example. This will also boost his support, as seeing him succeed will give him a great following from the people he represents and give him measure of political power due to the sway he holds over the majority population. Or number two is that they continue to deny his promotion, which will do nothing but validate his claims and show everyone that he was right and the council is indeed afraid of him, turning him into a matchery to the people who seem being wrong for no apparent reason. Either way, it's a win-win situation for Issei regardless of the outcome. The High Council don't have much of a choice regardless of what they decide to do. They will lose. It's only a matter of the least damaging choice, as they will take a hit to their reputation regardless of what happens. They have works hard to minimize the damage. They will have to work hard to minimize this damage. Those same four previously mentioned were seriously impressed. It was such a simple and straightforward maneuver that seemed ridiculous and suicidal on the surface, but at one fell swoop he established the enormous base of support and positioned himself to be a big player in the future. That's why I'm here today, Sire Org. I'm fighting for those kids who don't have a voice. I'm fighting for those people who can't fight for themselves. The question is, what are you fighting for? I could feel turmoil within you as we exchanged fists. You need to put it out your mind, though. You need to put it out of your mind, though. This isn't about a Zircon Biel or Sir Zex Lucifer. I don't give a flying fuck what either of them do. This is about you and me fighting with everything on the line. I acknowledge you as someone worthy as my opponent. We are similar in the way we came about. We are both failed called creatures. We are both called failures, who were never amount to anything, yet we built our bodies, the foundation of our strength, to the point where those same naysayers could never hope to stand against us. We were given nothing, yet we took everything. Yet I can still see you hesitating. Do you not have someone important you are fighting for? Would she not want you to see full display of your magnificent power on display with the same body she gifted you? You need to forget about those idiot politicians, say, and do what you've always done and speak with your fist. You don't need the power of destruction. Your body is destruction personified. While hope for a power that can never hope to match your fist. I acknowledge you as the true great king. So show me what you've got. Show me your resolve. This is the fight that these people came to see. The Great King versus the Red Dragon Emperor. This is about to be Sire Org Biel versus Issei Hyoudou. Stop caring about the consequences and let's tear this place down, shouted Issei to the roaring and thunderous cheers of the spectators. Sire Org, for his part, felt as though this huge burden was lifted off his shoulders. His opponent, no, Issei Hyoudou was right. He made it this far by obliterating any obstacles that stood in his way without fear of anything. The thought of his beloved mother and the sacrifices she made for him echoed through his mind. His eyes became a little misty as he thought of her and decided that she would want him to live his life freely and not be bogged down by silly politics. If he loses support today, then he will just build it up from the bottom. He felt his resolve harden as he finally felt free of the metaphorical shackles he had placed upon himself. He decided it was time to honor his mother and clan as she came. Issei Hyoudou, your words have resonated with my soul. I feel freer than I've been in a long time. I'll reward you with my full power. Prepare yourself, declared Sire Org. Regulus, are you ready? Questioned Sire in his mind. I'm always prepared to aid you, my master, answered the voice of his sacred gear. Sire Org held up his left arm. His golden bracelet started to shine brightly with a golden light. Most people curiously looked on, wondering what he was doing. Azazel, though, his eyebrows disappeared into his hairline as he resigned to the jewel on his bracelet. Balance break, shouted Sire Org, a dazzling light that spread around the field. Because of his intense light, most of the audience covered there. When the light vanished, what appeared was Sire Org, wearing a golden-colored plate armor, which had a motif of a lion, the helm of its head and golden hair, which looked like a lion. There was a lion-like face on its chest, and eyes glowed as if it was its own consciousness. The consusive force and the release of power destroyed in the ground around him. The balance breaker of Regulus Nema, the Regulus Ray Leather Lex. Issei Hyoudou, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for making me serious. That's why I reward you with my fist. Come at me with what you've got. Sire Org, who was walking towards Issei step by step, said that aloud. There was an overwhelming presence surrounding him along with his armor covered in toki. In the commentator box, Azazel was frothing out the mouth, seeing a Longinus-class sacred gear that was missing for years. He had many questions that he needed to be answered. He didn't doubt that thing. We're going to get prickly for the House of Biel for hiding a Longinus sacred gear from the leaders, especially with a peace treaty in place. Seeing the power rolling off Sire Org, Issei laughed happily to himself. Truly, he was becoming a battle freak. He needed to watch some porn when he got back home to fill up on the hero power before he becomes a one-track minded bastard like Folly. Opie was better than fighting any day of the week.
Marvelous. You really are the real deal, Sire Org. You have my respect. Let me show you, the only way I know how. I honestly wasn't planning on using my balance breaker in this fight, but now it seems like I don't have much of a choice. I told myself I'd fight only those worthy of its power. You will be the first to experience my new balance breaker. Hold on to your hat, stated Issei as he leaped straight into the air. As he reached the highest point he could, he spread his arms and shouted, "Balance break! Welt's Dragon, balance breaker!" rang out the voice of Drake in response. An oppressive force weighed down on all those present. In blinding red light that encompassed the arena, some of more vulnerable members of the audience were finding it difficult to simply breathing. As the pressure appeared, it was lifted as all the red light that was released and concealed into a single point, where Issei was in the air, forming a large spinning ball of red energy that encompassed him. The energy kept churning. Suddenly something cut in half before expelling it to reveal the sight of lay within. It was truly awe-inspiring, which was the most audience was feeling. The gleaming red armor of the Red Dragon Emperor was on full display for all to see. But it wasn't the regular armor they were accustomed to seeing. This one looked a lot more streamlined and offered more mobility. It was almost more aesthetically pleasing. I don't think I'll be able to fully describe. It made for an intimidating sight, especially at the height he was at his dragon wings were fully on display. Once again, Azazel was practically salivating at the sight of what he amused to be a subspecies balance breaker. He seriously needed to get this boy in the lab. The Opie Dragon fans were going nuts with cheers seeing their hero in his armor. It was different than one another they were used to seeing on TV, but it looked way cooler. Ravel was leading them in their cheers as she smiled beautifully at the sight of her all decked out in his armor. "Let's do this," Sire Org roared Issei as the two of them charged at each other. And that is where we're going to stop for now. They met in the middle as their fists met in a clash that shook the foundations of the arena and sent shockwaves through the air. They disengaged and dove in once more for another powerful clash. On and on they were trying to overpower one another. Fist and feet were flying as they fought for dominance. The audience at the stadium and at home was completely engrossed in the fight and the emotion that was given off by both fighters. As more hits connected, blood started going flying from the concussive impact of the blows. It was now a battle of stamina and willpower. All fancy tricks and elegance was thrown out the window. It was about who could outlast the other. More and more hits landed as dull impacting sounds reverberated throughout the arena. Bones could be heard creaking. From the power of the hits, people started to either move or edge of their seats or stand, as they could sense something at the end approaching. The ORC and Rias watched as shocked as Issei, throughout the match, fought and spoke like a completely different person. If it wasn't for the sacred gear he was using, they would have thought he was an imposter. The level of strength now far outstripped anything they could ever hope to put up. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Azazel on the ground with a proud smile on his face as the weak little boy he knew grew up to be a fine man indeed. He wondered if this was what proud fathers felt like. Ravel looked on with a gentle smile on her face as Issei-sama fought his heart out. Seeing him now reiterated to her that she made the right choice in choosing him. She slowly put her hand together in prayer, a devil praying. The irony was not lost on her. For Issei-sama's win, for she had to complete an unshakable faith in him. The two competitors were staggering as they dug into the tank for their last attack. As Sire Org moved in the brutal-looking punch, Issei activated the Kenoboshu Hakai for one of a few times in the match and saw the trajectory of the hit and dodge at the last minute before holding up his arm. "Buso Shokukoka," he whispered as the entire left arm of his armor turned black. Sarg was too drained to get out of the way as he saw the attack coming. "You win today," say Hyoudou. "Thank you for the marvelous fight and for showing me that light once again." Were Sire Org's last thoughts as Issei's haki enhanced fist connected with his sternum, knocking him out as his back hit the ground and his armor dissipated. Silence. Issei released his balance breaker before walking over to Sire Org, bending down and giving him a pat on the chest as a sign of thanks.
Cyril Bell loses. He retires. This is the end of the game. Rias Gremory's team's victory, the announcer Rita Rosenkreuz says. It's over. Issei Hyoudou had defeated Cyril Bell. The Gremory team wins, shouted Nod. The entire stadium burns into cheers simultaneously in appreciation of the spectacular fight they bore to witness. Ria shed a few tears in happiness at her Parage attaining victory and her beloved bond coming through for her in the end. The rest of her Parage were happily celebrating in the medical ward. Sona Citri shook her head in disbelief. Her queen was in a similar state of mind to think that the infamous pervert of Ko actually defeated the strongest youth devil. She needed to go over this match again in her spare time to analyze the strategies. One thing's for sure though, she needed to keep an eye on Issei Hyoudou in the future. She suddenly blushed as less than savory thoughts filled her mind. Luckily, no one but her queen noticed as her Parage were busy cheering their schoolmate on. Ravel shed tears of happiness at seeing her Issei-sama finally get the recognition he deserves. She hoped this led to his promotion, as she couldn't wait to stand by his side where she belonged permanently. As Issei took in the cheers of the crowd, he turned towards the fan section of his show where the children were situated at. He smiled gently at them as they enthusiastically cheered for him. He raised his hand in the air as a large magic circle appeared about the stand. From it fell out a multitude of Opie Dragon merchandise, including shirts, caps, and balance breaker plushies, all signed by him. The cheers roared around the stadium as they saw his gesture towards the children who idolize him. It reverberated with them, especially those of common birth and those who were incarnated. It was at that moment their hearts that dubbed him their champion. Issei raised his arm in victory as the name thundered across the arena. Issei, Issei! It felt good to him, the recognition of his deeds and use of acknowledgement of his strength. He backed in their adulation a little longer as the single through rang through his mind. This is just the beginning, he said to himself. Now we go to Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Life goes on. The sun illuminated the morning streets of Ko beautifully as many teenagers and young children made their way to school. Some could be seen chatting excitedly with their friends. Others were on their smartphones discussing the latest trends in movies. One lone teenager was calmly making his way through the streets towards Ko Academy. He was dressed in regular uniform with the exception of his shirt being long-sleeved, that were rolled up to his elbows that showed his toned and defined arms and torso. He also the only guy wearing earrings, along with his green eyes and braids in his shaggy hair, made many young girls blush and giggle excitedly at the mysterious student. Issei Hyoudou just kept walking calmly, carrying his bag over his shoulder, seeming to casually ignore everything around him, and when in fact his senses were sharp and his haki honed to perfection. His training taught him to always be aware of his surroundings and be ready for an attack on his person. It was also amusing to him that nobody recognized him, and that the same girls who used to sneer at him for being a pervert are now fangirling over him. Outwardly, he kept a stoic expression. Inwardly, he was laughing his ass off. A few months ago, he would have been jumping for joy receiving such attention from these girls. Now, though, he couldn't care less. Maybe it was his increase in power, his newfound confidence, or maybe his dragonification, but he felt that they were beneath him. They were hypocrites and undeserving of his notice. Therefore, he didn't register any of them as he continued his track. As he walked on, he thought back to the aftermath of his raid and gained victory. The flashback. The atmosphere was celebratory in the infamy housing that remaining members of the Gremory Parage. They celebrated their victory in grueling and hard-fought raiding game. Although they haven't put a previous victory under their belt against Sona Citri, it couldn't really count as satisfying win. This one, though, gave them all the feeling of pride and accomplishment, defeating the strongest youth devil to put them on the radar of many people. They were joined by their king Rias, Azia, Irina, and Ravel. Rias was in tears as she congratulated and thanked her servants for fighting so hard on our behalf. "Has anyone seen Issei?" questioned Zenobia with a tilt of her head. Her question elicited many emotions from the occupants of the room, mostly positive. They were all waiting for bated breath to see their friend again. He made a stop at the other infirmary. He should have been here in a few minutes. He should be here in a few minutes, came from the answer from Azazel as he stepped into the room, followed by Sir Zex, Graphia, and little Milikis. Rias Onisama, congratulations on winning, cheered Milikis, with an adorable smile on his face that made many of the girls coo at his cuteness. Ritan, Oni-chan is so proud of you, exclaimed Sir Zex, with many tears running down his face as he made up to gloop his sister before the ever-reliable Graphia intercepted him by the way of the hand to his ears, followed by a painful twist. Sir Zex-sama, you are the Mal Lucifer. Please show proper decorum, stated Graphia, with a long-suffering sigh accompanied by the shrieks of pain from Sir Zex, which made the members of the RC chuckle uncomfortably. Seems like you guys are having fun in there, came a cool voice from the door. As they looked towards it, the star of today's show stepped into the room, accompanied by atomic blushes of the females of the room, including Graphia. Although she had more control of herself, he still had the same pants and boots from earlier, but now swapped out the combat vest for a white button-up shirt with the button undone, giving them a glimpse of the delicious neckline adored by the dragon fang necklace. Over the shirt, he wore the black leather jacket that extended to his knees with whitish gray fur along with the collar. All in all, he excluded an aura of a cool bad boy. Rias immediately sobs uncontrollably, as all the emotions she's been bottling up these last few months all came rushing back to her as she barrels towards him in a hug. As she cries into his chest, apologizing for what happened and asking for forgiveness, Issei just gives a worried smile and pats her uncomfortably on the shoulder, telling her that everything's okay and that he doesn't hold a grudge. Relief immediately filled the ORC as he said those words. They thought things could finally go back to normal, that is until they noticed that Issei wasn't drooling over Rias like he usually does, or making any inappropriate remarks about Opie. If anything, he looked totally impassive in her presence. This worried them as they realized that things aren't going to just fix themselves, and the guy who usually fixes things doesn't look like he wants to. After Rias disengaged him and made herself look presentable, Issei turned toward the other occupants of the room. Sir Zex, Graphia's son, and of course little Milikis. Good to see you again, greeted Issei politely towards Sir Zex and Graphia before patting Milikis' head, making the little boy go into a temporary state of bliss. The former smiled widely as he put his arms around Issei's shoulder while his wife politely greeted Issei back. Good evening, Issei-sama. Congratulations on a magnificent battle fought. Praised Graphia stoically, as Issei blushed lightly at the praise from someone he holds in high regard. Thanks, Graphia-san. That means a lot coming from you, he said. Seriously, Issei-kun, that fight was one for the ages. Not to mention your little speech in the middle of it. Do you have any idea what kind of stir it caused among the higher-ups? Questioned Sir Zex. Stir? I don't know what you mean. I just spoke my mind like I always do. I thought people were used to that part of me, asked Issei with a sly smile on his face and his eyes shining with mischief that Azazel and Sir Zex burst out laughing. It's safe to say your little training retreat paid dividends, stated Azazel. Yeah, I really did. I feel better than I ever have in my life. Plus, I learned a whole lot about the supernatural world as well. The boosted gear really is a well information if you know where to look, replied Issei, with a subtle wink to Azazel, who caught on quickly to this meaning. Issei Nisama, you were so cool out there, praised Milikis, with stars shining in his eyes as he gazed at Issei in admiration, making Sir Zex crouch in the corner with a storm cloud over his head as he drew shapes into the ground with his finger. Saying how Issei was stealing his son away, making everyone in the room sweat drop while Graphia's eyebrow was twitching irritably, Issei just ignored the drama and picked up little Milikis and put him on his shoulder, regaling him tales of his awesome victories, making the little boy gush in excitement and the girls in the room coo at the adorable scene. Graphia just smiled softly, seeing two of her favorite boys get along. She would never say it out loud, but she had a bit of a soft spot for Issei. He was like a goofy little brother that you couldn't help but love. You cut it pretty close today. You're normally pretty punctual, so why were you late? Questioned Azazel curiously. Issei just sheepishly scratched his head as he responded. Yeah, well, during the time I was training, I erected a powerful barrier spell to contain any damage which I released a few hours before the match, but as soon as I released it, I found someone waiting for me on the other side, spoke Issei. While he didn't lie, he didn't tell them the entire truth either. They didn't need to know about the time dilation field for now. The others were a bit surprised that he was able to use a barrier magic as it wasn't something common. Their surprise suddenly turned into alarm at the prospect of someone lying in wait wait for Issei. Was it the Chaos Brigade? Questioned Sir Zex sharply. His earlier good mood vanished as he was in full leader mode. Issei just shook his head negatively. No, I doubt it. If anything, it was the old Mao faction. I took care of the problem, though, so there's no need to worry, assured Issei cryptically. The adults in the room could sense that he didn't give them the entire story, but when he signaled with the eyes, they knew they would get it later, in more of a private location. Once the worry passed, things were back to normal with boisterous conversations from Sir Zex and Azazel. Issei went over to Gasper and praised him for his bravery, making the Daphne sob in happiness and as the senpai's praise. The others got a word or two of congratulations. They did notice the thought that it seemed a little impersonal compared to the usual compliments of Issei. It made them a little sad on the inside to see this change. It felt as though a gap opened up between them and Issei. They could only hope to mend their fractured relationship in the coming days. As the festivities continued, Issei walked over to his manager who sat at the corner of the room. Her face lit up in joy seeing his, which she quickly tried to mask with a facade of indifference. Issei just chuckled at the cinderies tendencies of his beautiful blonde manager. Hey Ravel, good work today. No, only in the stands, but for organizing everything just as I asked. In fact, it turned rather out better than I imagined thanks to your dedication. I'm proud to call you my manager, commended Issei, with a warm and kind smile on his face as he patted the head over Ravel, whose face ignited in an atomic blush, along with the most blissfully happy expression on her face at the praise of the man she loved. It was like her greatest dreams had come true. There were even tears at the corner of her eyes as she basked her presence of admiration of her beloved. Anything for you, Issei-sama, stated Ravel, who was still lost in sensation of praise. There were those who didn't look happy at this interaction, though. Rias, Akano, Azia, Zenobia, Irina, and Konako were wearing expressions of extreme jealousy at the interaction between the two of them. Issei was so formal and indifferent when dealing with them on his return, but with Ravel, he was so warm and friendly. Like the old Issei was with them, they felt a pang of sadness in their hearts at this. Was this the consequence of their actions and selfish behavior? They didn't like it at all. They needed to work on fixing their relationships with him as soon as possible. The flashback ends. That was Friday afternoon. It was now Monday morning, and those girls have been pestering him about his training and trying to get reactions from him by dressing simply around the house. It was honestly getting on his nerves a little. He did appreciate the view of their barely clothed bodies, but their constant attempts to make things up to him was wearing his ridiculously long patience thin. Luckily, he used his disciple to keep himself from reacting outwardly to their provocations, much to their disappointment. He finally made his way into the classroom and took his regular seat just as the class was about to get started, drawing the attention of everyone there, the teacher included. Excuse me, young man. I don't think I was informed of a transfer student. Are you perhaps in the wrong class? Questioned the teacher politely. Issei just slightly irritably, knowing what a headache this was about to become. I'm not in the wrong class, Miss Hanakawa. I only took a 2-month break, but I didn't think you'd forget me so easily. It's me, Issei Hyoudou, stated Issei impassively, causing many spit takes and jaw drops as the rest of the class looked at him in unimagined shock and disbelief. What? Was the general consensus. Hyoudou? That pervert? What the hell happened to him? When did he get so hot? Issei, you traitor! There were the predictable reactions of his classmates. He paid them no mind as he focused on the young teacher, who was blushing as he gazed at him. He decided to turn on the charm as he looked at her and smiled politely, causing her, as well as the female population of the class, to blush even more at the many of the guys stared daggers at him. Would you like me to get the note from the student council to confirm my identity, Miss Hanakawa? Questioned Issei benevolently, turning the teacher into a shuddering mess as she shook her head negatively. Taking a moment to collect herself before continuing the class, the level of killing intent directed at his was somewhat impressive, he had to admit. He just ignored them, though, as focused on the class. Even though his tutors made sure he was educated in the basics of including math, science, history, which most of them lived, and politics, he still decided to try and be a good student, if nothing else, than to make his parents happy after the years of disappointment he caused them. Scene change. As he packed his books away and took out his bento, he sensed the perceived danger and suddenly shifted his body a few degrees to the side and angled himself in such a way The punches missed him, completely causing the offending parties to fall flat on their faces from overextending themselves. He just shook his head at them. They never learned. Issei, you bastard! How dare you betray us like this? We were partners, and now you come in here with your Bishuan looks, stealing all the female attention? At least send some our way, demanded Motohama, as Matsuda just nodded along next to him. Issei fought the urge to facepalm at the two. Is this really what he was like? A wave of embarrassment overcame at the thought, with a certain red dragon laughing in his arm and his head. What on earth are you talking about? I can't help the way I look, and I really don't care what these girls think of me, so you don't need to feel threatened about me taking them. I have actual taste, thank you very much, and now if you'll excuse me, I needed to have my lunch, stated Issei, with half-lidded eyes pissing the two off even further and making the girls swoon at his cold and cutting comments. Saying it made him even more attractive, he just sweat drop at being surrounded by these idiots. He grabbed his bento before hurrying out of the class as elegantly as he could. Scene change. Currently, we find Issei chilling out on the couch in the student council room, eating his bento. He ran into his friend Saji from the Sea-Tree Parage, who invited him back to the student council room to hang out. But man, Hyoudou, what the hell have you been doing to end up like this? I watched the match with Biel and you totally dominated it, seriously. What the fuck have you been eating? Screamed Saji, hysterically, as he grabbed Issei by the collar and started shaking him. Issei just looked back at his friend with a deadpan stare. I haven't been eating anything different. I've just been training really hard. Plus, what can I say? Puberty was kind to me, stated Issei with a playfully mocking smirk on his face as Saji broke down in tears and unfairness of the world. He recovered quickly, though. By the way, congratulations on being selected for mid-class promotion trials, said Saji with a clap to the back. Issei just smiled in thanks as he thought back to that day. Flashback. Mid-class promotion trials, huh? Sounds about right, stated Issei. He was currently situated in the large conference of the Hyoudou residence, which was currently occupied by the URC, Irina, Azazel, and Serzex and Grafia. The current Mal Lucifer stopped by to inform them of the recommendation for promotion for 3 of the members of the Parage, namely Issei, Akano, and Kiba. Rias, of course, was bursting at the seams with pride of her cute servants and their achievements before making their official rating game debut. It was a huge accomplishment for her Parage. Akano and Kiba were quite pleased as well as they acknowledged the praise from the fellow club members while Issei just looked like he expected it. Issei knew this was coming as the defeat of Sire Org Biel compounded all of his other achievements together, giving the higher-ups no choice but to promote him. He also knew that his little dig at the council played a big role in it as well, gathering the overwhelming support of the commoner devils to his cause. The political pressure facing them was probably too much to deny him any longer. Normally, he would have been promoted straight to being a high-class devil, but this is probably just another one of those old farts to flex whatever masculine power they have left. Issei isn't too worried about it, as with the state of the world at the moment, it won't be long before he has another achievement to add his collection that will force them once again to promote him. The 3 of them thanked Serzex for the opportunity and accepted the promotion, and the conversation continued. So, like the next week, the 3 of you, Issei, Kiba, and Akane, will participate in the middle-class devil promotion test at the Underworld, Serzex stated, causing some murmurs for an abrupt date of the test, while Issei just raised his eyebrow again. Thanks to his training, he could read between the lines of this as probably being another attempt from the higher-ups to stifle him by giving him little time to prepare for the test. He just smirked to himself, thinking of those idiots and their petty attempts. His tutors prepared him for this test, and one to follow months ago. He didn't have a single thing to worry about. Serzex continued to inform them of the format of the test, which was surprisingly similar to the ones in the human world, which consisted of a report, an essay, and application questions. Luckily, according to Serzex, the recommendation is permanent, so even if this test is failed, you can take another opportunity. As the discussion was coming to a close, Ross Weiss's stored up. Now, since the discussion is basically finished, I will take my leave, she said. You going somewhere? Ross Weisse? Questioned Issei. He didn't really have a problem with interacting with Ross Weisse. She wasn't a part of the argument 2 months ago, plus she was pretty outspoken with him. She wasn't afraid to call him out for his perverted tendencies, and she was also a good friend to talk to, so they had plenty friendly relationships with each other. To Northern Europe. I'm thinking of returning home for a while, she answered Issei. Just raised his eyebrow as a universal sign to continue as she blushed lightly at his detached expression. She coughed lightly into her fist to regain her composure before answering. Currently, I think I'm lacking power. There are many occasions where the Gremory team fights strong opponents. At this rate, I'll become a hindrance. I'm thinking about increasing this trait of Rook, stated Rosvisa bashfully. Issei just nodded his head in his understanding, and he did the same thing a few months ago after all. I see. Well, good luck, Rosvisa, but considering it's you, I'm sure you'll do great, stated Issei with a charming smile, causing the Valkyrie to blush prettily. She couldn't help it. He looked so much more handsome now. Occupied with his power, maturity, and his cool disposition made him a very attractive for the sign a young Valkyrie. Not that she would say that out loud. She didn't have the most confidence in these areas. Rosvisa, is there something you can rely on in Valhalla? Asked Azazel. Yes. There is a senpai of mine who is professional in that department. It seems that getting points at magical attacks during the Valkyrie candidate test has been vain, answered Rosvisa. Issei just nodded his head. He already had great respect for Rosvisa. She was extremely talented at magic, only being 2 years older than him, and is hailed as a prodigy. But she still remained kind and humble person at heart, which he found very endearing. She was also a fearsome warrior on the battlefield, and the dragon part of him was drawn to that. Looking at the balance of Rias' team, it would be good to have someone who uses magic. It might have been good to use Bush-Up or Pawn to increase her strong points. Rias' team has overwhelming firepower, but looking at it as a whole, it has a shallow defense that could be easily taken down by some tricks and techniques. Even though Akeno and Gaspar are talented in branches of magic, and Issei showed quite the mastery of fire magic in the last game, in the past games and actual battles, the opponents aim for those. In other words, the whole team has muscles even in their brains. Something like that, defeat them before getting defeated. Covering those parts with magic would be a good thing, Azazel pointed out amusedly, causing bitter smiles on the faces of the Gremory, Parage, and Rias to be blushing in embarrassment, while Issei chuckled at the good-naturedly knowing that he had a lot hell more tricks up his sleeve that he has yet to show. But there are many fans that prefer teams like your group. Strategy-type teams and technique-type teams are hard to judge at first glance and lack extreme fights, but expert fans like them, stated Zerzex. Yeah, so Rias and Sour team should use their flashy fights to attract an audience while improving their strategies. That way, in the future, the professional games will be heated up, followed Azazel. Yeah, so Rias and Sour teams. Either way, you needed support to back up those powers, so it will be alright to send Rosvisa to Valhalla, Rias? Azazel asked Rias. Yes, if there are certain areas they want to improve, then there is no reason for me to decline it. Rias also agrees, seeing that Rosvisa gave her gratitude. Thank you very much. I also made the test paper for the mid-semester test, so please don't worry about it, she says. As expected, stated Issei, and he just turned out the rest of the conversation. Tuned out. Flashback end. Thanks for that, Saji, said Issei in response to Saji's congratulations. Well, I think it's appropriate recommendation. You went through lots of life-death situations, right? I participated in the battle against Loki and the battle of Hyoudou, so I understand. You will die at battles like that. Normally, you would die. How many strong foes have you had as your opponents? They are all opponents who come from mythologies or recorded in history, Saji pointed out, incuriously causing Issei to laugh at his friend's plight. You survived through those battles and achievements, so I would say it's an appropriate thing. Are you going to skip through ranks? Don't you guys already have the power of high-class devils already? Like you and Kiba, for example? Inquired Saji. Apparently, in terms of promotion, we have to follow the protocol and become mid-class devils first, pointed out Issei. So the higher-ups don't have the goodwill to do the right hay. Kyachu said that you, Kiba, and Akeno-senpai have the power to become high-class devils by skipping through ranks, since it was a Sekiru, holy demonic swords and holy lightning, said Saji. Issei just nodded along, knowing he was right but nothing else could be done about it, at least for now. I also want to get a promotion, but before that I need to get stronger, Saji says with a bitter smile. You are strong enough already to be promoted. You do have a Dragon King Vitra with you after all. All you need is some achievements that catch the attention of those stuck-up council members, informed Issei, making Saji swell up a little bit at the praise before he became complimentive. Maybe you're right, but it's not just me. I want to get stronger with other C-Tree members as well. Lately, our Kyocho has been discussing with the Gregar about the artificial sacred gear that is, said Saji, gaining Issei's interest. Oh, artificial sacred gears, you say, stated Issei with an interested expression. Yeah, We, the Seizure Group, often participate in experiments of Azazel Sensei. As a result, next time, one of our non-sacred gear possessors of our group is going to be equipped with an artificial sacred gear, said Saji. Issei just nodded his head. The Seizure members, while talented in their own right, just didn't have anything that jumped out to people as a defining trait. With the exception of Saji and Tsubaki, they were all pretty average. Ah, it's Hyoudou-kun, said a girl with pigtails, as the Bishop Kakusa. Congratulations for your promotion, recommendation, she continues, followed by the other members also congratulate them. Thank you for all your kind words, said Issei, politely causing the girls to blush at how different the aura around him seemed compared to his usual perverted antics. Genshiro-senpai, Kachio said to that document. The first-year girl, the pawn Nimura, says to Saji. Ah, that. Roger the Ninura, replied Saji. Gen-chan, I also have business which is from Kyoto. The second-year bishop, Hayakasen, says it to Sanji. Are you serious about that, Hanaki? Looks like I have a lot of things to do. First of all, let's do the ones which are easier to finish, Hyodo. I will be going then. Just relax by talking to others, says Saji, as he leaves the room with Hanaki-san and Nimuru-san after saying that. Apparently, from what Issei was told by the Rook, Yura and Bishop-san Kanaka-san, the second-year girl, and the Bishop Hakimimaro, and the first-year girl, the pawn Nimuru Ruko, are having intense clash over Saji. Hanaki-san, Issei remembered, was the girl who was carrying the pack of his blood inside it during the raiding game against Sitri. Nimuro-san is the one who got defeated by Konako during that same game. Hanaki-san was originally Yudo's fan, but apparently she is the type who can distinguish between dream and reality, and she realized that Kiba is someone who she cannot reach. She set her heart taken by Saji, who continued to work hard. Nimuru, on the other hand, has been beside Saji and has been supporting Saji with the student council work and devil-related works. Because she's been right next to him, she apparently fell for Saji, who takes everything seriously. Looks like you're also busy, Saji. I hope you can see their feeling for you, thought Issei with a worried smile, while he was thinking about his friend's love life while drinking green tea. The Rook, Yura, came up to him with an autograph paper. Hyodo, can I have your autograph? She asked bluntly, causing Issei to sweat drop. This girl reminded him of Zenobia. Okay, but are you sure you want mine? He asked just in case. Of course, the battle against BL? I saw the recorded video and became deeply moved by it. That was the best fist fight ever, said Yura, who seemed to be Issei's fan. According to Yura and the others in the room, there was a discussion about who the girls' types are amongst the devils attending the school of Issei, Yudo, Gasper, and Sanji. Yura told Issei that he was her type. She said she likes guys who seem to be covered in mud, causing Issei to sweat drop at this girl. Although the thought that Yura sure is a bishop, even though she has really high popularity from girls for having a bishopman face. On a more disturbing note, the knight, Megure, prefers Gasper. She seems to like younger boys. Young boys are good, Megure says it naturally with a serious face, causing Issei to mentally tell his cute kunai to turn and run for the hills from this crazy lady. I definitely prefer Kiba-kun, said Kakusa-san, who is a big Yudo fan like always. Also, the Fuke teacher Tsubaki is also Yudo's fan. In terms of being a fan, Tsubaki is greater, and Kasuna apparently she fell for Kiba after losing in the game at the Underworld. Issei surmised that it's one of those love stories where the person finds out their feeling after the loss and heart of battle. He thought the encounter not too long ago, smiled worriedly as he could relate. Kazusa-san, do you want me to introduce you to Yudo next time? Asked Issei politely, causing Kakusen to get overjoyed at his suggestion. Really? But can you introduce Tsubaki-senpai first? She's seriously in love with Kiba-kun, she asked graciously, making Issei that the chastity of his fellow male Parage members are in serious danger from these crazies in the room. So, Hyodo-kun is here. I see, said a familiar voice as Issei turned to see Sona Sitri in the room. Yo, Sona, I thought I'd drop by today, spoke Issei casually. Sona was taken aback for a moment. Nobody was that casual with her, excluding her lunatic sister, not even Rias. He even called her by her first name. She took a moment to compose herself before she spoke to her Parage. There's a guest here, but I want everyone to do an errand for me. Tsubaki is having a hard time against the clubs, said Sona, getting an affirmative reply from her Parage. See you later, Hyodo-kun, they say before leaving the room, with Issei waving them all goodbye. As they left, Sona coolly made her way to her desk and started organizing paperwork. Issei just sat casually and continued drinking his tea. There was a comfortable silence around them as Sona got work. It was the first time they were alone with each other. Congratulations on your victory against Sararg, as well as the mid-class devil recommendation, said Sona, causing Issei to smile handsomely at her, promoting a small blush on her part. Congratulations to you as well, on a hard-fought win against Sikiri Agrias. It was truly a fascinating game to watch, complimented Issei, causing her to blush to increase even further. She didn't know why the resident pervert suddenly had this effect on her. Thank you, she replied stoically. They continued to sit comfortably in silence for the rest of the time, with Sona occasionally sneaking glances at her guest and blushing all the while. Scene change. Currently, find Issei in a large bathhouse in the basement of the Hyoudou residence. He was currently relaxing in the warm water, warm for his blistery hot non-draconic people, that the bath offered him. He complimented his life since the incident at the clubhouse, and he feels that it turned out as well as it could. Even though it's been a roller coaster of events, he feels, though, as he grew exponentially, not just in terms of power, but as a person as well. Even though the relationship with his fellow Parage members are at an impasse at the moment, and still feels a little hurt over what happened, he decided to move on. There's no use moping about life some emo bastard, even though he may never have the same levels of trust with them that he once had. He can put aside differences to work with them, and help each other in the future. That's as far as he's willing to go, though. He won't make the same mistake for the third time. During his contemplations, he thought back to the encounter he had just before the raiding games and the unique individual he met. He couldn't help but feel a connection to this person, and his usual helpful nature was in full force on this occasion. And that is where we're going to stop for now. Flashback. The training. To Issei's mind was a roaring success. The time dilation field gave him an extra 6 months to train and pushed him to a whole new stratosphere of power and abilities. Not just physically and magically, but mentally as well. It was finally time for a big event, and he just completed the process for disabling the field. As soon as he dropped the field, as he took a whiff of fresh clean air of the mountainside, his partner interrupted him.
Oi, we've got company,
Drake said. So, you finally decided to crawl out of whatever hole you were hiding in, spoke. A clingingly cold and monotone voice. It was distinctly effeminate. It had tones of someone with a well-educated and astrophistic upbringing. Of course, Issei was already aware of the intruder as soon as he dropped the barrier. His Kenbushoku haki, as well as a heightened senses, ensured that almost nothing escaped his immediate vicinity. It was the reason he was so laid back about the whole affair. He already got an estimation of power from the intruder and deduced that while she was powerful, more than any of his teammates, he just put her in a few notches below Grafia. She wasn't someone he couldn't handle. I'm not sure where you're from, Ojo-chan, but intruding on someone else's property is a federal crime, spoke Issei, in a blast-tone voice demonstrating that he has no cares in the world right now. If the woman was affected by it, she didn't show it in her expression, which remained cold and impassive. I don't need to follow the rules of trash that's beneath me. However, you need not worry about my mannerisms, for you will die today, Sikiru, said the woman in the imperious tone of voice. Issei had to hold his laugh in. Well, he was greatly enjoying this interaction. He didn't normally get to speak to his enemies in a way. They were shouting, Boncho. This in about Opie that, going through all those lessons and disciplining himself really paid off for him. He kind of felt like a badass protagonist right now. He decided to go along with the banter and make it a little more dramatic. Ooh, Ojo-chan, that's not a very nice thing to say. You may end up hurting my feelings, he said coolly, as he turned around to face this would-be attacker in a dramatized fashion. All thoughts of drama went out the window with the conducive force as he laid his eyes upon his attacker. Issei, in his life, would admit seeing to a multitude of a beautiful woman, from Ravel, Rainier, Rias, Akano, Sona, to more mature beauties like Kuroka, Grafia, Seraphol, and Venlena, but he could admit unshamedly that, at his eyes met his attacker, he laid eyes upon one of, if not the most beautiful creatures he has ever seen in his life. She was about 5 feet 9 inches, pretty tall for a woman, and had distinctively European features. Her glossy golden blonde hair was braided and tied into a neat bun. At the back of her hand was bangs falling onto the left side of her face, covering her eye, leaving only right on display. It was a beautiful forest green color that was accentuated by her milky white skin. She wore black lowly dressed and a frilly white choker around her neck and outfits reminiscent to a maid attire. Shiny black thigh boots encased her long slender legs, leaving her creamy thighs on display. In her hand she carried a pink umbrella, which was that with the outfit. Along with her cold expression spoke an untouchable beauty. Even with all the training and self-discipline, Issei was reminisced by the otherworldly booty. Her breasts were huge and were straining against her dress in an attempt to be free. It was absolutely the size as Akino's, if not a little bigger. She seemed out of reach, yet at the same time something in her eyes were reaching out to him. Luckily, all this happened in a span of few seconds, and he didn't make an idiot out of himself by gawking. It seems you already know who I am, miss. You have me at a disadvantage. My mother taught me to be polite, so let me introduce myself. My name is Issei Hyoudou, the current Red Dragon Emperor. Would you be so kind to offer your name? Asked Issei politely, with flawless manners that were literally beaten into him by his tutors. The woman raised an eyebrow, inwardly impressed at the display. All important, this man painted on him lecherous beasts with no care for anything on other than his desires. The information team seems to be slacking off. She also noticed that he did not introduce himself as a member of the Gremory family, something she found somewhat strange. My name is Hildgrad, answered the woman, known as Hildridge, impassively. Issei just sweat dropped at the enthusiastic answer. Okay, it's nice to meet you, Hildridge. Could you perhaps give me a reason as to why you seem to be killing me today? Inquired Issei calmly, as the topic had no relation to him whatsoever. My masters have set me here on a mission to eliminate you for shame you have caused to our faction. For this offense, I will be your executioner, she said coldly towards him. Issei just looked at her for a few seconds before nodding his head. From your energy signature, I can tell you're a devil. A pretty powerful one at that. I'm going to assume you're with the old Mao faction. Given your mannerisms and the tone of voice, those guys were always about maintaining an apparent image of perceived strength, even though they have none of it. So they sent you here to eliminate me, to correct the injustice done to them, so to speak, even though easily defeated your leader, Shalba Beelzebub. Long story short, this is a suicide mission if you've been deemed surplus to requirement and were sent here to die, explained Issei clinically, with a raised eyebrow at the woman who flinched almost imperceptibly, but enough for him to notice and have his assumptions proven to be true. He internally sighed to himself as this was not a battle that he liked fighting. This woman was a victim to her own circumstances, and seemed to be going along with her mission knowing it would bring her death. He could respect that about her. Hildred suddenly felt a change in the air. A heavy pressure started to encompass her and became more stifling by the second. She focused on the source of it, and the Sekiru being surrounded by a blood-red aura with tinges of black in it. It was extremely oppressive. It was like calling out to her and submit to him. She would never say this out loud to anyone, but she found that power attractive. And seeing him releasing so much, coupled with his good looks, got her under the collar. She put it out of her mind, though, as she was on a mission to carry out, even if it meant death. She smiled bitterly at the last thought. This was going to be her final stand as she found a worthy opponent. She released the restraints on her power and was surrounded by black aura as she drew sword from her umbrella. Issei was impressed by the power of this woman giving off. It made Rias and Akino combined look like a complete joke. He could tell from her posture as well as the definition of her muscles and mass structure that she trained herself well and didn't primarily rely on demonic power, even though she had reserves to make such an allowance. She was a true warrior, evidenced by her willingness to stand against him knowing that she would probably die. Even though he had a rating game to get to, he decided this remarkable woman was worthy of his attention and decided he would give her a battle she would remember. As the two opponents stared at each other, the arena quiet. As the leaves blew gently, suddenly Hildred disappeared from her spot with admirable speed. She reappeared in front of Issei, thrust her sword towards his chest while he aligned himself out of the way before following up with a backhanded punch that she ducked under before trying to sweep his legs. He jumped over her effort and twisted his body in midair before bringing his healed down an axe kick on the spot she previously occupied, as she hastily moved out of the way. As she regained her bearings, she lifted the sword to the sky, gathering of the demonic power and concentrating it at the tip in the form of a compressed black ball. She pulled her hand back before thrusting her sword at Issei's direction, making the ball bullet towards him. He couldn't avoid it in time, and he was still landing from his jump, so he had no choice but to take it. He reinforced his chest area with the Boroshoku Haki before taking the blast head on. He winced a little, as even the extra protection of his Haki afforded it still stung. He imagined without his Haki, the blast would have punched a hole right through him. His shirt was left in tatters after receiving the attack. He decided to pay her back by cocking his fist back, which was slowly being surrounded by a fire before letting it fly. Heiken! As Hildredge wanted for smoke to clear, she heard Issei's cry before seeing a fist of fire heading straight for her. Deciding to get out of dodge, she unwelted her legs and took to the sky. Issei, not wanting to hold back, surrounded the body with fire. Kai, before sending a huge column of it in her direction. Hiboroshiba. Hildred started sweating as she felt the heat of the flames, and she knew that she would be toast if that hit her. She put her best defense arrays before trying to quell in the flames with water she conjured up of her demonic power. It was a bit of a struggle between them as she heard the dreaded words that she completely forgot about. Boost! Transfer! Surrounded out by Issei's boosted gear, as his boosted now has impressive reserves once before transferring it to flames. Giving up the edge to bypass her water and barriers, Hildred tried her best to get out of the way and took some damage on the left side of her body. Luckily, she coated it thin film of demonic power to mitigate the damage, but her clothes didn't escape unscathed, that her boot was almost completely destroyed. Leaving her leg and bare foot, the left side of her dress was burnt, giving Issei a glimpse of her lacy bra, which he found very appealing. As she gasped heavily in attempts to regain her breath, she thought over the information she received on the target and realized that it was completely outdated, as the boy described to her and the man that stood before her were completely two different people. She was honestly starting to enjoy this fight. Hildred. After regaining her bearings once again, the two continued to trade blows in a similar manner. It was a physical form of magical combat, with them throwing magical attacks then trying to exploit the openings with physical blows. As the fight went on, large smiles bloomed on the faces of both opponents. Issei's because he was fighting a beautiful and strong woman, and Hildred because she felt so free and expressed herself against this man. He seemed to be bringing out of all of these strange feelings, and she thought she bottled up by his mere presence and that attitude. He didn't look at her with contempt or disgust, merely understanding and kindness. It made her want to reach out to him more, to see more of him, to bathe in his presence for longer, before she clamped down on that part when she remembered her mission. As the fight was drawing to an end, Hildred was barely keeping up. The difference in stamina and conditioning was starting to shine, though. Issei's regeneration factor healed his wounds and therefore made him seem almost fresh. Hildred's stamina was waving, as well as her motivation for killing Issei, as she started to enjoy the fight and didn't have the conviction to kill him any longer. So, as Issei's punch came toward her, she discreetly dropped her guard, being tired of carrying the Chave, and took the full force of it head on. What she didn't know, that Issei saw her action and held back a lot of power from the hit. Nevertheless, she was sprawled on the ground in pain, seemingly resigned to her fate. After a few minutes passed on, she inquired to Issei, "Aren't you going to finish me off?" Although her voice was still impassive, there was a hint of resignation, and in it Issei picked up. "Do you know what I felt when we traded blows? Emptiness. That's what I feel from you now, Miss Hildred. Like you are going through the motions with no true purpose in life. You came here with the intention to die, did you not? Even though your mission was supposedly to kill me, not once did I feel intent to kill from you," pointed out Issei, making the woman turn away in shame. She didn't like being called out on such things. She hated being reminded of her situation in life. "I don't appreciate you using me for assisted suicide, nevertheless. I can tell there's more about you than hiding beneath the surface. I can see it in your eyes, just wanting to break free. So I want you to tell me something about yourself and your life," mentioned Issei. Her look at him incredulously. She had no intentions of sharing her life with a stranger, even if he was kind-hearted one. But as the minutes went by with him staring straight into her eyes, the silent pressure became unbearable, and to her she blurted out of her thoughts. I was born in the underworld, to a family of extra demons in the service of Beelzebub line similar to the Lucifer family, to the Lucifer line. My mother and father were extremely zealous in their support for the supremacy of the devils and absolute power of the Mao as my older sister. I never cared much for those things as I focused more on getting stronger. My sister was always jealous of my talent, as were others in the faction. Seeing it as me trying to rise above my station, I was taught from a young age to obey my masters and carry out my duties with pride, but as the years went by it all seemed so hollow and meaningless. What was the point of serving these masters who sit in their homes all day and complain about their lives while living in luxury? Is this all my life was meant to be? These were thoughts that made me an outcast in the faction and saw me being sent on a suicide mission. They didn't expect me to kill you, but even if I did, I would be killed the moment I return. So as you can see, I have nothing left to live for, so please kill me, pleaded Hyoudou with misty eyes, barely managing to hold back her tears, as the thought of her hollow life. She wanted to at least die with dignity at the hands of this man. Issei's heart broke a little at seeing such a powerful and beautiful woman break down like this. He felt an odd string in his heart as he felt gazed at her. He wouldn't let the old Mao faction bastards snuff out such a dazzling light. Is that it? Are you going to resign yourself to death without accomplishing anything in life? I can see it in your eyes, the burning hunger to prove yourself. To make a mark on the world, the desire free. I know because I want the same things when I look in the mirror every morning. Issei spoke, as he had a desperate need to save this woman from herself. She just looked at him in surprise before his words carefully. I know it's hard to break away, to make your own path. It's scary to go against what you've been doing your whole life. But you have to. I can see the potential. You have been doing great things. Look at me. People called me the weakest dragon in history. 6 months ago I was a weak human. Now I defeated a god. Don't ever let the circumstances of your birth dictate the kind of person you want to be. Have the strength to rise above it and carve out a destiny of your own choosing, spoke Issei, kindly with a smile on his face directed at Hyoudou, who was enraptured as she listened to him. His words struck deep, chored within her, as she could tell they carried similar weight with him. They were similar in that regard, trying to break free from their circumstances. Don't be afraid. I can see you're a woman filled with love. You need to find a person who is worthy of it, who is worthy of your loyalty and devotion. Unlike the scum you currently serve, I'm sure you can find a new master to serve who is deserving of that and will make you soar in the sky and shine brightly like I know you deserve to be. So don't cheaply throw away your life. Live your life on your own terms. Get out there and find the one you could dedicate yourself to wholeheartedly. Finished Issei with a dazzling smile that took her breath away. She could feel a blush creep onto her cheeks and her heart rate elevate from his sweet and kind words. Everything he said resonated with her on deep subconscious level. He unknowingly bypassed all of her barriers and struck her right where it mattered most. As Issei turned around to look at his bag for a change of clothes to replace his damaged clothes, the eyes of the she-devil followed him with adoration. His obvious charm and charisma unknowingly ensnared her, another girl, in his grasp. Hildridge decided then and there she had finally found the one she had been looking for. The sheer determination and conviction in his voice, coupled with his power and his kindness, made him the master of her dream. She decided that this will be the man she will dedicate her self-life to wholeheartedly. From now on, she can stand tall. She can feel metamorphic chains released from her grasp and allow her to go forward in a new destiny. From onwards, she would hold on to her beliefs. She needs to be strong to stand beside her new master, even if it doesn't realize it. She decided from this day forth, he will be the only man that she will grovel to. Her love, her loyalty, her undying devotion, from this day 40, will belong to Issei Hyoudou. What are you going to do now? Questioned Issei. Or, as Hildred called him in her mind, Issei-sama. She needed to play this right. She didn't want to scare him off too quickly. She would feel bad about it, but she needed to take advantage of his kindness. I have nowhere to go. You stole my purpose. I expect you take responsibility, she stated impassively, with barely noticeable blush. Issei's eyes boggled at this ridiculous statement. What? That's crazy. You were trying to kill me, lady. I didn't have a choice, protested Issei.
So you are saying that I should go back to them and die because I have nowhere else to go? Pointed out Hildred with raised an eyebrow. Issei just managed his forehead in an attempt to alleviate the impending headache. While he did tell her life how she wanted, he didn't expect him to bite this in his ass like this. As it was already late for the raiding game, he couldn't take her home as she didn't really have the political sway to keep her from being imprisoned. Luckily, some of the older senpais from the boosted gear previously told him about hideouts that they were covered with security seals and barriers where they hoarded their treasure like true dragons. Unfortunately, I can't take you with me as you would be thrown into prison immediately. Here's the address and password as a location where you will be safe. I will call you daily and come back to check on you from time to time to bring food and other necessities as everything you'd be like to request. Is that agreeable with you? Issei said. Issei-sama, replied Hildred. She kept a stoic facade on the outside, but on the inside she was jumping for joy as the development. She now had the opportunity to interact and serve her new master. Even if he didn't realize that what she was doing, she felt complete bliss and happiness to prospect of serving him. You don't have to call me that, Issei is just fine, said Issei. Okay, Issei-sama, replied Hildred once more. Issei just sweat-dropped as he looked at her, realizing he was not going to win this battle. Very well, Hildred is a bit more of a mouthful. Do you mind if I call you Hilda? Questioned Issei innocently. Hildred, meanwhile, was squealing inward at giving a pet name by her master. She kept a stoic facade, though, with only a tiny dusting of pink on her cheeks. Issei just smiled at her, causing her eyes to twinkle in happiness. Flashback end. Issei shook his head in a fond exasperation of the thought about the devil maid. She had slowly crept into his heart in barely a day, and he quite enjoyed her company. He should probably give her a call to check if she needs anything to hear a beautiful voice. Just as he was about to make the call, a communication circle opened up in front of him. Yo, Issei, said the voice. Azazel-sensei, what's up? Questioned Issei. To the now identified Azazel. We just had a little meeting here in the conference room about the event happening tomorrow. Where were you? Asked Azazel. Sorry, I'm in the bathhouse in the basement. I must have lost track of time. So what's the deal? He asked. Tomorrow I'm having a special guest coming over, someone who can change the tide of the upcoming war. I want you to keep an open mind when you meet this person and try your best to answer their question. Can you do that for me? Questioned Azazel. Issei sat up a little straighter at hearing a serious tone. Of course, Sensei. I trust you with my life. If you say this can help, I'll do my best to aid you in making it happen, answered Issei sincerely. He considered Azazel something akin to a father figure and would help him in any way that he could. As the exchange pleasantly before entering the call, Issei lay back in the bath, wondering about the next time. Chapter 5. Expect the Unexpected. It was a pleasant Tuesday morning that the residents of the Hyoudou residence awoke to. Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou were currently away on vacation, provided their son Issei as an anniversary present, so currently the 6-story house is occupied solely by Issei and the girls of the ORC, minus Ross Visa. We find said girls making their way down to the kitchen in search of a pleasant aroma permeating throughout the house. The girls were surprised to find their object of their affections, the one, Issei Hyoudou, reclining on a leather couch on the side dining table reading what looks like a black leather book. He was currently wearing his, now regular black leather attire. That wasn't what shocked them, though. It was the delicious-looking Western breakfast spread over the table that consisted of eggs, bacon, sausages, toast, salad, and muffins, along with a pot of coffee, as well as a pitcher of juice. It was also the source of enhancing the scent that awakened them. The girls were still a little skittish around Issei. They still felt the lingering guilt over the way they treated him in thoughtless way. They disregarded his feelings and were desperate to make amends. Over the last few days, they had tried interacting with him the way they had in the past to realize that it wouldn't cut it anymore. When they tried to apologize, he just told them that he accepts it and it's under the bridge now. However, there is still a sense of detachment that can be felt when he interacts with them. When he isn't rude or ill-mannered, there is still a sense of indifference that can be sensed from as if he was keeping them at a respectably polite distance. Along with his formal manner in dealing with them hurt him deeply.
They yearned for the old Issei who would get a huge nosebleed at the sight of their breasts and act goofy all the time. This new Issei didn't really give them the time of day, as evidenced by their previous attempts at flirting with him and exposing their bodies. He would just look at them and raise an eyebrow until they became embarrassed, feeling they were making fools of themselves. "Good morning, Issei-san," greeted Azia timidly. She was probably the most affected, as Issei usually gave her a lot of parental treatment and spoiled her a lot, but now he treated her the same as anyone else, which was the biggest piece of evidence to his new attitude. Azia was quite distraught at that. "Good morning," responded Issei politely, momentarily looking up from his book and scamperly to residents who were still in their sleep clothes before lacking reading without sparing them another glance, making them feel highly insecure. Rias cleared her throat before asking, "Did you perhaps prepare us breakfast, Issei?" "Well, due to my schedule, I was up early. After doing my morning training, I decided to make myself breakfast. Seeing as though Mom isn't here, I thought I would make this morning's breakfast, seeing as though we won't be able to going to school today on account of meeting Azazel-san's arranged thing," replied Issei, without ever looking up. Whatever he was reading was causing an aroma of gloom to appear around her. She looked up to the sounds of eating to see that Zenobia, Irina, and Konako was already tearing through the food at an alarming rate. Zenobia and Irina, having comical tears rolling down their eyes, saying how delicious it was, deciding to get some food before it disappears into the stomachs of the ravenous girls. The rest of them took their seats of the table. After a few minutes, they were all impressed by the food. "Whew, I didn't know Issei could cook like that," stated Akano painfully. She was disappointed that she didn't get the usual blushing reaction out of him. "Between the months, I spent the mountains with Tanin along with my 2-month solution. Cooking was a skill I had a choice to pick up if I wanted to survive," replied Issei, once again seeming disinterested. "I must say this is very, very delicious, Issei-sama. I'm very impressed," stated Ravel. "Whew, I'm glad my standards are up to Oji-sama of the Phoenix. An undisputed queen of baking," teased Issei, with a sly smile on his face with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes, finally looking up from his book and displaying an emotion that was boredom or disinterest, causing Ravel's face to break out in an atomic blush. The other girls at the table, though, were irked at the display. They could clearly see that he favored Ravel over them if the flirtatious and playful way they interacted were anything to go by. Nothing else was said apart from the idle chatter made the girls over the table. Scene change. A few hours have passed since we find the group now situated in the living room, with Rias and Akano sitting at the table discussing something. Irina and Zenobia are playing video games while sitting on the floor, while Azia, Ravel, and Konako are sitting up on the large couch behind them eating sweets. Gasper and Kiba came over to currently sitting in a box in the corner of the room and speaking to Issei about the upcoming promotional exams respectively. They normally would be stressing about the upcoming exam, but decided to take it easy for today, seeing as though Azazel has something important to discuss. As midday came around, the sound of the doorbell rang out. Issei, being the one currently responsible for the house in his parents' absence, got up to answer it. As he swung the door open, he came face to face with a skinny young girl dressed in colorfully dress. "It has been a while, Dreg," says the young girl, while remaining expressionless. Issei, on the outside, remained extremely calm and just raised a single eyebrow at the guest, while inwardly he was freaking the fuck out. "Azazel, you motherfucking bastard. What the fuck were you thinking? You could have at least told me. I'm definitely gonna kick you in the balls if I survive this," thought Issei hysterically. He didn't really have a problem with the Ouroboros dragon, but when the most powerful being in the world shows up on your doorstep and she also happens to be the leader of a terrorist hell-bent on destroying the world, you have the right to have a little mini freak-out session. He regained his inward composure quick enough, though, and looked to the side and spotted a sheepish-looking Azazel rubbing the back of his head, while giving him a nervous smile. "For some reason, I have an overwhelming urge to get into Balance Breaker, boost myself about 20 times, and then kick you in the balls as hard as I can. I wonder why that is," asked Issei with an unnervingly calm smile on his face that made the governor break out into a comical amount of sweat. "Hey now, Issei, there's no need to get violent. I asked you to hear me out on this one, remember?" pleaded Azazel nervously. Issei just sighed exasperately, wondering if this was how she must have felt when dealing with this overgrown man-child and his antics. "Well, come on in, Orpheus.
Is it just her, or is volley team dropping by as well? Questioned Issei, sarcastically, not really expecting an answer, which is why his eyebrows started twitching irritably when the light was formed in the entrance and a small magic circle appeared. From the magic circle appeared a young blonde girl dressed in a typical witch's attire with a cape and a pointy hat, accompanied by a large dog as gray fur. This girl is known as Lefei, from who Issei previously met up the Hyoudou when fighting the hero faction when she appeared with the ancient weapon Gubagong. The ash-colored dog, though. Issei could remember this chilling feeling very well, seeing as though he was impaled by its claws and was on the verge of death not too long ago. Because of it, it was a lot smaller, but there was no mistaking the god-killing wolf, Fenrir. How are you doing, Issei Hyoudou? Is it I, Lefei Pentadragon? I have been under your care at Hyoudou. This over here is Fenrir-chan, was the polite, gentle introduction offered by Lefei, but more importantly, did the cute magician girl just want to call the most dangerous being in existence, one that could easily kill gods with chan suffix? Issei just sweat dropped at that. The amount of weirdos around him is exponentially increasing. It also seemed the mighty Fenrir is quite attached to her, and isn't giving off any hostile killing vibes like before. While Issei was pondering at the glamorous woman, appeared another magic circle and hugged him, making Issei twitch a little, overwhelming soft sensations in her enormous breasts. Long time no see, Red Dragon Emperor. Do you still like Ope like always? Questioned the now identified Kuroka. The mischievous Nekomata from Volley's team, as well as Konoko's older sister, had a habit of teasing Issei, as it seemed she planned to continue the tradition. Luckily for Issei, he was in a lot more control, as he gave no outward reaction other than a sigh. Inwardly through, he was doing a goofy dance and feeling the amazingly soft and bouncy opie of the gorgeous Kuroka. Drake, on the other hand, felt a crying-like sensation. Even though his partner became such a badass, underneath it was still also a shameless pervert. That thought alone brought more wails and sobs from the dragon, which Issei willfully ignored. Lefei, it's nice to see you again under the better circumstances. Kuroka, please don't do anything stupid in my parents' house. I expect you to behave yourself, stated Issei, with a deadpan stare at Kuroka, who could only pout cutely in response, making Issei resist the urge to glomp her. Is it just you, or are the two others on their way as well? He questioned. It's just I, replied Kuroka as she nodded at him. He couldn't really enjoy it as the most powerful being in the world was looking directly at him. We need to talk, she said. Issei looked at Azazel for confirmation. Drink tea with her. I've deceived and lied to other factions in order to make this setting. If this was fun and goes into a bad direction, my head will get cut off for real, persuaded Azazel. Issei, on the other hand, just sighed before inviting them all in. As well as they go into the living room, the other occupants predictably were extremely alarmed and immediately took up fighting positions. Azazel immediately got between them. Hey, I told you yesterday not to hold killing intent no matter who comes, so no attacking. She also won't attack you. Even if she did, we can't defeat her. Even if we're together. Rias gets enraged at Azazel's words. This is absurd, Azazel. That dragon is the boss of a terrorist group who's been attacking each of our factions. She is a bitter enemy who has also caused significant damage to the world of devils. So why did you bring such enemy to this place? This town, which is an important location for the Alliance, and especially this house, doesn't allow Orphis in this town mean that you deceived those who secured this town? This is breaking the Alliance. So why did you do something like this? Snapped Rias, with others nodding their heads in agreement. Issei could literally feel a headache approaching. He looked at Lefei, who looked a little concerned at the happenings, while Kuroka was highly amused. Okay, that's enough, said Issei authoritatively, along with sending out a small wave of Horoshido Haki, making the occupants of the room, minus Azazel, who was impressed, and Orphis, who continued to remain stoic, shiver in fear, the feeling of pure power and dominance that swept through the room. Of course, there was some who were highly aroused, Akano and Kuroka. Nevertheless, Issei achieved his objective in quelling any arguments and asserting his control over the room. Azazel-sensei put his neck on the line here for some reason, or to bring her here. If you remember correctly, he was the one with the most vocal in terms of establishing peace between the factions. Bringing Orphis here, regardless of her current position, must serve some purpose. I, for one, fully trust him, as he has never led us wrong before. So you can both throw a tantrum about it and leave, or we can sit down and discuss this like civilized people, instructed Issei sternly while looking around the room, seeing the occupants too embarrassed to
meet his gaze, Kuroka smiled seductively at seeing him assert his power, while Lefei just looked up at him with his stray eyes at how cool he was. Azazel just looked extremely touched with the trust Issei placed in him and grateful for the direction he took the meeting. If you guys want to follow along, we are in the middle of Chapter 5. Yeah, I'm sorry, Rias. I have deceived and still deceiving many people in order for her to come and visit here, but maybe her wish was something that might change the existence of the Chaos Brigade itself. I determined that it was necessary to stop unnecessary blood from being shed. I will apologize to you guys again and will ask you guys again. I'm sorry and I ask you, can you listen to her story? Azazel asks to bow his head. This man who has high pride in doing this, it must have magnificent meaning behind this. Like I said, I trust you fully, Sensei, stated Issei with a small smirk in his direction. Other group members also looked at each other and put their weapons away. I'm always in the care of Sensei. I want to slash my sword at Orphis this instant, but I will endure it, said Zenobia as she folded her arms and closed her eyes. To allow Orphis in while not informing Michael-sama, personally, I don't know what I should do, but there is no other choice but to believe in Issei-kun Azazel-sensei. Irina also affirmed it, while having complicated feelings. From where she stands, she should be the one with the most difficulty since she is a representative of the Heavens side staff, but she still affirmed it. It's proof that she believes in Issei and Azazel. I just have to believe in Issei-san like I did from the start, stated Azia. I have the same thought as her as well, said Ravel, who is also fine with it. As long as Issei-sama didn't mind, neither did she. She trusted his judgment. Rias just sighed at the acquiesce to the meeting. Scene change. A strange mixture of members are currently gathered in the VIP room of the Hyoudou residence. The Gremory Parage, Irina, Ravel, Azazel, Lefei, Fafnir, Fenrir, Kuroka, and Orphis, who is in the center of the meeting. A gathering of those who would be normally something impossible. Here is your tea. Akino gave green tea to the volley team. Members of Orphis, while being on alert, Lefei drinks tea, while Kuroka is eating snacks, which go well with the tea. Fenrir is sleeping near Lefei. It seems as though they don't have any feelings of being nervous. The rest of the members just sat around the room with awkward expressions on their face, feeling uncomfortable, silence as well as being in their presence, of being that could erase your existence with the blink of an eye. Issei looked over at Azazel, who was urging him to do or say something to Orphis, who was staring at him, unblinkingly. He just sighed again, something he's been doing a lot lately. So, Azazel, you have some business with me? Is there something I can help you with? Asked Issei politely. Even though she was the boss of the terrorists, she also ridiculously cute, so Issei couldn't help but smile at her. Dreg, do you want to quit being a heavenly dragon? Inquired the Ouroboros dragon, causing Issei to blink in confusion. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. Could you please elaborate? Urged Issei. The human, who is the host, he's been having a different sense of growth up until now. I think this is very strange. Very different from the previous heavenly dragons. Volley is also the same. Strange. Very strange, stated Orphis blankly. The fight against KO, the fight against Biel. Dreg had different evolutions. Armor changed shape completely. It's the first time I know of, continued Orphis, with a tilt of her head that Issei thought that made her look adorable. That's why I want to ask, Dreg, what will you become? Asked Orphis, with a cute twitch of her neck. Suddenly, both of Issei's arms are covered in red aura and his gauntlets appeared. For many, it was the first time seeing his subspecies sacred gear up close, and they were impressed by it. A voice boomed out of the gauntlets. I don't know, Orphis. I don't know what this guy wants to become. I don't know, but it's certain that he's having an interesting growth, answered Dreg. Issei decided to sit this one out for the moment and let the two legendary dragons converse. Two heavenly dragons missed, as the infinite and great red as the dream. Into the chant, Dreg, why did you think in becoming the king of domination? Questioned Orphis. It must be the result of seeking strength. Because of that, I was eliminated. I couldn't become strong besides increasing the power of domination. I never thought my armor could change so drastically, answered Dreg. I don't understand domination. Those from the Chaos Brigade seek domination. I don't understand. Great Red isn't domination. I am also not domination, stated Orphis. There is no way for a being that has been strong from the beginning to understand the reasons for domination. You were born from nothingness.
of infinite and great red who was born from illusions, from dream. Must have been from a different dimension. Orphis, you appeared in the world. Getting out of the dimensional gap. What have you attained from this world, and why do you think of returning to your homeland? Inquired Drake. I also want to question Drake. Why do you try to become a different being? Will you discard domination? What is ahead after that? Orvis countered. Issei was highly amused at his partner's question being questioned. He is definitely going to teach Drake about this later. Very interesting indeed. A conversation between a heavenly dragon and a dragon god is something you don't see often, stated Azazel, with his eyes sparkling excitedly. He seems like the kind of guy to like these things. Issei just looked at him with an amused glance. Drake, you will become the Shitri. Can you surpass a heavenly dragon by groping tits? Drake, will you become a dragon that represents tits? Questioned Orphis expressionless. Unfortunately, that was a critical hit for Drake. Drake, who heard that, starts hyperventilating. Even this guy ends up saying, my conscience got cut off. Counselor, someone call the counselor, cried Drake hysterically. It seemed to receive too much damage mentally from the Ouroboros dragon. Calm down, Drake. It's okay, just take it easy here, I'll help you out, said Issei as his hand began to glow in a faint green light. While he wasn't the best at healing magic, he did know a spell to use magic to reinforce positive emotions in someone and help them calm down. He learned the spell specifically for Drake. Yeah. Sorry, this spell sure works. Thanks, partner, said Drake, who calmed down sufficiently. Don't worry about it, Drake. I should be the one apologizing. You just take it easy for now. I'll take over from here, rest assured Issei. Drake really was becoming a sensitive dragon. I want to look. Drake. I want to look at the possessor even more, states Orphis blankly, even though she seems emotionless. Her eyes now have the color of interest, and it was directed straight at Issei, who just sweat dropped at having garnered the attention of the most powerful being in the world. Fuck you, Dragon Aura, cursed Issei, his head while maintaining an outwardly polite demeanor. So like that, can you leave her in this house for a few days? Just as you see, Orphis wants to look at you. I don't know what the reason is behind this, but it will be fine if it's just looking, right? Said the bastard governor cheerfully. Issei wanted to strangle him sometimes. Rias, on the other hand, didn't react favorably to this development. Hold on just a minute. Having us meet with her is one thing, but having her live here is crossing the line. I won't allow that, stated Rias before she got cut off halfway into her rant. Be silent, Rias, uttered Issei with a dangerous tone, unconsciously releasing his Hakushi Haki right at her, causing her to sniff with fear. Stiff with fear. The entire atmosphere of the room changed in an instant. Issei's power permeated the room, making everyone on high alert. They had never seen this side of him before, at least not directed at them. All in all, it was completely fucking terrifying. Rias was happy that he finally said her name, but the context was not something she could be glad about. The others, LaFay and now a serious Kuroka included, unconsciously took up battle stances. Regardless of how you feel, this is my parents' house, and therefore with them being away, it leaves me in charge of it. I will allow Orphis to stay, provided, of course, that she agrees to my condition. I don't care if she's the strongest being in the world. If she doesn't agree to what I have today, then she can leave right now, ordered Issei furiously. The others looked at him, as though he had lost his mind, Azazel included, which is saying a lot. That guy's basically is the few fries short of a Happy Meal. While Ravel and LaFay just stared at him with admiration, Orphis just stared back impassively at Issei, who looked at her unflinchingly. The tension in the room made everyone feel as though the knife was pressed up against their throats. After a while, Orphis just nodded, showing that she will agree. Very well. You can stay here for as long as you want. As you started with the most serious face that anyone has ever seen him before, they all unconsciously gulped and leaned forward, wondering what he would ask. Call me Oni-sama, finished Issei jubilantly, causing the occupant of the room to face-palm before looking at him incredulously. The sheer ridiculousness of the request made them wonder if Star Org punched him a few screws loose in his head. Issei, on the other hand, just looked satisfied and smiled on his face like everything was completely normal. Orphis just stared expressionlessly at him for about 5 minutes, making everyone wonder if she was going to vaporize him. They all took a step back. Oni-sama, responded Orphis blankly with a cute tilt of her head. The jaws of the occupant hit the floor at seeing the oldest, most powerful being in the world call someone Oni-sama.
The absurdity of it blew their minds. Issei had completely different reaction. Oh my god, he squealed, picking up Orpheus and nuzzling his chest against her cheek with a blissful expression on his face, while hers remained completely blank. He took a seat and pulled Orpheus onto his lap, where she sat snugly before handing her a bar of chocolate that he unwrapped for her. Here you go, Orpheus-chan. This time I got you some delicious chocolate for you, stated Issei with a giddy smile. Orpheus just stared at the offering before taking it in her hands and cutely nibbling on it. Making a nom-nom sounds, Issei inwardly scolded how cute she looked, causing Drake to deadpan at how absurd his partner was. He went from a terrifying badass to squealing siscon in 5 seconds flat. Issei thought that he didn't care as he petted Orpheus on his head, causing her ears to twitch cutely, showing that she enjoyed the treatment. The others watched in disbelief at this development. Seeing the mighty infinite dragon god being treated like a house was too much for their minds to handle. Azazel, on the other hand, just laughed unpariously. In his mind, Issei could get the Ouroboros dragon to behave like a tamed house cat. Now that everything is sorted out, I'm assuming both Lefay and Kuroka are going to be staying up as well. I don't have a problem with that, but I would ask that you behave yourselves as there are exams coming as well as the promotional tests, so the residents of this house will be studying. I expect you to be smart enough to know to stay out of sight and not draw any attention to us, instructed Issei sternly. Understood. I will just relax. Orpheus and Kuroka agreed to Issei's order. Lefay, on the other hand, walked towards Issei while pushing something out to him. He realized it was an autograph paper. She asked cutely while twitching her body. The battle against the Beal the other day, I was deeply moved. Please give me your signature if it isn't too much, requested Lefay with sparkly eyes as she gazed at Issei, who just smiled softly at her, remembering that she was a big fan of his. Issei just chuckled before taking the offered paper and decided to give her a really cool signature. He drew a few cool designs along with signing it on the number 1 fan and the cutest witch that she knew, which made Lefay smile blissfully as she hugged the autograph of her budding chest. The rest of the day went on as usual, with Issei doting on Orpheus by giving her sweets and introducing her to games, while the others kept a healthy distance but also worry on the Ouroboros dragon in case she decides to do something. Scene change. The week passed by without much fuss. The residents of the Hyoudou household in their time studying for the upcoming exam, with Akano and Yuto, who have come over after school studying for the upcoming promotional test. Issei, on the other hand, took another week off of school after handing in an advanced assignment to show that he was caught up with work and was well advanced. The others were shocked by this, and they knew Issei wasn't the brightest bulb in the box, but after his training, his tutors drilled in their knowledge of maths, science, and the world in general into his head to make sure he knew what he needed to know. And while Issei was a shameless pervert, he wasn't an idiot, just unmotivated. He spent the rest of his week playing with Orpheus, Lefay, and Kuroka. From splashing about in the underworld pool, in the underground pool, playing video games, and watching movies introducing Orpheus to the wonderful world of Pokemon, which she became quite interested in if she constantly played with the Nintendo 3DS was anything to go by. He thought it was adorable when she tried to catch a Pokemon but failed, only to watch Hyoudou while she was still being expressionless. It was amusing to see her expressing some emotions, no matter how minuscule. He also discovered that she had quite the sweet tooth. From chocolates, donuts, cookies, cakes, and other assorted sweets, she munched them with fervor. Issei didn't mind buying her as much as she wanted, as he had enough money to spare anyway. There were a few occasions where he would disappear from time to time, confusing the rest, as he never offered an explanation to his whereabouts. This was one of those times that he went missing. Scene change. Issei, using a transportation circle spell, vanished before reappearing in a moderately lavish 3-story home in the middle of nowhere. It was one of those homes of the previous boosted gear possessors that was heavily reinforced and hidden away by magic. It was heavily guarded by barriers and spells, making it almost inaccessible, unless ones knew the password. Issei, after spending so much time with his senpais, discovered, like most dragons, they were hoarders. From weapons to treasures to land, they collected them and hid them away from the world. It was why his current bank account were so massive and why he could afford to pay the entire Oppai Dragon fan area in the last raiding game. As soon as he fully materialized in the house, he was immediately greeted by the only guest, the only who previously tried to assassinate him. Hildredge. She was dressed in her usual costume as she bowed down lowly upon him to his arrival. "Welcome back, master," was her simple greeting. Issei just sweat dropped. Her attitude did a complete 180 concerning him. She went from a hostile to completely subversive. To be honest, it really freaked him out. But he could tell she wasn't a bad person, so he never made an issue with her. As long as she was happy and had freedom to choose, something that was denied her entire life, he was content. He told her during their fight that should find the master worthy of her to serve. She took this to heart, and what Issei realized yet is that he was the master she chose. His words and actions struck him like a deep chord within her. It made her feel for the first time in her life. Emotions were something that were beaten out of her as a young age, as she taught that a servant had no need for them. So when the kindness and compassion of the Red Dragon Emperor brought about these long-buried emotions within her, she needed to know more. She held no loyalty to her former masters as they were weak scum as far as she was concerned. Issei, on the other hand, was someone who followed his own beliefs. He never picked on the weak or innocent. He displayed kindness, even though his enemies overwhelming power to crush those who stood in his way. His actions and words during the raiding game, as well as last week that she spent getting to know him, reinforced her opinion that this man was the one she was waiting for. Hilda, I told you that you don't have to refer to me in that way. You're a guest here, so just call me Issei, he said exasperately. It was the point that was argued a lot between them and Hilda refusing to budge. Suddenly Hilda got to her knees and prostrated herself at his feet, shocking Issei a deeply submissive gesture. I, Hildredge, hereby pledge my loyalty and devotion to serving your cause. I will be your shield and your sword at those who wish to harm you. Please accept this oath of mine and allow me to dutifully serve you as my master," intoned Hilda, with a passion Issei hadn't seen from her before. He was shocked to the core that strong-willed and sharp-tongued Hildred would submit to him in such a manner. He needed some answers. "Hilda, why?" he asked carefully. Hilda just tilted her head up, while still remaining in her submissive position. She had a rare smile on her face. Issei thought she looked memorizing. The beauty of a woman, truly happy and at peace with herself, is not one to be underestimated. You told me to set myself free from the shackles that bound me and find someone worthy of my loyalty and devotion. I made my mind up a week ago. Spending time with you, it only showed me that you were the right person in my decision. You are the one I choose, as there can be no other that I will obey but you. You opened my eyes, my flaws, my self-imprisonment, so I expect you to take responsibility," replied Hilda with a beautiful smile. Issei, on the other hand, just face-panned. He really needed to watch what he says. He never knew it would come back to bite him in the ass. "You sly minx, well played, very well. I, Issei Hyoudou, accept this pledge. Serve my loyalty from the day forth, Hildred, and I promise to never abuse the trust and faith you have put in me," stated Issei with a kind smile. Hilda, on the other hand, just had tears in her eyes at finally having a purpose in life, a person she can dedicate herself to. There was no greater happiness to her. "Yes, master," she replied shakily. Issei just smiled as he helped her off the floor to the couch as he unpacked the groceries, clothes, and other necessities that were needed for her everyday living. He spoke to her of the happenings in the past week, his promotional exam to Orpheus. Needless to say, she was shocked till a feeling of pride swelled in her chest at the thought of her master taming the infinite dragon god. They carried on chatting away through the night, telling each other their life stories, building a deeper bond in each other that will shake the world in the years to come. And that is the end of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Expect the Unexpected, Part 2. It was now Saturday and finally time for the mid-class promotional exam for Issei, Kiba, and Akano. All the members have gathered at Transport Magic Circle located in the basement of the Hyoudou residence, including the Gremory Barrage, Ravel, Irina, Azazel, Lefay, Fenrir, Kuroka, and of course the newly dubbed by Issei Infinite Emoto Dragon, Orpheus, who was currently sitting on his lap, much to the jealousy of Konako, munching quietly on the scrumptious chocolate chip cookies that Ravel baked this morning. Issei noticed the glaring absence of his Hikikomori cross-dressing vampire, Koai Gasper. "Where is Gasper?" questioned Issei. Strangely enough, it was Azazel who had answered him. Gasper actually came to me and asked for my help in getting his sacred gear under control. So I sent him off to the Gregar where they can hopefully help him out, he replied. Issei was impressed at the determination of Gasper, as well as a little concern for him. It was no secret that those working up the Gregar were complete nutjobs, as evidenced by their leader, who is a poster child of everything wrong with society today. Issei just prayed, come to think of it, he wasn't sure who to pray for, as he reincarnated a devil as he prayed to God. Plus, the guy is dead, so it's kind of pointless. As a devil, he would probably pray to him to the Mao, but that guy was a worthless deadbeat. Seeing as though he was mostly dragon, he should pray to the dragon god, which after a few seconds he realized was sitting right on his lap, making him chuckle and pet Orpheus on the head, which she greatly enjoyed. Not that you would be able to tell with how expressionless she normally is, but almost after a week of spending time with her, Issei was able to pick up subtle nuisances of the Ouroboros dragon. The paperwork was taken care of for the Magic Circle to transport them directly to the stadium due to the delays they may encounter with regular route from the Gremory residence. When taking into account the popularity of members of the group, especially Issei after his defeat of Sire Orgbiel and his endorsement by working class devils. With that in mind, it was decided to keep the group entering the test area a small one, with participants of Kiba, Akano, and Issei along with his manager Ravel. Orpheus-chan, I'm going to head to my exam now. Unfortunately, I can't take you with me. You will have to go ahead to the hotel with Zazel, Lefei, and Kuroka will be with you, and I will join you as soon as I'm done. So be a good girl, okay? Said Issei gently to Orpheus, who just stared at him blankly. He stared unflinchingly into her eyes, looking expectant. After a few minutes, she slowly nodded her head and replied, "Okay, Onisama." Issei, who heard the reply, broke out into a happy smile and patted her head gently. He then handed her a bag of candy and tied her over while he was done with his exam. Azazel, who was watching the scene, was highly amused. Apparently the plan is to take Orpheus to Sir Zex after the exam is done and attempt to open up negotiations. Also disclosed to Issei that Volley was actually wanted to hide Orpheus from the perceived threat on her life. Normally, Issei would scoff at the Ouroboros dragon being in danger, but his rival was taking this threat seriously. For Issei, that was enough to sit up and take notice. Volley made a big deal out of nothing. Issei, Akano, and Kiba and Ravel stepped into the magic circle. After the well wishes and good lucks, they disappeared into the red light. Scene changed. When the light receded, the gang of four found themselves being greeted by a very official-looking devils. After getting their official introductions, they were led to the testing center. On the way there, Ravel gave Issei points about the center, which was located in the Glacial Laboris territory, the original family of the current Mao's Asamotus. She also explained that due to the political backlash of facing the House of Astaroth due to their actions of their heir, Didoria, or Diltara Astamout, it was decided to this testing center instead of the one usually used in the Astaroth territory. Issei just smiled, gently patted Ravel on the head, and expressed how impressed he was and how diligent she was that she knew the role as the manager, which of course the poor girl started splurting with a tomato red face, making Issei laugh. Much to her mortification, she wanted to remind whether Issei-sama picked up on sadistic tendencies for him to tease her in such a way. "Then I will pardon myself. I hope you do well." The staff left after saying that. "I will go bring the documents you must fill." After saying that, Ravel goes away quickly. Wow, that girl really is thoughtful. Looks like there aren't many people making the test, thought Issei aloud. Yeah, in the underworld, there aren't that many devils which can take the promotion test. The promotion tests, essentially for high-class devils, might even be less devil-taking, Kiba answers. Like that, since there isn't a war in the underworld right now, you can only get a promotional by attaining something magnificent with a pact for devil's jobs or by raiding games. Though the first option is very hard to get a promotion with, so it became mainstream to get promotion by test by raiding game. Issei, there's one thing I want to tell you before the test. Kiba stood before Issei, and he had a serious expression on his face. What is it? I'm glad I met you. Here. Issei was wondering what he was about to say. That's fucking disgusting. You really have a natural saying. You really have to become a natural at saying creepy things. When Issei said it with a disgusted face, Kiba laughed. Thankfully, Ravel returned and needed documents. They were got to filling them out. That guy seriously needs to find himself a girl for himself. If not, my chastity might be in danger, thought Issei, with his face turning a sickly shade of green at the notion. Luckily, they were able to get their document in order and submitted. All that was left to do was to take the actual test. Kiba, Akano, and Issei wished each other good luck, with Rabble wishing them the same before the former two taking off, leaving the other two behind. "Issei-sama?" inquired Rabble quizzically, with a cute tilt of her head. Issei just wanted to pet her so desperately, but tinged his urges, and he sat, gutting a teasy glint in his eyes as he looked fornixly at Rabble. "Here I am about to take one of the most important tests of my life, and my manager just gives me a plain good luck and nothing else. I feel so underappreciated," Issei said with a depressed tone that matched his expression along with his slumped shoulders. Rabble, on the other hand, started having a panic attack at how her actions may have hurt her most precious person. She started splurting and gesturing wildly in an attempt to reassure him. No, Issei. At this point, Issei felt a little sorry for the girl, but not enough to stop his teasing. She just looked adorable. Yep. He's definitely a sadist. He decided to pile on the guilt trip. "To think, if I failed today, it would set me back greatly, meaning a step further away from being a high-class devil, meaning no evil pieces and no barrage in the future. Maybe I should just go home now," finished Issei with a ridiculous over-the-top acting. Unfortunately for Rabble, she couldn't detect because of the massive damage Issei caused her with his previous statement. It was no secret that she longed to be his future barrage. In fact, the only person who was oblivious to it was Issei, the key word being was. After all the time he spent reflecting, he was able to realize what all of Rabble's actions meant, as well as the conversations of her mother had with him that fateful day that changed everything. He was greatly flattered that Rabble held him in such high regard, and decided that he would definitely put her fears to the rest and tell her that he would accept her into his future barrage, but having a little fun with her before that was done was something he couldn't resist. Issei turned to look at Rabble to see her frozen in place before a look of horror came upon her face at the implied consequences. Issei decided that, as fun as it was to tease her, he should wrap this up and get going. "I'm just kidding. After all the work my beautiful manager put, how could I possibly show my face again if I fail?" said Issei with a wink in her direction, causing her to pout cutely to show her displeasure at being teased, despite having a blush on her face from the compliment. "Issei is a meanie," she said. Issei loudly, which made Issei laugh hilariously. "Well, I better get going. Though I wouldn't mind a good luck kiss from my manager," prompted Issei as he turned her cheek in her direction. At this point, Issei could almost see the steam coming off her and how red her face was getting. Nevertheless, she screwed up the courage and put her soft lips on him. She closed her eyes and leaned into Becca's cheek. Unfortunately, or fortunately for her, Issei once again got a glint in his eye that she missed as she closed hers. As she got closer, at the last minute, Issei turned his head so the cheek and the lips landed squarely against his. She froze in shock at the contact before feeling a bliss overtook her at the sensations of her first kiss. It was made even better knowing that it was the one she loved above all others. It only lasted a few seconds before Issei pulled back and looked at her shocked face with a gentle smile. "Thanks for the good luck charm, Rabble. I feel like I can take on the world right now. I would expect nothing less from my future push-up," said Issei with a wink in her direction before he took off. Rabble was numb with shock, not having her first kiss stolen, but also at the implications made her by Issei-sama. It made her seem her hard work is finally paying off. She brought her hand up to her lips and could feel the lingering sensations of the kiss. She suddenly broke out into a giddy smile and squealed loudly in happiness, totally unbefitting of her stature as a noble daughter from the House of Phoenix. But she didn't care. Issei, who heard the squeal, just chuckled to himself. Scene change. After the written and the practical tests were done, which Issei breezed through thanks to all the work he's done in a few months, the gang made their way back to Rabble. As soon as her eyes met Issei, she blushed prettily, and a beautiful look on her face, and she avoided his gaze. Issei just chuckled at her adorable behavior. They made their way to the special transport zone before a magic circle to join the rest of the gang at the hotel. They were greeted warmly by their friends with all the wishes and pats on their back. As Issei took a seat next to Zazel, he looked over to the corner at the restaurant, spotted Kuroka, Lefay, and Orphis eating sweets. He didn't see Fenrir, but knew he was shuckling around somewhere, probably with a close eye on Lefay. He wasn't too worried about them being spotted, as with Kuroka's talent in Senjutsu and Yojutsu, coupled with Lefay's skill in magic arts, made sure that they could fly under the radar. He waved happily to the girls and waved back at it, excluding Orphis, who just stared blankly at him before nodding. Issei shook his head at her expected reaction. Even her massive stare was adorable. "I shall look at Oni-sama," she said, while severing her face with pasta. Issei smiled wearily at the scene. "So, good job on your test. Cheers." cheered Azazel. After taking a gulp of his drink, Issei just sweat dropped at his irresponsible governor drinking in the middle of the day. Issei felt a little depressed at knowing this was the best role model he had in his life. Times were dark indeed. Getting rid of those depressing thoughts, Issei proceeded to dig into the gorgeous buffet set before him. As he continued eating, he kept his ears open and sensations sharp to our area around them. Some might call him paranoid, but with the luck he's had since entering the supernatural world, he preferred to think of it as being sufficiently prepared. He picked up one conversation between Azazel and Azia, who questioned the governor about the possible balance breaker, as well as Zenobi and Irina talking about possible sword techniques. He also kept his eye of the corner of the room towards their special guest. It happened about 15 minutes later, while he was polishing off his dessert, that his instincts flared and his hockey picked up. He immediately shot up and looked at the wall on the right, tensing his body for the combat. He caught the attention of everyone else in the group, including the ones at the corner of the restaurant who all stood up and congregated around him. "Issei, what is it?" questioned Azazel worriedly. He could see the stony conduence that Issei's face knew something was wrong. "We have company, and it's not friendly," stated Issei, before a familiar sensation overtook his body. He remembered it well from Kyoto. It was the feeling of being transported to an artificial dimension by Dimension Lost, sacred gear meaning Gork. It also meant that the hero faction was here. Kuroka, who was regaining her bearings, looked at Issei in shock. She was a Nekushoto, and a pretty high level one at that. Her senses and abilities were pretty much top-notch, to the point that she can detect and mask herself from almost any enemy. Some gods included. The fact that Issei sensed Gorg before she even had an inkling of it was a scary thought for the Nekomata. She thought back to last week that they spent at his house. While he had fun and played with them, going along with her whims, she can't help but wonder if she was just an arrogant little butterfly caught in a spider's web without even realizing it. The thought chilled her to the bone. It finally began to dawn on her that despite how goofy and perverted he can be, Issei is the Red Dragon Emperor. She's been taking that for granted till now, but this was a wake-up call to how dangerous he truly was underneath the silly little perverted siscon exterior he put up when they were around. It was even more gallling when she remembered that she was in charge of concealing their group, meaning that he could find them whenever he wanted. She could put those thoughts out of her mind for now, as she needed to focus on the matter at hand. "Looks like Folly was ignored by Naya. Looks like they ended up coming here," said Kuroka. Azazel nodded while Issei just looked focused. Everyone in the group put up their battle positions as a familiar mist surrounded them. They quickly made their way out of the room, following Issei, who seemed where the culprits were. The group noticed that the once lively hotel was now devoid of life. They suddenly entered a spacious lobby, where a fireball headed straight in their direction. Following the trajectory, it was headed straight to Azia and Irina. Into part 8. Let's try to go for 500 likes. If you would like to follow along, we're basically right at the beginning of chapter 6 at Luckily. So, luckily before it could hit them, Issei stepped away and took hold of the flames before making them disappear. While he may not be at the best of terms with them at the moment, Issei still cared about them in his own little way and didn't wish any harm to befall them. "Issei-san, thank you very much," stuttered Azia, who was still a little shaken up. Irina just looked at him in gratitude. Issei, however, didn't respond, as he had his eyes planted firmly on the couch on the far end of the room. A youth who was wearing a robe on top of a familiar school uniform, and a black-haired youth who was wearing a Chinese outfit on top of the same school uniform were gazing at us. The one in the Chinese outfit is tapping his spear on his shoulder, while sitting down, and then said to them, "It's been a while, Red Dragon Emperor and Governor Azazel. The last time we met was Kyoto. I did my greetings right away. It's the return of Durandal from the other day," spoke Ko in a laid-back manner. Regardless of the fact that he was surrounded by high-level enemies, Issei didn't respond to him, merely sizing him up. He noticed that his eye, which Issei was sure he destroyed, was restored to normal, something to ponder about. The match against BL the other day was magnificent. The intense fistfight between two people wearing a balance breaker armor. It was the fight in which people who love a battle would be ecstatic. So I will give my praise, Gremory team. Congratulations on being the #1 youth devil team. They are good servants, Rias Gremory. It truly is frightening, applauds Ko. Should I be honored by being praised by one of the leaders of a terrorist group? I do feel complicated. How are you doing, Ko? Rias put on a sarcastic smile, while being on maximum alert. Yeah, I'm doing alright. It was only a short time when I saw you back in Kyoto, so this might be our first meeting. I was astonished at the sudden summoning. It was certainly a stimulating appearance. Don't say that, it embarrasses me even remembering about it, Rias protests embarrassingly while covering herself up. So what was the reason for you to make this field in another dimension and transport us? It might be really good for nothing plot, I guess, questioned Azazel sarcastically. Ko looked behind them. He was looking at Orphis. Yeah, Orphis, I was wondering where you went with Volley. But for you to be here, I certainly didn't appreciate it. Or anticipate it, states Ko. Issei immediately went on high alert. He tensed his body and flared his senses in the Kanjutsu Haki to the max for any hint of immediate danger. While he initially started it as a joke, Issei really did come to see Orphis as a little sister figure. Maybe it was the dragon part of him, but he was drawn to her like a moth to a flame. He enjoyed doting on her and spoiling her very much. She was pure and innocent. Even though she was expressionless most of the time, he enjoyed trying to get a reaction out of her. Therefore, it would be a cold day in hell before he let these egotistical fuckers try anything with her. So, while outwardly he was still the same, inwardly he was ready to spring into action at the drop of a hat. Kuroka then stood in front of Orphis. We're also shocked, Naya. I thought you'd head to where Volley is, she said. We sent a different team over there. They're probably battling them now, was Ko's reply. Issei got the basic premise of the situation by inferring from context as well as the chat he had with Azazel. So he knew what was going on in a nutshell. The others weren't as lucky, as they looked confused to what was happening, while the others were suspicious of the situation. Issei got the basic premise of it, of course. LaFay, the cutie she is, suddenly raised her hand. She had a cough and explained to them joyfully. At the same time, Grey Wolf appeared and her shadow glared at Ko. Well, this started from two things. The first is that Orphis-sama took great interest in the Red Dragon Emperor, the Opie Dragon. Volley-sama found out about it, so he offered the meeting through the two connections. She said whilst putting up a single finger. Issei winced internally in anguish while the pierce of his mind from the overly sensitive Welsh dragon. She put up the second fingernail as she continued her explanation. The second reason is that Volley-sama got a hold of some information which said someone is after Orphis-sama from the shadows. To find out about it, we decide to lure them out. If we are lucky, we can fight directly with people who get in our team's way by using Orphis-sama as bait. So it means that, LaFay shyly pointed out at Ko, those people over there are after Orphis-sama and us. So we thought that we'll take action if Volley-sama takes Orphis out of headquarters, and we can crush them when they come after us. But there was no reason for having Orphis-sama be in danger, so Volley-sama took Byoko-sama, who disguised himself as fake Orphis-sama, and we took the real Orphis-sama to the Red Dragon Emperor's house. She was no reason for having... She finished. The rest of the group were shocked. To think that they would turn on their leader, who happens to be the strongest in the world, it was inconceivable. Ko just nodded his head in agreement. It's Volley we are talking about. I knew that he won't just go around taking Orphis with him, so we knew that we would be using Orphis as bait to lure us out. But we also knew that Volley won't be using Orphis just as bait. We all knew that Orphis was interested in this generation's Sekiru and Harakuru changes, so we thought that maybe something like this would happen, so we split among the two groups. One group went after Volley and Georg, and I went after the Red Dragon Emperor, and just as we thought, Orphis was here, so we ended up meeting each other like this, he explains calmly. Ko is after me? Orphis asked while twitching her neck. Issei suppressed the urge to glomp her for such a cute action. Unfortunately, they were in a tense situation. He made sure to add pampering her when they get home on this to-do list. Yeah, Orphis. We need Orphis, but we determined that we don't need the current you, says Ko cryptically. I do not understand. I would not lose to Ko, she replies. That would be the case. You are too powerful. To tell the truth, I don't know what would happen if I took you head on. So let's fight a bit, said Ko as he stood up and spun his spear skillfully. Pin! The tip of his spear opened and really bright light formed. It was an intense light which gave devils chills like always. To devils, it was the ultimate holy spear, the most dangerous weapons in their existence. KO disappeared. He was fast. He disappeared without making even the slightest movement. Only Azazel, Orpheus, and Issei were able to track his movement. Issei was easily targeting Orpheus, and his protective instincts were screaming at him to defend her. But he knew that nothing KO could do with his spear would harm her. He also knew that KO had to have known this, so it begged the question of why he was doing it. He was way too calm. He was in control of the situation. Issei didn't like that one bit. He must have had some trump card if he was willing to be this open about his schemes. Issei decided that instead of unnecessarily jumping to her aid, he would keep his senses about him and move when she really was in danger. Stab! When he reappeared, KO's spear was thrust deeply into Orpheus' stomach, a critical blow. If was a devil, that stab would have killed it right away. KO shouts while putting power into the spear he holds. Shine, the spear which destroyed gods! At the same time he thrust the spear, enormous amounts of light were emitted. This is bad, Lefay. When Kuroka said that, both she and Lefay started to mumble something. Then the mist of darkness was created around the group. It is the mist which greatly reduces the amount of light. It's very dense, so please don't breathe it in. It's poisonous to our body, but we won't able to reduce the light of the Holy Spirit unless we do something like this, shouted Lefay. Also, it's a double layer done by me and Lefay, added Kuroka. The moment Lefay and Kuroka gave an explanation like that, the torrents of the enormous light created from the Holy Spirit expanded throughout the hotel. Even with the powerful barrier erected by Kuroka and Lefay, the devils could feel the slight burn on their skin from the potent holy light. As the light began to fade away, they also saw KO standing in front of Orpheus with his spear plunged directly into her stomach. However, there was no blood flowing from the wound. Orpheus didn't even change her emotions expression. As KO retracted his spear, the wound in her stomach rapidly closed till there isn't even a blemish on her pearlescent skin. It was obvious she didn't take any damage whatsoever. Issei let out a slight sigh. Even though he knew this would happen, he was still happy to see her unharmed. An instant kill attack if it was a devil. I even put a lot of power in it, so even other beings would be vaporized. It would have taken half of the power of the gods who are weak against this spear, KO say, as he took and then looks at Issei. Did you see that, Red Dragon Emperor? This is Orpheus. You cannot give a critical wound, even if the ultimate Longinus. The damage went, though, but to take down the power of infinite, it's not possible even with this spear, he said. Matter of faculty, Issei was really starting to get pissed off with this guy who was explaining everything to him like he was a 5-year-old. Sure, he may have been ignorant to the supernatural world for the most part, but now he's more caught up thanks to his training. He decided not to say anything though and let KO continue his cheesy supervillain monologue while he would look for any openings to exploit. She won't even fight back against me, who just attacked her. The reason is simple. That's because she can kill me anytime she wants to. That's why she won't do it. Even if I do something like this, she's not interested in anything besides Great Red, basically. Out of the top 5 world's strongest, not including Great Red, the strongest one is Orpheus, and there's a huge gap between her and the second strongest where you could say that she is in totally different level. This is what the embodiment of infinite means, continues KO as he taps his spear on his shoulder. Then, what seems like a transport magic circle is created below Kuroka and Lefay. Kuroka says it with a smile. We have connected it. While you were doing a sideshow, let's do it, Lefay. It's about time we have to call him. When the Ashgrave Fenrir positioned its the magic circle made the intense glow and reactant. When the light stopped, instead of Fenrir, there was something else standing there instead. A Bishonen with dark silver hair and blue eyes decked out in what looked like a casual bike gear. It was the Volley Lucifer. Issei doesn't even turn to acknowledge his appearance as his eyes are focused solely on the Gregor, who has yet to make any moves. Good work, Kuroka, Lefay. It's been a while since we meet face to face, KO, who's confronting Volley, smirks at his appearance. Volley, this is a shocking summoning. Lefay, then let's says it while drawing circle in the air with her rod. I have called Volley-sama. Here switching his location with Fenrir-chan, Volley continues. I made Fenrir fight the other hero faction group with Byoko and the others in my place. I had predicted that KO would be coming here, so I made sure I had insurance. Now let's finish this. But coming here only with Grog, such a bold hero, Ko then smirks, rather than being bold. I thought that it would be enough with me and just Grog. Looks like you are confident, Ko. Does it mean that you have a so-called Dragon Eater as your trump card? I'm guessing it's the Sacred Gear Possessor who specializes in dragon slaying, or a new Longinus Possessor. Questioned Volley. At hearing this, Issei felt a chill go down his spine. For some reason, the term Dragon Eater filled with a sense of dread. Ko shook his head to the sides, hearing Volley's words. No, that's not it, Volley. Dragon Eater is the codename we gave to a being which existed already. We didn't create it. It was already created. God from the Bible created that. Hearing that, the youth wearing a robe Grigor speaks. Is it alright, Ko? Yeah, it's about time, Gorg. Volley is here. Orphis is here. Red Dragon Emperor is here. The infinite dragon god and the two heavenly dragons, a combination we can't ask for more. Let's call it. The time for an opening the jar from hell has come, said Ko. Roger that. So the time to devour the infinite has come then, replied Grigor, who proceeded to draw a massive magic circle in the middle of the lobby. An intense vibration shook the entire hotel. A very ominous aura is emitted from the magic circle. A cold air, which gave Issei chills, permeated the atmosphere. An intense pressure he's never felt before was coming from the magic circle. A pressure which freezes both his body and soul. He felt like a frog which is being glared at by a snake, and he didn't like it one bit. This presence is an overwhelming evil intent only directed at a dragon, said Drake, as he also seemed affected as his voice was trembling. Drake is frightened? Thought Issei incuriously. To hear the voice of the mighty red dragon filled with fear was incomprehensible. What kind of being is in there which can frighten a heavenly dragon, which is the embodiment of power and domination? Something ominous started rising from the magic circle. First, a head, then a torso, black wings, a cross. Someone was impaled into the cross. Resonating tools were intensely binding its body. There were so many restraining tools placed all over the body, it was there in ill-omened letters written on the tools. There were ones which were placed on its eyes, and there were tears of blood dripping from them. The moment its whole body appeared from the magic circle, Issei's breath stopped because there was a bizarre existence. It had lower body of a snake. No, there were scales on it. It was more in line with the appearance like of the Asian dragon. The upper body was that of a fallen angel, and the lower body of an Asian dragon. On both hands, tail, and all over its body, there were countless nails driven through it. Even on its black wings, just looking at its appearance tells him how painful it is. A crucifixion done to a criminal who has done something very serious. It looks like the personification of anger from the one who judged it. Ooh, a creepy voice emitted from the creature's mouth echoes through the lobby. From its mouth covered in fangs, there was blood and saliva coming out as well. Pain, jealousy, suffering, resentment, a sound which is mixed of all kinds of negative emotions. One can tell its being which just judged by someone harbored with great anger towards it. There was a black aura and mist coming out of the fallen dragon creature, which was spreading throughout the lobby. Uncomfortable sensations enveloped Issei's body, making him feel as though his body was being pierced by burning needles. Azazel's eyes changed and his expression changed to that of anger. This guy, to bring such a thing! So you unsealed the cactus! He stuttered out in fear and rage. Ko took a step forward and started to speak as if he was reading a poem. It is said that this is the poison of God. It says is the evil intention of God, a forbidden being which made people in Eden eat the fruit of knowledge. The first crime which was judged by the dead God from the Bible and still continues to be in effect. Dragon Eater, Samiel, the angel which received the curse of God who hated dragons and snakes. A dragon, yes, a dragon whose existence was eliminated from the record. Shock, fear, and apprehension spread throughout the lobby at the reveal of the identity of the creature. Issei gritted his teeth in anger at the sight of a creature that the smug expression of the face of Ko. He wanted nothing more to kick his teeth in right now, but he knew that he had to tread carefully, as he stood before the ultimate dragon slayer, a being whose existence can strike fear into the most powerful of dragons. Was it the Olympian god who was in charge of the world of the dead thinking? Perhaps, Azazel yells out. Ko smiles at Sensei's deduction. Yes, we negotiated with Hades Dono. I was allowed to summon him while having many layers of restriction on it. That bastard. Didn't he like the fact about Zeus going into cooperation with other factions? Azazel spits it out with hatred. Issei has never seen him this angry before. It seemed as though the skeleton god lent his hand to the hero faction. No matter how one thinks about it, it is a serious issue will bring ruckus to the alliance. He seems like he hates devils and fallen angels, but to help a terrorist seems to be counterproductive, like cutting off your nose just to spite your face. Ko spins around with his holy spear and then points it at the group. Roar, I will hold them off while you try to get Samuel under control, Ko said. Can you take the 2 heavenly dragons, the governor of fallen angels, and the Gremory team by yourself? Gregor questioned worriedly. I will make it happen. If I can't do something as simple as this, then I basically have no right to hold this spear, Ko declared arrogantly as his spear started to emit a tense light. Balance breaker. After that, a silent declaration. The intense light surrounded Ko before it disperses, showing him what appears to be 7 bowling ball-sized spheres orbiting his body. It was unnervingly silent. Balance breaker. Up to this point, Issei has seen many balance breakers, but none ever this simple and silent. Even Ko's spear admitted the same as before. For the suddenly most powerful sacred gear, it was deeply upsetting for it to be this simple. Ko takes a step forward at the same time. The 7 orbs around him move as well. This is my true Longinus balance breaker. Polar Night Longinus Kadavate. Though it's still incomplete, says Ko. Azazel snouts in disbelief at what he's seeing. A subspecies. The balance breaker which the previous true Longinus used, and now the true Longinus get a dumb along. From the name of it, are you implying that you are the ideal ruler? Damn it! Even I do not know those 7 orbs are. Azazel sneered at the smirking Ko. I actually want to call myself the ideal ruler of heaven. That sounds cooler, right? Replies the Chinese youth with a smug expression on his face. Wally steps up next to Issei, ready to battle, and decided to give him a tip about their enemy. Careful. That balance breaker has the ability called 7 treasures, and even has 7 sacred gear abilities. So there are abilities for each orb, he says. Issei's eyes widen at that little piece of information. Ko was a tricky opponent with just that spear in hand. Now add his 7 unknown abilities, each at top tier level ones. It made an annoying opponent. Annoying but not unbeatable. If there was one thing that Issei had learned during this time in the supernatural world, it's that no enemy is unbeatable. He just needed to figure out the right communications that will allow him to grasp victory. He had to stop himself from chuckling at his thoughts. Him, the Opai Baka, trying to outwit a high-class supernatural opponents. A few months ago, it would have been unthinkable, but now it was necessary for his survival. He would not let this arrogant little prick have his way. So, like that Azazel Dono, Volley, and the Red Dragon Emperor, the curse he has will devour and kill dragons. He can kill dragons for certain. It's not on the same level as the Dragon Slayer Holy Swords. You can't even compare them. Ascalon is like a toothpick to him. Issei Hyoudou, stated Ko smugly. Issei was really using all of his training to control himself from lunging at the bastard in front of him. He quickly remembered that they were here for Orphis, which meant, as his eyes widened in realization, Ko snapped his fingers. Devour her, he commanded. All they felt was unbelievable displacement at the wind before hearing the sounds of what sounded like gulping. Turning around, they were met by the sight of a black block of some kind in place of where Orphis previously stood. Following the trail of the black block, they found a black tentacle attached in which led all the way to the mouth of Samil, more specifically his tongue. Issei realized at this point that he was literally devouring Orphis. Issei silently called up his sacred gear and quietly started boosting his power. He knew as a dragon he stood no chance against the ultimate Dragon Slayer. He wasn't aiming to defeat it though, as there was a much simpler way to deal with him. He just needed a few seconds to power to the appropriate level. Hyoudou, cut it! With Rias' command, Hyoudou created a holy demonic sword in his hand, went slashing towards the black block. But the black block devoured the holy demonic sword and made the blade of it disappear. Only half of the holy demonic sword was left in Hyoudou's hand. It erased the holy demonic sword? Can this black block erase and attack itself? Kiba created another demonic sword and slashed it towards the tentacle, Samuel's tongue, but it resulted as the same as before. When he went to cut it, the part of the blade which touched the block got erased, and the tip of the blade got split in two. Half dimension. When Volley made the wings of light appear, divine dividing his surroundings got wrapped, and all of the things got reduced to half while making the sound of the sacred gear at the same time. This is Volley's halving ability, but it didn't have any effect on the black block at Samuel's tongue. Issei took the time to appreciate the fact that his rival is able to use this ability outside of his balance breaker. How's this then? Asked Volley as he shoots a wave of demonic from his hand, but it also got devoured by the black block as if it was nothing. It didn't even give any damage to the black block. It doesn't even have a scratch or dent on it. Then how about the power of destruction? Rias shoots, with enough demonic power to make things around her disappear, but it didn't do anything either. It's stubbornly hard, or does it have the power to avoid all attacks? That was a good attack by Volley, but unfortunately, for you, I'm feeling particularly vindictive today. Rourke, he ordered. Suddenly, one of the tentacles broke off from the main body and pierced Volley, causing him to scream out in pure agony. As the poison of the ultimate Dragon Slayer racked his body, he collapsed in anguish. Volley! Azazel called out as he went to aside his former prodigy. Zenobia charged up her Durandal and brought down the force of the blade on the abomination in front of them, only to be stopped by the holy spear inches from her target. You do a good attack from the start again. Zenobia of the Durandal, but there's no second time, said Ko, amusement lacing his words. Issei wanted nothing more than to wipe the smugness of this motherfucker's face off. One of the 7 treasures, Kakare Ramata. After saying that, the orb disappears and break. The sound of something destroyed violently echoes throughout the lobby. When Issei looked around, he saw that ex-Durandal, still held by Zenobia, got destroyed. My ex-Durandal! Zenobia cried out. The Excalibur fragments that were rebundled into Durandal's teeth was broken. Luckily for them, though, they brought enough time for Issei to make a difference. Quadruple boost! Sounded the voice of his sacred gear, gathering the attention of the others in the room before Drake's voice rang out again. Ascalon! The famous dragon-slaying holy sword appeared in Issei's hand. Phew, I don't know what you think you're doing, Red Dragon Emperor, but it's futile. You cannot overcome the ultimate Dragon Slayer with that pitiful sword, Ko said with a mocking tone in his voice. In response, Issei just smirked before turning his attention towards George, who was sweating whilst trying to maintain the connection that allowed Samuel to be temporarily summoned from the cactus. Issei concentrated his power and unleashed it in a concentrated burst of Hakashi Haki. Right at him, Urui immediately felt the effects of the mind being overpowered and dominated by Issei as he stumbled groggily, barely maintaining his consciousness. Issei could have knocked him out with a more powerful blast, but didn't want to risk it affecting his allies as well. Seeing that George was all intents and purposes lost control of the magic circle and therefore stopped powering Samuel, Issei sped towards the black block, reinforcing both his arms and sword Byosho Haki before transferring the built-up power to Ascalon. Transfer! Using all of its might, Issei brought down the sword of block like a hammer of justice, where, to the shock of everyone, he sliced cleanly through the block. Freeing Orphis, he scooped her in his arms before vanishing from the place and reappearing in his previous position. Rigorg, losing the connection to Samuel due to whatever the Sekiro did to him, he had no choice but to send back the cactus before it turned out on them and killed everything. Ko just looked with disbelief as his master plan was foiled so effortlessly. Before he gritted his teeth, he seethed with anger. Issei just looked at him with an infernal calm smile. I don't know how many hours you spent on your knees choking on skeleton dick to get some meal, but it appears that your efforts are for nothing. Perhaps you should go home and reflect on your mistakes, advised Issei politely, with no hint of detention whatsoever, causing everyone to look at him indecorously. And how he was able to speak to such a derogatory word so politely and gently, yet to still come across as so condescending. Ko was first burned with anger and embarrassment at Issei's remark. George, get a hold of yourself. How did we get? Questioned Ko impatiently. George still looked the groggy from his experience, but still had enough for to answer his leader.
I would estimate it's just under a quarter of her power was taken, answered Grigor in dazed tone of voice. Kyo made an unpleasant face at hearing that. He thought they would be able to get more, but the Red Dragon Emperor's surprise actions to incapacitate George and weaken Samuel at the same time wasn't something he had taken into consideration. Still, he would work with what he had, but not before punishing these devils for disfiguring his plans. While that was going on, Issei gently set Orpheus on feet on the ground before dusting off any specks of dirt managed to get on her. "How are you feeling?" Orpheus Johnny questioned concernedly. Orpheus didn't answer him straight away, as she was clenching and unclenching her fist with a quizzical expression. "I feel weaker," she answered, with a tilt of her head. Issei just nodded his head, already expecting this to answer. It seems while her infinite powers prevented her death, it couldn't stop her power from being stolen. Luckily, he cut the line just time, or else they may have had a whole lot more to worry about. The Chaos Brigade. He gently patted her head to comfort her. "Don't worry, Orpheus-chan. I'll find a way to get your power back," he said with a gentle smile on his face as he looked at her, before he narrowed his eyes dangerously. "But first, I have to take out the fucking trash." "You!" Ko seethed as he stared at Issei with nothing but contempt in his eyes. "Again! You get in the way of my plans. I should have killed you when I had the chance," Ko gritted out. "Ha! You say it like you could have actually done that. I would have liked to remind you the last time we met, you ran with your tail tucked between your legs, with only one functioning eye, thanks to me destroying the other one like a scared little bitch," Issei replied, with a pardonable smirk on his face. It made his companions look at him with a bit shocked, as the expression was so out of place his normally joyful face. "You seem to pride yourself in your over-elaborate plans, but I've made it my calling in life thus far to fuck up in the stupid plans of an arrogant douchebags like you. It's kind of like a hidden talent of mine." He finished with the infuriating smirk on his face. The death glare that Ko sent the way of Issei and spewing with the amount of hatred that it contained. He had to work hard to get himself under control. At least he made silly mistake that would cost him, especially whilst being surrounded by so many high-level opponents. He regained his composure and directed his usual smirk at Issei. "I admit, you caught me off guard. I didn't think you would target Grigor to weaken the connection. It was something I should have taken into consideration. Nevertheless, we got what we came for. It may have not have been as much as we were hoping for, but it will be sufficient enough for what we need." Issei just looked at him with a bland stare before sighing. Azia. "Try to heal as much of the damage to Volley as you can." Kuroka helped to stabilize his internal energy to help him fight off the position till we get it sorted out. Both girls were a bit startled to be addressed as an intense situation. Kuroka less so, but they both obeyed nonetheless as they got to work on Volley. They didn't even second guess to question him in his terms of taking orders. Such was commending presence of Issei currently had about him. "Do you think honestly that I will allow you to heal while I'm standing here? You're stupider than I thought," Ko snorted diversely. "Is it the That was as far as he got before Issei suddenly appeared before him, swinging Ascalon at his head. The attack caught Ko by surprise, and he had no choice but to abandon his attempt on Azia, and Kuroka just to avoid being decapitated. Issei didn't let up, though. He used a superior draconic body to bully Ko and keep his attention firmly on himself. "Get Volley out of here! Azazel and I can handle Ko. Hyoudou, stay behind and keep an eye on Grigor. The rest of you get out of here. You aren't ready to handle this kind of opponent. Protect Azia and Kuroka as they carry out their tasks. Make sure to look after Orpheus. There may have been more Chaos Brigade agents sulking around here that we don't know about, so keep your eyes peeled." Issei ordered with an authoritative tone of voice none of the girls ever heard from him before. The way he took control of the situation honestly excited them a little. They wanted to argue, but they knew that if they stayed, they would only get in the way. Ko saw them ready to escape in the room, and this was ready to intercept them, but was stopped when he felt the blistering heat searing his skin. "Enkai," Issei called out as the blistering hot flames started to surround his body. "Hibaratia!" He finished as the pillar of fire exploded outwards from his body, forcing Ko to hastily dodge the conflagration lest he burnt to his crisp. The attack from Issei served its purpose. Ko was far too concerned with dodging that he completely disregarded the girls, who were able to make a hasty retreat out of the room, taking the injured Volley with them. After a few seconds, Issei let a
his attack causing the flames to vanish. He can now be seen standing in the middle of the room, directly in front of the only door, the same one as it's just used to escape. Azazel and Kiba walked over there and stood on the other side of him, facing down their enemies. Ko looked like he swallowed something sour. Nothing seemed to be going his way today. The reason of that was standing right in front of him. Issei seemed to be taking some sick satisfaction in thwarting his plans, and Ko didn't like it one bit. He needed to reassert himself and regain control of the situation before things got out of control. He was contemplating whether or not to continue his attack. With the others gone, the Red Dragon Emperor and Governor wouldn't have to bother holding back when fighting in such a confined space. They were both far stronger than him in terms of pure power. He could probably handle them for a while, but the chance of them eventually wearing him down were far too high. It will only take one hit from either of them to deliberate him. He already got what he came for, even though he didn't go his way as planned. It didn't serve any purpose to continue fighting here. He would make a strategic withdrawal and regroup. He would finish his business with him another day, when the odds were more in his favor. Gorg, where is the power of Orphis that was taken by Samil supposed to be transported? Ko questioned his lieutenant. I made the equation during the summoning, so it will be sent to the research facility of the main headquarters, Ko replied Gorg. I see. I will be returning first, then. Ko announced, while in truth, he wanted to fight more, especially with these strong opponents. He knew that the odds didn't favor him at the moment. He never planned on killing any of them either, as that would be far too boring. He would regain his bearings and come up with a new plan. Yagor, call the groups of Grim Reapers. Hades is after the weakened Orphis. Also, the swapping transportation that was done by the guys from Volley team before. Can you try that? Can you transport me and swap them with Siegfried? I will leave the rest to you, Siegfried, Ko inquired. I only saw it once, so I won't know if that will work smoothly, but I will also try it. Also, about the information I gained before, Greg responded before he passes on the paper to Ko with a serious face. Ko's eyes become sharper after seeing that. I see. So this is the way the old mouse gives his gratitude for saving him. No, I knew from the start. He did cooperate with us enough, Ko spoke bitterly to himself. Issei, Azazel, and Kiba watched the entire exchange but didn't make any move to intercept them. They knew that they were in a bit of a pickle right now, and picking unnecessary fights would be counterproductive to their survival. They had badly injured party, and they needed to get back to civilization. The news of Hades sending his Grim Reapers did nothing but anger Issei and Azazel. It seemed that the god of the dead was playing with his hand far too much to their liking. The news about the supposedly deflect old Mao faction was also a bit alarming. They would allow Ko to escape though, as it would allow them to focus on their plans without worry. Suddenly, a magic circle up beneath Gregoric before he disappeared. Gorg went outside the hotel. He was preparing for swapping transportation circles between me and Siegfried. Ko announced casually. It seemed that Gorg was able to replace the technique used by Kuroko and Lefay. Very well, let's play a game. The Volley team and Gremory team, soon as the group of Grim Reapers will be coming here on Hades orders to retrieve the weakened Orphis. I will also have Siegfried from my team participate in it as well. The key point of this game is whether all of you can get out of here safely. We won't know what will happen when Hades captures that Orphis. Now, can you get out of here while protecting Orphis with your lives? Please challenge it. I want the two heavenly dragons to survive, but I have no intention of enforcing it to the Grim Reapers in my command. I think that it's more suitable to fight those who overcome a crisis. Ko finished his unusual, superior smirk on his face. It seemed he was in the back of his regular mood after regaining a little control of the situation. Issei had to resist the urge to roll his eyes at this asshole annoying mannerisms. Medusa's eye. They heard Ko call out. His right eye glowed purple. Suddenly, Azazel tripped a little and seemed disoriented. They looked down to see Azazel's leg slowly turning to stone. A little parting gift, as well as the insurance to make sure that you don't chase after me. Enjoy the game, the wannabe hero said before vanishing in a magic circle. And that is where we're going to be stopping for now. Well, that could have gone better, Issei commented, causing Azazel to look at him in annoyance. Here he was, getting his leg turned into stone as perverted student throughout a casual comment like that. Luckily for Azazel, the enchantment could never hold on to some of his power, so after overpowering the charm, his legs started to revert. We should regroup with the others and figure out a plan of action, the governor said, getting nods from his two companions before taking off. Scene change. There are Grim Reapers at the parking lot. There's quite the number of them. Kiba informed them after returning from his lookout duties. That bastard Hades, he's seriously making a move, Azazel spat in disgust. After the fight with Keo, the Gremory team, Irina, Azazel, Volley, Kuroka, Lefay, Ravel, and Orphis regrouped at the upper floor of the hotel in his artificial space. The hotel was roughly 60 stories high. They moved in the middle, which is the 30th floor, had the whole floor covered with many of Lefay's sturdy barriers, and had it designed as a base. If she wanted to, Lefay could put a defensive barriers on the whole area. But for having a certain amount of defense, only one of the floors was the limit. They had a surprisingly small amount of injured, thanks to the quick thinking from Issei, and even quicker action. They were spread a more drawn-out battle, which could have resulted in a larger injured list. As it stood, the only one in a bad way was Volley, and he had Ozzy and Kuroki tending to him. With some support from Konako, Lefay had tried to use Dispel the curse, but it seems that Samil's curse was far too powerful to be neutralized by regular methods, even from a witch as talented as Lefay. Volley had no choice but to wait out the natural time length of the course and hope his body could hold it off for long enough. Currently, the rest of the gang was trying to put together a strategy to ditch this place, but it was easier said than done. Grigor's mastery with the dimension loss meant that they couldn't simply brute force their way out of the subspace. They needed to think smart and exploit any weakness they could find. Lefay entered the room while expelling a sigh. An official notification just came from main headquarters. To explain it simply, it said, the Volley team tried to stage a coup d'etat by deceiving Orphis and making the organization become theirs. Orphis was reduced safely by the hero faction. Terminate any remaining Volley team members when found. That's how it is, she said. Many were shocked at the fate of the Volley team, as well as the underhandedness of the hero faction. So it turned out like that. The Volley team is not only being targeted by the hero faction, but things turned out like this when they were trying to grant Orphis's wish. What hardship, Azazel laminated. Lefay then replied with a downcast attitude. We checked on the mysteries of the world beginning from Great Renaissance, looking for the legendary strong people, and sometimes makes Orphis's wish come true. But it seems the hero faction found us a nuisance because we have immense power. Also, Stegfried-sama seems to hate us a lot. Especially, he didn't find it amusing that his former rival, my brother Arthur, came to this group, she explained. Mysteries of the world, Issei asked incuriously. Yes, we started off with the secret about the Great Red Sun swimming at the dimensional gap, the extinctive civilizations, the technology of lost continent of Mu, and the continents of Atlantis. We also searched about parallel universes. We also went to look at the Yggdrasil from Norse mythology, also the Andicondent of the legendary strong people in search of the heroes or creatures whose status, either dead or alive, is unknown. Sometimes we do terrorism, she informed him. So you guys are like adventurers, Issei remarked skeptically. Yeah. We have great adventures every day. We also fought strong people. Volley-sama is also trying to find where the beings referred to as dragons came from. Also, he's looking into the reason between the big fight of the two heavenly dragons. Also, if we can find a new Longinus, that is one of the things we search for, Lefay says with enjoyment. I take back my words. You guys aren't adventurers. You're just a bunch of lazy bums with too much free time on your hands and have absolutely nothing to do. Seriously, that bastard Volley needs to get a job of something. Issei deadpan with his eyebrow twitching violently. He petted the head of Orphis, who was once again upon her throne of Issei's lap, to calm his irritation at the Volley team. I think Volley-sama's pursuit of nature on things is influence from Governor Sama, Lefay commented with a smile, completely ignoring Issei's comments. Hearing that, Azazel let out a sigh and directed a half-ilted stare at Lefay. His face looked like of a father who heard the report of his naughty son. Lefay smiles. So far, they have come to understand that there was something restraining Orphis in this dimension, presumably something done by Gore, so they couldn't just up and leave even if they wanted to. Well, if the Grim Reapers are here, then they have predicted certain types of resistance from Orphis. Also, the current Orphis isn't infinite, she is finite. They must have a way to seal Orphis besides using Sawmill. It's obvious for us to be still and careful, as Azazel ponders before turning to LeFay. LeFay, you were talented in using magic related to space like Kuroka, right? Is there any way to get help from the outside world, or is there any way to get at least a few members out of here? There is, but there is a limit for it. There is a magic where others can leave this space with me, but the number of people that can is 2 at most. Since we performed a swapping transportation with Vali-sama and Fenrir-chan, I think the barrier on this space became even stronger. I am pretty sure that it's impossible to perform the swapping transportation once again. I think Grigoric-sama knows the majority of the formula of our magic, so there is only one more chance where I can use a very special transportation from here. Right. Judging from what Orphis said earlier, this space has a special barrier which Orphis captured in here. I would love to ask them how they made such a thing, but Orphis must be the only one who can't leave here. We need to destroy the barrier somehow and escape from here together. And Grim Reapers are more dangerous than you think. In terms of potential, you guys are stronger, but it is as bad if you can't get cut with their scythe. Grim Reapers trim down lifespans as long as with giving you damage. If Issei was currently hearing his lifespan gets hit by it, you will end up dying because your lifespan will go down to 0. Orphis is also finite right now. If she gets cut by the scythe repeatedly, she will get weaker. So we need to protect Orphis at all costs. If we have her powers get taken away from more than this, the problems will increase drastically, especially if our opponent is Hades, Azazel explains as everyone listened intently. But we also have to choose the members who leave here to get help from the outside world. Irina, you go first. Go and tell the truth about the hero faction and coup d'etat of Hades to Cersex in the heavens. Irina wanted to protest, but the sharp gaze from Azazel quelled the thoughts of rebellion. It was at times like these they remembered just who this guy really was. Take Zenobia as your guard. The function of Durandal was destroyed, but Durandal itself can be used. There is a chance that reinforcements from the hero faction of Grim Reapers are outside this space, he added. Zenobia made a face at the suggestion, but she didn't protest. From her face, Issei could tell that she understood that Azazel was basically telling her that she might not be that useful here with her sword as damaged as it is. Suddenly, LeFay came forward and hands over a single sword to Zenobia. This is LeFay smiles at Irina, who gets shocked. That was the last Excalibur sword which was in the possession of Arthur Pentadragon. It's called something like Excalibur Ruler. Please take this. It is something which my brother asked me to take with me. I couldn't find the right time to give it to you, but I thought now was a good time. That sword is something which has no use to us anymore. Is it okay? LeFay nods at Zenovia's words. We have obtained Fenrir-chan, and Fenrir-chan's powers has decreased dramatically so we can control him. But even so, there aren't any creatures which are more powerful than him. How about you use all of the Excalibur to repair Durandal? Irina bows her head down. Thank you very much, LeFay-san. I thought people who carry the blood of heroes are scary, but they are nice people among them indeed. Ha, I am honored. Though I am called a weirdo along with my brother, LeFay said with a bitter smile on her face. After that little exchange was over, LeFay started prepping the magic circle. Azazel, Rias, Akano were discussing strategies in the meantime. Issei set Orphis down gently and walked up to one of the large windows. He spotted a creepy-looking dudes in black clothes skulking about the parking lot. They were giving an immense killing intent and a lot of hostility. These scythes were glinting dangerously in the artificial sunlight. Issei couldn't help but wonder what Hades was thinking. He was taking far too many liberties with this scheme. This would definitely backfire. Surely he had to know that, so what exactly was his endgame? Issei looked down to the left as he felt Orphis standing next to him. Looking out the window as well, he gently caressed her head as he vowed to himself never to get an egotistical prick like Hades ever get his hands on someone as pure as Orphis. Okay. Far from what we've been able to gather from this far, there are 3 ways to escape this barrier. The 3 ways are the following. The first way is for the caster, in case Gorg, to unseal the dimension himself. This is understood from the battle at Kyoto. The second way is to enter and exit forcefully. This is what Lu Fei, the first son Wukong, and Yu Long pulled during the same battle. Like I explained before, this is impossible unless you are exceptionally experienced caster. Right now, Lu Fei can only do this once, while taking a limited number of people with her. It will be impossible to enter the exit for the third time with Lu Fei's technique. Your must have been able to make the barrier even stronger now, Azazel explained, getting the nods of understanding from others. The last one is simple and clear. We either defeat the caster or destroy the central point supporting this barrier. Issei destroyed the barrier device when Azia was captured, so like that we will destroy the device which is acting at the central point of the barrier, he informed. He liked it. It was simple and straightforward, just the kind of plan that he can get behind. After getting a nod from Azazel, Kuroka and Lu Fei sat down a map of the area on the ground before covering it in the devil letters and magic symbols. It really wasn't Issei's area of expertise, but he did look on it in interest nevertheless. Lu Fei closed her eyes and slowly ran her hand over the map, which started to vibrate and the symbols began glowing. After a few minutes, her eyes snapped open. There is one at the parking lot, another one on the roof, and another one on the second floor of the hotel in the hall room. In total, I have confirmed 3 barrier devices, and they have a shape of a snake. No, a statue of the Ouroboros, which is biting its tail with its mouth, she informed. Issei gave her an impressed look at what he assumed was some sort of scrying technique, and at a high-level one at that. So, the barrier devices we have to destroy are the statues of the Ouroboros, and there are 3 of them. Looks like this job will be hard. The artificial space is specially created to have Orpheus remain here. This world would have been nothing to the normal Orpheus. Rigori must have created this barrier space, having the fact that Orpheus has her power reduced in this plan. Now, Lu Fei, what's happening with these devices? Did the number of Grim Reapers increase from before, Azazel questioned. Yes, Governor Sama, there are Grim Reapers gathered all over the locations of all the devices. More like they are spread everywhere except this floor. They are even present in the corridor. It seems like most of them are gathered at the car park. Keo-Sama has already left this place, but Siegfried is still here instead. Rigori is also at the parking lot, Lu Fei informed. Okay, now that we have a better understanding, it would be best if we take out all 3 devices simultaneously. Singling them out might give Reward the opportunity to reinforce them while we are trying to move to the next. That being said, Issei and myself are the only ones currently that have enough firepower to destroy these devices. Volley's condition is too dangerous to consider, and we can't be sure what effect Samuel had on Orpheus, Azazel advised. I can take out 2 of those devices with my attack. I've done it before as well. I have a good base of knowledge of how tough these things are. You can take the final one. Just give me a few minutes to boost to the appropriate level. Once you give the signal, we unleash our attacks, Issei suggested, getting a nod of agreement from Azazel, who readied a powerful-looking light spear that made some time of devils present nervous. I'll take the ones to the roof on the second floor. You hit one in the parking lot. After saying his piece, Issei got into position with his one hand pointing at the roof of the other in the ground beneath him. He called out to his sacred gear, which appeared on both of his hands. Boost! Drake's voice came out. Issei didn't break his concentration though. Boost! Lu Fei, Irina, and Zenobia got into position on the magic circle that she prepared beforehand. Boost! Hyoudou drew his holy demonic sword and got into his fighting stance. Boost! Rias, Akano, Kuroka, Ravel, Konako, and all readied themselves by summoning their demonic power, magic, and senjutsu. Boost! Volley stumbled into the room, looking a little paler than before. He was too much stubborn of a bastard to stay down and missed out on the action. He readied his demonic power to strike. Boost! Issei nodded to himself as he felt the built-up power. Explosion! As the power flooded his body, Issei gathered his energy into the palm of his hands. The onlookers could see it collate into the shape of an orb, not too different from his dragon shot attack, but this one was different. It was much before, more concentrated and far more controlled. It was dark, emerald green, mixing with black energy, compressed into turns of a tennis ball-sized orb of destruction. He looked to Azazel, which gave him a nod. Azazel held up 4 fingers and started counting down. Once the final finger dropped, Issei unleashed his attack. Twin Dragon Cannon, he uttered, before the spears of destruction tore through the hotel and obliterated the Ouroboros statues. Azazel's light spear did much of the same in terms of damage. The barrier devices located on the roof and the hull are destroyed, also the Grim Reapers around them as well. The same with the device located in the parking lot. Preparation for transportation circle is complete as well. Then the lights emitted from the magic circle intensified, and the light envelops Lefay, Irina, and Zenobia. Issei, don't die, Zenobia called out. We will definitely report this to the heavens and Mao-sama, Irina added. Issei just gave them a confident smirk and a thumbs up as they vanished through the transportation. Now that the devices are down, I have no doubt that Gregor has taken extra measures to secure this dimension. As long as he's here, we're as good as trapped, so there's nothing to do but bust out the old-fashioned way. There's a lot of enemies around and plenty of ass to be kicked till we get to Gorg. Let's not waste another moment, Issei declared with a challenging smirk, as he stepped towards the large open window with a horde of Grim Reapers below. He raised his left hand into the air and started rapidly gathering energy in his palm just like before. This time the energy was more reddish in color, and the orb was a little bigger. This should thin out the herd, he stated before unleashing his attack. Draco Meteor. The orb shot his hand off like a cannon and sailed high into the sky before reaching a certain point, after which it exploded into life, raining down multiple orbs of destruction from the original, taking out hundreds if not thousands of Grim Reapers in one fell swoop in a beautiful display of wanton annihilation. Ha! Looks like Issei's a little excited to get this party started. All that's left for us to do is beat up those guys and get the hell out of here. Let's go, Azazel ordered as his wings came out and he destroyed a large window with his spear before taking off. He got an affirmative response as the rest of the team jumped in after to join him in the fray. The frontline fighters like Issei, Kiba, and Azazel were taking to the fight to the Grim Reapers, cutting down as many as they could. Support fighters like Rias, Akano took to the sky and rained down magic bombardment on their enemies. Azia stayed behind and was sending a healing auras to those who needed it. Volley was also sending magical attacks between intervals, with Kuroka providing the defense with help from Konako and Ravel. Orphis was just standing there, watching the fights. Issei told her to sit tight, and for some strange reason, she obeyed him. Blaze Slash! Issei unleashed a farming slash from his Ascalon that dealt wide-range damage to the Grim Reapers. He noticed that there weren't many allies around him, so he decided to use large-scale attack. He didn't get used to the full-scale version against KO, but it would be perfect here. Kai. Intense flames started circling him, taking out a few Grim Reapers that were getting too close. Hibarashi. The flames exploded outwards into a huge fiery dome, obliterating any Grim Reapers that were in the radius of the explosion. He didn't stop there, though. He took a deep breath before expelling a huge stream of flames from his mouth that took even more enemies. Kiba was zipping around the battles, slash as the Grim Reapers as he could. He sometimes used his other balance breaker to give him more numbers, or even as a defense. He was doing quite as well before Siegfried showed up, and they were currently locked in an intense sword fight. It looked like Kiba was getting the worst of the exchange. Rias and Akino were releasing the power of destruction and holy lightning respectively, doing plenty of damage. Occasionally, Issei would transfer power to them to boost their attacks. Azazel was much of the same, as he came raining down the light spheres like it was a bargain sale, and taking it out Reapers like it was going out of a fashion. He did run into a bit of trouble, though, as it seems one of the ultimate class Grim Reapers, Pluto, decided to make an appearance. Currently, they were engaged in a boss-level fight. The pattern carried for a while, with Issei tearing through the lines of the Grim Reapers like they were common fodder. It was while later, though, that he stopped when he sensed someone entering the barrier. He, as well as the rest of the combatants, looked up to the sky sparkling before a familiar young man emerged from the hole in the sky. It's been a while, Volley, Red Dragon Emperor, the man, who was none other than Shalwa Beelzebub, said as he glared at Issei, then at Volley, who was on the 30th floor of the hotel. Siegfried took a step forward. Shalba, I did receive a report, but I never thought you'd be acting by yourself, he said. Hey, Siegfried, I certainly did a lot of assistance from you people. You have my gratitude. Thanks to that, my wounds have healed. Though I did lose Orphis, as Snake, and my powers are lower than before, Shalba commented. And the reason for you to come here is nothing much. I thought I would declare war on you, Shalba replied, casually, before putting on an evil smile and revealed what he had under his cape. Underneath was a boy, looking at him, his eyes and his shadows in them, and it seemed like he was being controlled. The boy was very familiar, though, to the group that fought at Kyoto, but especially to Siegfried and Gregor. Leonardo! It was Leonardo, the wielder of the Longinus-class sacred gear, Annihilation Maker. Shalba, why did you bring that boy here? No, why is he with you? Leonardo was supposed to be in a different mission. Did you bring him here? Siegfried demanded. I thought I would have him assist me for a bit. Just like this, Shalba replied with a smirk before he activated his ominous-looking magic circle with his hand and put it closer to the boy called Leonardo. Then the devil letters within the magic circle moved fast, causing the boy to scream. Ah! Shalba flew up from where he was then and then laughed out loudly. Annihilation Maker is a very splendid and idealistic ability, and people say that he's specialist on creating anti-monsters. Checking the movements of the hero faction, I kidnapped him while he was doing a mission with another group from the hero faction. Now then, I will have him created, a monster which can eliminate the current devils of the world. The shadows around the boy started to writhe, as though they were alive before something was created before them. Making lots of waves, the shadow had a huge coming out of it. A head so big that it was hard to anticipate. It was followed by a very large torso, arms that were too thick, and an overwhelming legs to support the body. The thing created from the shadows of the boy, which covers the whole field, was Goga! The roar of this outrageously large monster shook the very dimension it was standing in. It was absolutely enormous, at least 2 heads bigger than Great Red, a monster about 200 meters tall. Another monster smaller than the original one appeared from the boy's shadow as well. A large magic circle was created below the monster's feet. It was a transportation magic circle. Shalba shouted while laughing. I'm planning to transport these monsters to the underworld to have them cause havoc. It's a humongous anti-monster. It will certainly eliminate lots of devils in the underworld. A magic circle glowed, and the monsters were enveloped in the light of the transportation. Stop them, Azazel ordered hurriedly. The gang unleashed their attacks at the beast, but they didn't even make a scratch. The attacks were useless, and all of the monsters disappeared into the light. There was silence for a moment before the field started shaking violently. The dimension started to become unstable, and because of the forceful birth of the monsters and the transportation of them, Gregor then shouted at Siegfried, "The device won't last long! Damn, Shalba! Did he use the ability that surpasses the capacity of the possessor by force?" We can't help it. Looks like it's time for us to leave. Let's retreat once retrieving Leonardo. Pluto, how about Siegfried stopped there and realized the disappearance of the Grim Reaper. That Grim Reaper disappeared the moment Shalba appeared. Seeing that, it seems like Siegfried understood something. I see. So, the one who was helping Shalba from the shadows, it was something that Skull God would think of. So he won't choose any sorts of methods to annoy us. Did he also tell the method to forcefully use the balance breaker of Annihilation Maker? We don't know what kind of price and a bad effect it has to do a temporarily balance breaker like that. We're trying to increase the power of Leonardo slowly. Now this boy is... Saying that, they both recovered quickly before retreating into the Gregor's magic circle, taking Leonardo with them. Suddenly an explosion rang out. Issei looked up to see Shalba attacking the hotel where the rest of their team was. What's wrong? Volley, what happened to your proud demonic powers? Your power of the White Dragon Emperor, what happened to it? You are just a mixed breed between a human, so there was no way for you to win against me who is a real Mao. Shalba's deranged arguments could be heard. I don't want to hear it from you who names himself a Mao while borrowing the powers of others, Volley shot back. It only matters if you win in the end. Now, there is one more thing I want. Shalba points his hands towards Orpheus. A spiral of demonic power appears, and it wraps Orpheus around like a rope. Whew! Just like the information said, the current Orpheus has unstable power, and even my current self can capture her. This is a gift to the cooperative partner of mine, the real Mao. I will have her give me a snake again since my powers are down. I will be taking her now. He laughed manically. He didn't get to celebrate for long though, as he is hit with the force of a freight train, sending him through at least 3 buildings. Unfortunately, his grip on Orpheus was too strong, and he took her with him. Issei clicked his tongue in annoyance at the resilience of the guy. He was a fucking cockroach. Shalba climbs out and eventually starts laughing manically. He didn't seem to even register any pain. His eyes seemed to be hollow. A curse. This is a curse. I shall become the poison that will devour the underworld. Those devils who declined me. I have no business with such underworld. I don't care about them anymore. I don't care about the authority and position of the underworld anymore. This is Shalba Beelzebub. Shall use my last powers to destroy the underworld together with the monsters. Shalba's expression was covered with madness. He was spouting extremics while forth-thumbing at the mouth. It was honestly uncomfortable to watch. He then pointed at Issei. Yes, the children you care deeply about will be terminated by my curse. My monsters, Red Dragon Emperor. Suffer receiving my curse. Struggle. Die while coughing out blood. This is a masterpiece, including the inferior, low-class, and mid-class children of devils. Even the offspring of elites will die in the same way. See, the world you guys have been hoping for, the world where there is no discrimination. He finishes his crazy speech, not seeming to care about anything else around him. Azazel and the others just looked on in disbelief at the insanity they were witnessing. While this was going on, the dimension started collapsing into itself, with holes appearing and starting to stuck in the remainder of the dimension into it. Kuroka, who was inside the hotel, shouted, "This field is at its limit! If it is now, we should be able to transfer, so I will activate the magic circle. Then all of us will leave here." The Gremory group gathered around Kuroka. Ozzy was healing Volley, who was wounded from Shalba's attack. Shalba's deranged laugh continued to be heard. As they all gathered around Kuroko, Ravel notices a glaring exception. "Issei-sama, come quickly!" she shouted, gathering the attention of the others, who noticed that Issei hasn't moved from his spot. He still didn't move, even after Ravel's call. "Issei-sama?" she whispered out. With a feeling of dread, he turned around and gave them a confident smirk. "You guys go on ahead. Shalba needs a proper lesson in respecting his betters. Plus, I'm not leaving Orpheus behind," he said, gathering a shocked expressions from the others. They started to protest, but he shut them up with his glare. "It will be enough with just me. You guys have to get to the underworld as soon as possible to warn them of what's to come. Either way, this dimension won't last much longer. If it's just me, I can still move around in the dimensional gap with my armor for a while after the field collapses. Similar to the time when Volley did the same. I cannot let Shalba get away, and I also cannot let Orpheus be handed to someone," he declared. He got an understanding nod from Volley and Azazel. "It's at its limit." "We won't be able to transfer unless we do it now," Kuroka shouted. The others wanted to say more, but there wasn't much time left. Issei gave them a reassuring smile and told them to leave it to him. "Issei, I will open the Dragon's Gate afterward to summon you in Orpheus. You're okay with that, right?" Azazel shouts to him. "I'll leave it to you, Sensei," Issei replies. As his comrades look at him worriedly, Issei strides forward without apprehension. The last sight they see before the transportation takes hold is Issei's confident back as he fiercely stares down his foe. Issei hears the successful transportation and focuses his gaze onto Shalba. "I can understand, Volley, to come after me, but for the failure of the two heavenly dragons such as yourself to come after me, how much do dragons have to look down on me?" Shalba shouted madly. He seemed to have lost all sense of reason. "What is the reason to come after me? Are you also trying to ignore me, who carries the blood of the real Mao? Or are you trying to seek power by having Orpheus? It's you who is a heavenly dragon. You must be hiding the desire to dominate the human world and underworld." Issei just looked at him with a condescending smile. "You sure like the sound of your own voice, don't you? I don't see the appeal. But then again, it's always the weaklings that just love running their mouth," he said, causing Shalba's face to go red with anger. "Don't go reading too much into this. I didn't come here to stop you because you're some boss-level enemy. I only came here for Orpheus. Honestly speaking, you aren't even worth a few seconds I have to spare to deal with you. It's not like I go around fancerizing with cockroaches such as yourself." Shalba looked like he was about to pop a blood vessel with how red his face was. It was contorted in anger and hatred, all directed towards Issei. He pointed his hands at Issei, and wrapped around it was created in bugs, no bees. Something which looks like bees appeared. The whole area was covered with bees. "I will show you the power of a real Beelzebub," he shouted. Issei just scoffed at him before cocking his fist back. "Heiken!" A fist of pure incinerated the bugs, leaving Shalba gaping. He didn't have much time to continue, though, as Issei appeared before him. Issei stomped down hard his foot, causing Shalba to cry out, but Issei followed his stomp with a vicious headbutt that shattered Shalba's nose. Shalba clutched his body and nose as he backtracked from Issei, glaring at hatred at the Red Dragon Emperor. It was a wasted effort though, as tears of the corner of his eye just made Issei laugh at him. "You lowlife!" Shalba screamed, as he created mini magic circles similar to Rias Gremory. He shot a full burst of different elemental attacks. Each one of his attacks were thick. It went straight towards Issei, who gracefully sidestepped and dodged all the attacks with fluidity thanks to his superior senses, and his haki. For those that he was unable to dodge, he caressingly slapped them away with a haki-enhanced hand. Not that Shalba knew any of this, all he saw Issei easily dodging and slapping his powerful attacks away. It filled him with extreme anger as well as a little fear. Shalba doubled his attacks, hoping to overwhelm Issei, but received the same treatment. "Is that it?" Issei asked, with half-ilted eyes and a bored expression on his face. Hearing that, a lot of veins appeared on Shalba's face. "What? You said you were a Mao, so you assume that you were at the level of Sir Zex or Volley. I've fought both of them, so I can understand and respect the power of the Mao, Lucifer. They are truly what a Mao should stand for, power and intelligence. I find it a little insulting that an impotent worm such as you has the gale to compare yourself to them," Issei said with a contempt look on his face. Shalba then laughed loudly while clutching his face maniacally. "You sure say a lot. A mere rotten dragon, a former human who is the same age as garbage, to make a fool of a real Mao. I am the Red Dragon Emperor. I embody power and dominance. I don't need to constantly call myself a true heavenly dragon to validate my existence. Other people do that for me. It would be the biggest embarrassment of my life to lose to an inbred monkey like you, whose only accomplishment in life is being born. Then again, I'm sure your parents were pretty embarrassed when you were all they had to show for their bloodline. Being a fake Mao must be tough for you," Issei finished his line with a mocking smirk. You rotten dragon!" Shalba screamed madly. He sent another barrage of demonic power at Issei, who just had the audacity to yawn at the attack, pissing him off further. The same result before happened, but this time Issei didn't waste any time and closed the gap between them and delivered a haki-enhanced blow to his sternum. He made sure to add this Hakushi haki, as well as to further crush the spirit of Shalba. After flying back, Shalba shakily sent his attack back again, only to receive the same result, making him cry out in agony at the painful sensations that Issei was introducing him to. Issei felt like he was bullying Shalba at this point. The fact that Shalba literally had tears flowing down his face, whether it was from the pain or humiliation, Issei wasn't sure, didn't help matters. But Issei was long past any shred of sympathy for this piece of garbage. As he knocked away another one of Shalba's attacks, something unexpected happened. Shalba, it seemed, disguised an arrow amongst the attacks and sent them toward Issei. Normally, that wouldn't pose any problem for him, but the intense pain that racked his body upon contact with this arrow was alarming. "It's painful, right? It's hard to endure it, right? Of course. The tip of that arrow, it's covered in the blood of Samil. I received it from Hades. I kept it as ace against Volley just in case. But for me to use it against garbage like you, no matter how, now, with this, the situation is reverted. If you have high demonic powers like Volley, then you could have endured it a bit. But for someone like you, who seems to have no talent in demonic powers, then you will die," Shalba laughed hysterically. Issei gritted his teeth in pain. It was true. If it was a few months ago, he wouldn't stand much of a chance, but now his reserves were much, much higher. He could hold out for a little longer than he would have. It seemed that Shalba was still operating under the impression that he was magically weak, which was strange because he used plenty of magic attacks so far. The guy was probably too far gone to understand. Issei knew that he didn't have much more time to fight at this level, so he needed to end this quickly, and he was going to make it painful. He raced towards the still laughing Shalba and delivered a full hockey-powered blow punch to his face, another to his chest, one to his ribs, a chop to his neck, and a clap to both of his ears, and a powerful kick to the groin that had him crumble to the floor in tears. All of Issei's attacks were powered by Byoshoko and Haboshoko Yaki, meaning they struck not only to his body, but his very soul, embedding the fear of dragons into his essence. Shalba was nothing but a scared little child as he looked up in pure unadulterated fear as Issei approached him. "No! Stay away! Stay back! Don't hurt me! I'm Shalba Beelzebub, the true Mao! You should obey me!" he screamed hysterically. Issei just grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground, looking at him with an arctic gaze. I don't even feel like using my powers to finish you off. An insignificant peon such as yourself doesn't deserve the honor. Go to your death knowing that you died like a commoner. Goodbye, trash. Issei coldly as he effortlessly snapped his neck. As Shalba's body hit the floor, Issei was forced to drop a knee. When the pain hit again, it was unimaginable, but it certainly was painful. Luckily for him, he had an inhuman pain tolerance. He knew he wouldn't die straight away from it. Thanks to his larger reserves, he could survive a little longer, similar to what Folly did. But he also knew that he needed to get help quickly if he wanted to mitigate any longer-term damage. He saw a small pair of bare feet enter his vision and looked to see a confused Orphis standing next to him. Red Dragon Emperor, why did you help me? She questioned with a cute little tilt of her head. He said to chuckle at her innocence. Hey now, you were supposed to call me Oni-sama. But since we're not at my house, I'll let it slide for now. And what do you mean by that? You're my friend, Orphis, so of course I will help you, Issei declared with a happy smile in her direction. Orphis gave a small nod in response, clearly trying to digest the new dynamic. Let me ask you something, Orphis. Why did you cooperate with guys like Shalba and Keo? They promised me they will defeat Great Red. I want to return to the dimensional gap and obtain silence, she replied. There's no they will keep their promises. Weren't you used by them a lot? If I can't defeat Great Red, then that's okay. That's why I gave them snakes. It was a straightforward answer, Orphis continued, though. I went to the Red Dragon Emperor's house because I thought I could find something that would fulfill my dream, abnormal growth. I thought the secret behind the true dragon and heavenly dragon lied there. I thought I could find the reason why I exist. Issei just closed his eyes in acceptance as he smiled to himself. He finally understood Orphis. She was more pure and more innocent than anyone else. However, people, heroes, devils, gods, they all painted her in a negative light out of fear of her power. But she was never evil. She was just someone looking for a place to belong. He swore then and there that he would always strive to give her that place. His thoughts were interrupted, though as another wave of pain took over, causing him to cough up blood. Orphis worriedly held onto his arm and coughing hit him. Cough. I could see Orphis's worry. Don't fret, Oni-sama. It's too cool to let something like this bother him, Issei reassured. But it wasn't very convincing when he was coughing blood. Orphis just looked at him with a blank stare, something he assumed to be closest as she could get a deadpan stare. As the field crumbled even more, Issei heard the voice of Drake. Waltz used the shoulder of Orphis to support. Partner, it's almost time. Azazel and the others are probably about to open the Dragon Gate for us. If that happens, then the only thing left of them is to summon us. I know, Drake, but I'm not sure how much longer I can hold out for. He managed to get out. Hey, Orphis, what do you do? What do you want to do once we get home? Home? I have no home to return to. I have the power to return to the gap between dimensions, she replied. Silly Orphis. As your Oni-sama, my home is your home now. As he said that, Issei collapsed to the ground, no longer able to support his weight. Partner, get a hold of yourself. Everyone is waiting for you. Don't be such a drama queen, Jake. I'll be fine. I'm not about to let some stupid curse get the better of me. I'm sure as shit ain't gonna die a virgin. That would be travesty. My conscience is slipping, though. I'll leave the rest up to you, partner, he said. Drake, the curse in his body is circulating through his whole body. He's at his limits. I know that, Orphis. I already know that. But he won't die. He always has kept on standing up. We will have to just protect him, just like the others protected him. Drake declared, getting a firm nod from Orphis. This dimension reached its limit as it started to imploding upon itself. The scant few moments left before the time ran out. Scene change. The Gremory team, Volley, Kuroka, Ravel, Azazel, and Tanin, and Sanji Getcharu were all gathered in the basement of the Gremory mansion. Azazel had just finished prepping the Dragon Gate and the participants took their positions. The 4 points that carried the dragons lit up brightly, and Azazel cheered in success. Yes, it's connected! The magic circle started to glow, the Jewel of Fafnir, and Azazel holds glowed in a golden color. Volley's body also emits a white light. Tanin's body also glowed in purple color, and the light spread through the whole floor. The others had to block a dazzling light with their hands. Such the brightness. After a few seconds, the light died down. They looked at the center of the magic circle. At the center of the magic circle, what appeared was 8 pawn pieces. There was an absolute silence for a moment as they tried to digest what it meant before Azazel fell to his knees. You
idiot! Shock, fear, heartbreak, agony, those emotions were palpable in the basement on that fateful day. And that is the end of Chapter 6. Expect the Unexpected, Part 3. The mood was somber in the Gremory Manor, as the Orsi gathered in one of the recreation rooms. They were all looking into space with empty eyes as they tried to make sense of the situation that they found themselves in. It's been 3 days since they'd opened the Dragon Gate in an attempt to revive the pawn, or retrieve the pawn of their group, only to be met with the 8 pawn pieces returning without him. It didn't take long for the meaning behind what had happened to settle in. It was a horrible moment for them as they understood that the light that shone on them these last few months was gone. Kiba leaned stiffly against the wall at the edge of the room, keeping his sharp and protective gaze on the rest of the Prozaraj. While he was feeling a deep sadness in his heart at the loss of his brother in arms, he knew that he had to keep it together. He needed to stand strong in the face of this tragedy, to be a pillar of strength for the rest of the Prozaraj in their time of turmoil. He knew that Issei would have wanted it that way. They promised each other that they would carry out this duty if anything were to happen to each other. It was a promise that he kept close to his heart, and one he would fulfill with every fiber of his being. Konako's thoughts. Konako sat on one of the love seats in the room, staring blankly into space, her face more emotionless than usual. Her eyes, though, couldn't hide the grief that she was feeling. She had finally gotten to understand Issei recently. He wasn't just some shameless pervert that he thought he was. There was more to him, a greater depth to his beliefs that attracted her like a moth to a flame. He had an inner strength and conviction that he used to blow away the years of doubt and fear that she felt herself and her power. He helped her overcome the trauma of her childhood along with the helping with reconcile with her older sister, something she would forever be thankful for. But most importantly, he gave back her smile. She had long since thought she had lost. Being with him brought a found new happiness and joy to her, one that she would never thought possible. She was hopeful of pursuing a relationship with him. He made no secret of his desire for a harem. If she had no problems with being part of his, then she would treat her well. She also knew that her master, Rias, had a claim on the lovable pervert, so it was sort of an unwritten rule amongst them that before any of them could further pursue their relationships with him, his relationship with Rias will have to be first solidified, as she would act as the head of the harem, which was why it was a little frustrating to see that there was almost no progress being made between them. Issei was oblivious to his own charms as he ever, and Rias was too far afraid to make a move. It was causing no small amount of headaches for the rest of them, which was why they were a little snappy at him at that fateful day in the club room. Looking back, she can't help but be ashamed of her behavior. While her frustrations were understandable, it was never an excuse to say something that could be construed as hurtful to someone, especially one as caring as Issei. It was done in the heat of the moment, and she realized soon after she had stepped over the line. She knew that she would probably regret those actions for a long time. When Issei came back from his training trip, she was awestruck to see how strong he had gotten once again. He stood toe-to-toe with Cyborg Biel without using his sacred gear. His power technique had improved leaps and bounds, but it wasn't only that. The quiet confidence that he now had radiated was a stark contrast to the slightly insecure boy that he used to be. It was just what made him even more attractive. But she had learned the hard way that all actions have consequences. Issei, while not overly aggressive or angry at them, kept himself at a cool distance. He treated them as friends at best, acquaintances at worst, and he didn't have the same passion towards them as he used to. There was no perverted leer in his eyes when he looked at them. He treated them like everyone else, and there was nothing more painful than tears started falling down her blank eyes. She would never get a chance to say these things she wanted to say. She would never get to see his goofy smile again, or that luxurious look that he always had. As tears started falling down her in blank eyes, she felt herself lost as to how to go on with this pain. Now we enter Asia's thoughts. Asia Argento was the opposite of the love seat, curled up into a ball. Her shredding sobs were the only sounds that could be heard in the room. Right now, she didn't know what to do. The light of her life, her guardian angel, was gone. She felt so empty now, like a part of her soul was missing. Issei had been the one to give her everything that she ever have wanted, even some things that she didn't know she wanted. Even though Rias was the one to reincarnate her, she understood that it would never have been possible had it not happened for Issei's stubbornness and his unquenchable desire to save her.
to befriend her, to give her the life she thought she deserved. If that wasn't enough, he had given up the majority of his lifespan to exact vengeance on her behalf when he thought that Shalba Beelzebub had killed her. Therefore, it came to no surprise that she fell unequivocally in love with him. Just being by his side was enough for her, or so she said. But as the days went on, she became greedier. Maybe it was the nature of devil that affected her, but she now wanted more. She wanted more of his love and affection. She wanted it to be focused on her. She thought back to the day when she said those horrible things to him in the club room, felt a sneering pain in her heart. She remembered the look of hurt that appeared on his face at the words, but it was too late. The damage had been done. Ever since then, things changed between them. He didn't dote on her as much as he used to. He didn't sleep in the same bed as her anymore. He started to treat her like a friend and nothing more. She was fearful that she had lost a special place in his heart that belonged solely to her. She regretted the events of the days since it happened, even more so when she realized the trauma that Issei had been going through and from Right Nair did to him. It made her feel horrible. She had so easily disregarded his feelings and his worries in favor of her own happiness when she had become Thin's type of a person. And now it was too late. He was gone. She would never say that she was sorry. She would never have the opportunity to beg for his forgiveness. She couldn't help but wonder if this was her punishment from God. Maybe this was her penance she had to pay for being so selfish, for being so ungrateful of what she had. She casually tossed it away. As the sobs raked her body, she fell into a silent cycle of despair and self-loathing, wondering if this horrible pain and emptiness would go away. Akano Hajima's thoughts. Much in the same way as Konako, she was sitting on a wooden chair, dead to the world. Her eyes were blank, unresponsive. She spent the entire time lost within her own thoughts. She wondered if her fate to forever lose the people that she loved, whether it was death of most times, her own machines. She thought back to the years of self-loathing she endured, while she would ever be thankful to Rias for all the things she had done for her. Issei held a special place in her heart. Akano knew that. For all her usual composure and facade she put up, she had a horrible habit of acting on impulse and making the worst possible decisions possible. This was evidenced by the way in which she handled her relationship with her father. For all those years she could have been comforted in his worth. They could have shared their grief together and grew closer over time, but she threw that all away. She could be forgiven to some extent as she was still a young girl at that point. It was normal that she had no way to deal with the horrors that she had witnessed, as such blame the most convenient person possible. It wasn't something she was proud of, looking back, but she needed to do something like that, or else she would have been broken. As the years went on, she matured. She could find a healthy way to deal with her emotions and rekindle her relationship with her father, but she bottled it all up. She hung on desperately to the pointless hatreds that festered in her heart. But then Issei came along, and he blew away all the negative with his kindness and compassion. Even though he was one of the biggest perverts she had ever known, he had a bigger heart than anyone could possibly fathom. He took it all. He took in all of her hatred, all the self-loathing, and all her insecurities, and shouldered them for her. He gave them her warmth and love, and he accepted all their flaws and put her on a pedestal that she never deserved. He even repaired the relationship with her father, the one that had been so sadly broken, and given her back her feelings of a belonging, and before she knew it, she had fallen deeply in love with him. When the incident in the clubroom happened, she was caught up in the heat of the moment that she allowed the impatience and frustration of Issei and Rias not being able to advance the relationship so that she could finally have her chance. She cut it into her beloved Issei with one thing that he couldn't defend himself from. Her words, while seemingly inconsequential to most, they had a deep effect on the pawn. His past trauma, his doubts, and his own self-loathing, all of those feelings, wounds, were the ones that salt of her wounds rubbed into. She could see the hurt in his eyes, that she had made a big mistake, but it was too late to take back her words, the regret of something that ate from her the day forward. When he left for those 2 months, it was pure torture for her. She would wait every day, hoping she would see him again, hoping that she could get the chance to say she was sorry, to beg for his forgiveness. When he finally did return, she could instantly tell something had changed. He had changed, not necessarily in a bad way, not in a way that would make things go back to the way they were. He was a lot colder and a lot less impulsive. He had a firm grip on his emotions and not once did ever leer at her breast. That was almost unthinkable for her. She could see it in his eyes when he looked at her. She didn't hold the same place of perseverance that she once did in his heart. She wasn't the great Oni-sama anymore. She was just plain old Akeno, just another girl in his life. In most cases, this wouldn't be a good thing to her, as she wanted to be treated as another girl. But that wasn't the case. She was just another friend to him, as she couldn't stand that. After experiencing his warmth, she didn't want to give it up. She was addicted, and she never wanted to shake the habit. She told herself that she would give him time to cool down and put what happened in the past. When he was at a good place with her once again, she would tell him her feelings. She would beg and grovel for another chance if she had to. She would throw away her pride and dignity for those things never to be brought from a form of happiness, not like he had had. But it was too late. He was gone. She had lost another one. Now, all she had left were the bittersweet memories that would plague her till the end of her days. She thought it was fitting punishment for her being as disgusting as her. No! She shook as her head. Issei had thought her better than that. She couldn't fall back into her old habits. She knew what she had to do. She needed to move forward and embrace life and all the joy and pain that it brings. That is what her beloved Issei taught her and what he had tried so hard to make her see. But knowing what to do and actually doing it are very different things. It was far too painful to everyone think of trying to move on. She wished so badly that he didn't have to be taken away from her. Finally, we enter Rias Gremory's thoughts. Rias Gremory was indecisible. She was sitting in the corner of the room, her back against the wall and her ears drawn up to her chest. Her mind replayed images of the last few months of her life. They were the happiest she had ever known. Issei came into her life like a hurricane, turned her whole world upside down, but in the best way possible. She honestly didn't think much of him at first. Sure, he was kind of cute, in a silly brotherly kind of way, but she never imagined the impact he would truly have on her life, his strength, his determination, and his indomitable will. There were things that allowed him to blow away the lingering darkness plaguing her Parage. He did the impossible and defeated the immortal Phoenix to save her from fate worse than death. In her opinion, he helped Kiba bury his demons. He showed Konako that it was okay to be afraid of your power, but that she shouldn't run away from it because of that fear. He managed to pull Gasper out of his shell and allow him to once be a more functioning member of her Parage. He even helped Akeno get over the hatred that she had harbored for years and show her true smile once again. Rias was ashamed to admit that these issues were things that she, as the king, should have dealt with a long time ago, but she had let it fester due to the inactivity and being caught up in her own problems. But Issei came along, and he barreled through all of their problems with force of a freight train and blew them all away. She could have tried, but it was impossible to resist falling in love with him. Sure, he was a colossal pervert, but she didn't mind that aspect of him one bit. If anything, it made him more endearing, as he never once tried to hide his true nature from anyone, or pretend to be something he's not. His honesty and unthinking charisma just drew her in, and before she knew it, she was madly in love with him. It wasn't an easy road from then on, though. Issei seemed to be completely oblivious to her advances, and looking back, she could see how he had missed obvious signs of lingering trauma. A woman love can be a little selfish sometimes, something that they are rightly entitled to, but in case, it had backfired spectacularly. She was so focused on her desires and her needs that she completely overlooked his. She just assumed that he would be happy to be someone as beautiful as her, and decided in her mind that they would be together. A lack of communication really messed it up already, a delicate situation. She blew her top on that day in the clubroom. The combination of stress she was feeling as well as the growing feeling of jealousy towards Ravel caused her emotions to boil over. She snapped at him over something as simple as what he called her. Looking back, She can see now how stupid it was of her. She was the one who told them to always refer to her as Byocho even when he used to call her by the name in the beginning. She expected him to magically forget that just because she wanted to hear her name from his lips. It wasn't really reasonable, even if Issei should have picked up on the signs she had given him. Maybe it was also a bit of cowardice on her part. She was also afraid of the rejection she'd possibly face. She could have confessed her feelings for him at any time, but she never did. In a way, she was afraid that he would feel the same way she did about Riser. Her family did arrange marriage to be married in a few years after all. It would have been out of place to be outraged at the prospect of being forced to marry someone. She had felt those emotions not too long ago and knew how the resentment could eat away at you. In the end, she never did anything and he never took the initiative. Instead, things working themselves out like they always did, like she had hoped they would. They imploded in the worst way possible. Issei had taken 2 months off for training after that incident. At first, she wanted to go immediately to him. But when she saw the steely look in Azazel's eyes, she knew that he wasn't going to divulge Issei's location to her. She resolved herself to wait for him to come home. She figured that a few months away would be good for him. He would cool down when he gets home, she would apologize, and they could go back the way they were. That didn't happen. Issei seemed to have undergone a journey of discovery of some sort, and he came back more confident than he had ever been. He seemed to be much more sure of himself and his place in the world, but the most breaking thing to her heart was the way he looked at her. Gone was the admiration and devotion that he used to be in his eyes when he gazed at her. Now, it was just an ordinary look. He didn't seem to hate her or be angry at her, but there wasn't much happiness towards her either. He was just indifferent to her. She would honestly prefer it if he had hated her. At least that would be some powerful emotion that he harbored towards her, but it wasn't meant to be. She spent all the time regretting her choices that she had made in Latin, that things could have been different, and she had just been a little more honest from the start. She didn't give up on him, though. Oh no, she vowed that she would win back his heart no matter how long it took. But now, that hope was gone. He was gone. The love of her life would never return to her. She was forced to go on in this cruel world without one who symbolized her hope. It hurt. It hurt so badly that she didn't know what to do to make the pain go away. She was only left with regrets and bittersweet memories. All she could do was sit there and ponder what she could have been. They lost themselves in their thoughts as they sat in the room, uncaring the situation going on in the underworld. They were far too caught up in their own grief. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard from the outside of the room. The door opened and 2 men entered the room. They were both blonde and were starkly different. One familiar to the group being Riser Phoenix. The other, though, was that had only been seen on television. He was much more graceful and noble looking compared to the delinquent look of Riser. That man was Ruval Phoenix, the eldest son of the Phoenix clan and the older brother of Riser and Ravel. They both looked in solemn atmosphere as the room winced a little. Ruval looked over at Akiba as he seemed the most coherent of the walked in the room. "Kiba!" Ruval called out. "Ruval-sama," Yuba greeted back, was a certain fire lacking in his response. "I wanted to speak to Ria-san, but it seems she's a bit endorsed at the moment, so it'd be fine with you." "Here," Ruval said as he handed over the bottle of Phoenix Tear, "since the situation is as dire as it is, we are giving out these provisions to counterattack squads. Unfortunately, the situation calls for all the help we can get means the youth devils, such as yourselves, will be called into action." "I understand, Ruval-sama. Thank you for taking the time to do this," Yuta replied. As he gave the men a respectful bow, Ruval just waved him off. "Don't worry about it. I also have added motive of coming here to see my little sister. I knew that she was extremely attached to the Red Dragon Emperor. I wanted to ensure that she was doing okay, but I can't seem to find her. Do you have any idea where she might be?" Well, to be honest, she was here a few hours ago. I'm not..." "Ruval Nisama! Riser Nisama! What are you two doing here?" Kiba was cut off. The object of their conversation walked in the room, carrying what looked like a tray of baked goods. "Ravel? There you are! I've been looking all over for you!" Ruval exclaimed as he rushed over to her and gave her a big hug. The girl looked bewildered, but slowly returned the gesture. "How are you doing, Ravel? Are you doing okay?" he asked concernedly. Ravel just raised an immaculate eyebrow at his inquiry. "I'm doing fine, Oni-sama. I was just making some lemon bars for the rest. Not that I'm unhappy that you're here or anything, but shouldn't you be on the front lines considering the situation?" she asked him, getting a troubled look from Ravel. We came to make sure that you were doing okay. I know how close you are to the Red Dragon Emperor, and we wanted to make sure that you were handling his death okay," he replied. Unsurely, her casual attitude was kind of throwing him for a loop. Ravel just raised her eyebrow once again and gave him a long, hard stare. It honestly made him squirm a little. It was far too similar to the look his mother used to give him. His body remembers phantom pains associated with that look. I don't know what you're thinking, but I can assure you I am more than fine. I'm not so silly to believe that Issei-sama is dead just because his evil pieces returned without him. I have more faith in him in that. He is the strongest person I know. He promised he would come back, and he is a man that always keeps his promises. That's why I'm not worried. I know he's still out there, probably gathering his strength of when he can return once again. That is the kind of man he is. I know that he will come back and nothing will stop him from doing so. That is the kind of man I fell in love with, Ravel declared passionately as she puffed her chest in her usual Ojona pose. And Issei called it. She said those words with such confidence and conviction that Roval and Riser actually believed her. The rest of the ORC peaked up as well at hearing those words. Hearing Ravel say that she had absolute faith in Issei, that he would come back to them, it stirred them something inside them, something that was dared hope to think. Could it be possible? Could he still be alive? They didn't much else know. They tried opening the Dragon Gate. Could they have done a bit more research into the phenomenon? It was certainly a strange happening, but they could have jumped to the worst possible conclusion and didn't bother digging deeper. Maybe. There's more to what's going on than they realized. For the girls, though, hearing was a declaration and her love for him in N made them frown in annoyance. They always knew that she felt that way, but this was the first time that she had said it out loud. Where had this confidence of hers come from? But Ravel had achieved what she had set out to do. She ignited a spark, however small it may be, in the hearts of the people that her Issei-sama cared about. She knew that he wouldn't want them to dwell on the negativity like this. They knew to be strong and defend the underworld that he much loved. The lingering seeds of doubt now have been planted in their minds. What they do from here on out was up to them, whether they chose to continue wallowing in their self-pity, or whether they rose above it like something they had to figure out themselves. Her part was done. It was up to Issei-sama to come through, just as she was a positive he would. She couldn't help but smile, wondering what he was up to. She wasn't lying when he told her brother that she believed in him to be alive. When she first saw his pieces return, she will admit she felt a pang of despair. But as she slowly started sniffing through the information that she was given, she came to understand in her own little way he was still out there. He was still alive. Call it the native hope of a girl in love, or maybe a woman's intuition. But Ravel knew in her heart, just as the grass was green, just on the zone of Rose of the East, her Issei-sama was alive, and he would come back to her. She refused to believe any different. Scene change. The strange sounds of soft whirling and churling energies it was Issei woke up to. He was feeling a bit disoriented, as his eyes felt softly fluttered open. He took the time to gain bearings before he looked around. A wide expanse of rocky, red terrain was what greeted his eyes. It was as far as his eyes could see. He looked up to the sky as he was treated to the sight of the kaleidoscope of different colors mixing together. It was like something out of a fantasy novel. As he stared into the memorizing sky, Issei's mind drifted back to his last memories. He remembered that asshole, Ko attacking and setting the Dragon Eater, Samuel, on Orphis. They fought briefly, at which the guy retreated and set Grim Reapers on them. In his mind, Issei pictured the cackling face of the skeleton god. He made a note to do something in the future that would inconvenience that undead prick in some way. He remembered that Shabba Beelzebub crashed their little party. How that guy was still alive and goodness only knows. He ended up forcing the wielder of Annihilation Maker into the forced balance breaker state that created some of those colossal abominations and set them on the underworld. Issei reconciled, having sent that rest back to the underworld, proclaiming that he will take care of the wannabe Mao. Of course, the guy stood absolutely zero chance of even scratching Issei, and after getting smacked around like an unwanted stepchild, Issei was planning on ending him, but the crafty little fucker had a trump card, an arrow tipped with poison of Samil. Issei didn't even know how he got something like that in the first place, but once again, the visage of meddling god of the dead appeared in his mind. Caught off guard, Issei was unfortunately poisoned by the ultimate dragon slayer. The pain he felt from the poison was unimaginable. It wrought pure agony on his body. He remembered fucking Shalba up badly before having a small conversation with Drake and Orpheus before passing out. Everything else was a blur afterwards, though he did faintly recall someone lending Ascalon to Kiba and giving him a kick in the ass that allowed him to defeat Siegfried. How much of that was real, he had no idea. He looked around once more, trying to take stock of the situation. He was now coherent enough to recognize this place was the dimensional gap.
So, partner, you finally are awake. I was worried. It was bit touch and go for a moment, the voice of Drake echoed in his mind. Drake! Issei cried out in relief as he placed his hand over his heart. It was that moment that he realized something. He was in his balance breaker. That was something that didn't make sense to him because the last time he had used it, he was in a fight against Saurorg. As his gaze moved over his body, he recognized another abnormality. He couldn't feel the sensation of his armor on his skin. In fact, he couldn't feel any sensations at all. It was as tough as he had lost his sense of touch. A mild sense of panic set in as he made retract the armor on his hand. It was then that he got the biggest shock, yet where his hand was supposed to be there was nothing. Ugh! Drake, what the fuck is going on? Where are my hands? He shouted frantically. I see you finally noticed, Drake commented.
Drake, I'm trying really hard not to lose my shit right about now, so you could please spare me the part where you point out the obvious and get to the part where you explain what the fuck is happening to me. Issei responded in a measured tone of voice, though the undercurrent of annoyance and anxiousness were as clear as day. Even though Issei couldn't see him, he could practically feel Drake rolling his eyes at him.
Long story short, your body was destroyed by Samuel's curse. The state you are in right now is a result of me extracting your soul from your body before the poison got to it and storing it within the boosted gear. We were lucky that we managed to get that done quick enough to else your soul would have been obliterated by the curse.
Issei was stricken with the shock he heard this. He gripped the sides of his head, which in reality was just his armor, and therefore didn't serve much of a purpose to alleviate whatever phantom pains he was feeling, as he tried to come to terms with the fact that he was now basically a Daladan, except with a head. How did this happen, though? My reserves are much larger than before. I should have been able to fight off the curse for much longer than I normally would have. I mean, Volley was able to fight it off for much longer time, even though my demonic power is nowhere near as high as his. It should have been enough to fight off the curse for longer than it actually did, Issei asked in confusion.
You are right, that your power should be high enough to hold back the curse for longer than normal, and you actually did. Comparing the time you held it back to the time that Volley Lucifer held it back is understandable comparison. However, you forgot to add one more fundamental component to your calculations. Due to the ritual that you undertook a few months ago, you are far more of a dragon than he is. In fact, you are more dragon than you are human or devil. This means that the curse of Samil, is far more potent and deadly to you than it is to him. In fact, if you were still a regular reincarnated devil, I would have been able to save your body for the most part. As it stands, the poison spread through almost most of your body so rapidly that he had no choice but to separate it from you. The only thing that we managed to salvage was your left arm. The rest of your body became unsalvageable due to how deeply saturated it is within the poison of the ultimate dragon slayer. Like I said before, your dragon have compounded the damage exponentially. Drake explained. Issei went silent at hearing that. It seems that in his pursuit to increase his strength, the consequences of his actions were coming to bite him in the ass. What are the chances of encountering the ultimate dragon slayer only a few months after undergoing such an extensive dragon nullification ritual? His luck really was horrible. So what now? I can't live the rest of my life as a suit of armor. I won't be able to Issei stopped mid-sentence and his eyes slowly started to widen before they were bulging out of their sockets, and look at absolute horror was plastered on his face. No! 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 He shouted as he dropped to his knees and pounded the ground in anger and frustration. I won't be able to touch a woman again! I will never be able to feel the soft, pillowy heaven that is the generous bosom of a beautiful girl. I will never be able to have sex. Oh, sweet Lucifer, I'm going to die a virgin, Issei cried out hysterically as he continued to hit the ground. And here I thought that you matured and had overcome such base desires, Drake deadpanned. Don't give me that. I may have learned to control myself better, but I'm still a pervert at heart. Wanting to have sex with beautiful girls is the only natural for a vile young man such as myself. Besides, I don't want to hear about not overcoming my base desires from a battle maniac dragon like you, Issei argued. You are an idiot, Drake told him, to which Issei flipped the bird.
Putting that aside, what's the actual plan here? More importantly, where's Orphis? Issei inquired as he surveyed his surroundings, hoping to get a glimpse of the self-proclaimed Hyoudou. He found her on towards the edge of the terrain they were on, comically smacking the ground. She repeated as she pounded the runway. Hey, Orphis-chan, what are you doing? Issei asked, highly amused by the cute behavior of the adorable little dragoness. I shall defeat Great Red, she replied blankly, with a gleam of satisfaction in her eyes as she shouted her attack. Issei's brain jolted at hearing those words. His eyes stared blankly ahead as he robotically turned his head to take his surroundings once again. This time he took care to pay more attention to detail. He slowly walked towards what he perceived to be the edge of the ground he was standing on and looked down. From his perch, he could see the large maw with razor-sharp teeth, the huge horn that was sticking out of the top of the fermented maw. He was intimately familiar with the visage. He had seen it once before and he could never forget how it tried. Drake? Is there a reason that we are hitching a ride on the back of the fucking Great Red Dragon? Issei shouted hysterically. His voice started off into the blank tone before it evolved into a hysterical shout. Well, he just happened to be passing by when the pocket dimension collapsed, so we decided to get a lift from him, Drake responded. Oh, I may be a pervert, but I'm not an idiot. I know enough that he wasn't just coincidentally passing by the dimension collapse. I also know that most people in the supernatural world, including most of the leaders, have barely better caught a glimpse of the big guy. Yet we see him in the span of a few months, not to mention he comes to our aid when we most need it. Even I can tell that it's far too convenient. So what's his deal? Is he stalking us? Issei questioned, getting a sweat drop from his partner. Honestly, I have absolutely no idea. I'm just as lost as you are. Normally, Great Red doesn't care much for what happens outside the dimensional gap, but for some reason, he has seemingly taken an interest in you, Drake replied tentatively. Are you telling me that Great Red, the dragon of dragons, the fucking ultimate existence, has taken an interest in me? Issei slowly getting a hesitant nod from Drake. Fuck! Chin up, it isn't that bad, Drake tried to comfort Issei, but fared miserably. Isn't that bad? Listen, Drake, you can piss on my face, just don't tell me it's raining. There's no way that drawing his interest can bode well for me in any situation, Issei argued. Well, if you think about it, this was almost inevitable. Ever since you entered the supernatural world, you've attracted powerful beings to yourself like a moth to a flame. It's kind of natural if you think about it. I mean, you had the Ouroboros dragon, the strongest and most feared being on Earth, sitting on your lap and calling you Oni-sama this past week. Is it really a stretch to believe that meeting Great Red was a natural progression? Drake pointed out logically. Issei cradled us in his hands, trying to comprehend the amount of crazy that was happening right about now. His crazy fortune or misfortune, depending on who you ask, when it comes to encountering powerful beings, was surely going to bite him in the ass one of these days. Even without Great Red having negative intentions towards him, the fact that he helped Issei and took a minute out of his interest in him will surely draw the attention of the rest of the world, mark him as a person of interest to other factions. Just thinking about the repercussions was giving him a headache. You know what? Fuck it. I'll broad on the fucking consequences later. Drake, what's the plan now? I don't have a body apparently, but you obviously have something in mind, Issei inquired. Putting the morbid thoughts back of his mind, Drake was about to answer, but was cut off when Issei felt the soft barriers poking his side of their armor. Issei looked down to see blank eyes of Orphis looking up at him seemingly in a curious manner. Hey, Orphis. I thought you would have returned home. Why didn't you? Issei asked. This is my home, she answered. I phrased that incorrectly. Why didn't you return to the human world or the underworld? Issei rephrased. Oni-sama said that we should go home together. This is why I'm here. I will go with Oni-sama, she answered blankly. If Issei had a face, you would see the bland, happy smile he had on his face at hearing that answer. He placed his hand gently on her smooth locks, even though it was awkward with his armored hands, and the feelings conveyed were nevertheless understood by both. You really are a good girl, Orphis. Issei stood with a fond smile on his face, more precisely on what have been on his face if you get an idea. So, Drake, about my previous question. First, let's get you up to speed with what happened. I already told you that Samuel's curse ravaged your body, and we were only able to salvage your left arm before. Your body was completely killed by it. Azazel also succeeded in opening the Dragon's Gate and attempted to summon you, but for some reason it was only the evil pieces inside of you is what returned. I'm unsure as to why that's how it happened. Currently, Great Red is lending you some of his power, allowing you to exist in that state you're currently in. If you look over the far left, you should be able to spot something, Drake explained. Issei looked more to where Drake advised and spotted what looked like a swollen block of flesh. It was slowly pulsating. What the heck is that? It looks like something of a cheesy horror flick, Issei inquired. That is a cocoon. No, it would be more accurate to call it the cultivation capsule. I'm almost afraid to ask, but what's the being inside of that thing? Your body, Drake answered without hesitation. Huh? I thought you said my body was too damaged by Samuel's curse to be salvaged.
And what I said was the truth. Your previous body is no use to you now, which is why we have no choice but to craft you a new vessel. If you were to go back to the underworld at this very moment, I have no doubt they would be able to build you a new body based on your DNA alone. The problem with that is that no matter how closely they stick to the DNA structure, there will still be imperfections in the body and you will probably never be able to operate 100% ever again. With that being said, Great Red and Orpheus abilities for outstrip anything those scientists could ever hope to do. Currently in the cultivation capsule rest an undamaged arm of yours that we managed to salvage along with the template of your body that we are going to use to rebuild yours alongside using the flesh of Great Red and the power of Orpheus, Drake explained. Issei's jaw was hanging from that explanation. It almost is incomprehensible to him. Not only the actual process of it, but the fact that the two most powerful beings in existence are working together to restore him to his body. He couldn't believe his luck. It really was the devil's luck, but in this case, it may be very appropriate to call it dragon's luck. It also warmed his heart to see that Orpheus actually put her deep dislike for Great Red to the side just to help him. He was about to thank them both before something occurred to him. Wait a minute. You said you were going to use a template body in my place of my damaged one. I'm assuming that you mean that it is going to be similar to the foundation that a house is built upon? If that's the case, where did you guys manage to conveniently find a body in the dimensional gap? Issei inquired.
We didn't find him per se. He was already there next to you.
Drake said cryptically. The gears inside his head started turning before his head jerked up into realization. You don't mean...
Yes, we are using Shalba Bielbaza's body as a base for rebuilding yours.
If Issei had a face right now, it would be turning green in revulsion. Ugh. You actually expect me to be okay with having the same body as a fucking lunatic? Issei demanded in indignation.
I'd expect you to be mature enough to realize that there isn't any other way. Regardless of his personality and his actions, Shalba Beelzebub was in fact a pure-blood devil and a direct descendant of the original Mal Beelzebub. His pedigree and demonic reserves are nothing to sneeze at, and he was powerful in his own right. It was just that his application was lacking, and he had hampered by an unfortunate amount of arrogance. If your original body was still usable, I would have been happy to use it, but in the situation we are in now, I believe that saying goes that beggars can't be choosers. We don't have much of a choice if you want to be fully amongst those of the living once again. It should be helped to think that by using his body, your magical reserves will receive a massive boost as well.
Drake lectured Issei, didn't say anything, seemingly deep in thought. I get what you're saying, and you're right, that there isn't any other way. It's a lot to take in, especially considering what he has done, Issei said, apparently having an inner struggle.
I understand what you mean, but you have nothing to worry about. He is dead, as one can be, and he is never coming back. Look at it this way. Think of this as paying the price for his madness. You are going to use the body he prized and make it your own, and you are going to use it to stop the catastrophe that he caused and save the underworld. In doing so, you will be snuffing out his final act of petty vengeance. You will also be able doing the world a good favor. Everything that he hated and stood against will with the same body that he used to bring misery. I don't think there's a more fitting punishment for one as repulsive as he was. Don't you agree? Drake revised. Issei was silent for a moment, taking in what Drake said before his armor started shaking. You're right, partner. I can't afford to stop now. Not when I've come this far. I need to use everything in my power to return to the underworld and stop the madness that he started. I have too much to do. To throw in the towel now. There's no looking back now. Thanks for reminding me of that. Drake, Issei declared, getting a amused snort from his partner. But I am worried about how I will convince the other this is really me. Considering what Shalba has done, I don't think I would get time to explain myself before Sir Zex erases me from existence. Issei shared his worries.
You don't need to worry about that. Like I said, they're using your DNA in the process. What that means is they will conform the template body to suit you and how you used to look, as well as a masculine that you work so you hard to achieve. Your new body will be optimized to the max in terms of appearance and performance. While it's true that you may pick one or two features from Shabba Beelzebub, you will still look the same as you did before, so there's nothing for you to worry about. Like I said, at this point, Shabba Beelzebub's body is nothing more than a tool to advance your progress and your ambition. After a while, you won't even remember that guy, as he will be nothing more than an afterthought. Phew. That certainly puts my mind at ease. But what about my regeneration along with my other abilities? Will I lose it as well? Issei questioned tentatively, afraid that he would lose the power that he worked so hard to achieve. Here we go. It doesn't work like that. Concerning your regeneration, it was imprinted in your blood, and we have enough of that form for your left arm alone. Oh, just for, to interrupt myself really quick, this is Drake talking to Issei because he just asked him if he lost his powers or his abilities, and this is Drake letting him know otherwise. Great Red and Orphis will propagate the remaining blood to the rest of your body, and your ability will be restored. In fact, it's possible that your regeneration will be boosted if you consider that your new body will have the flesh of Great Red and the power of Orphis, both of whom have unfathomable regeneration abilities. There's a chance that a tiny fraction of those abilities will be passed over to you. It's the flesh of Great Red and the power of Orphis. It isn't inevitably, but there might be a chance. In any event, even if it doesn't happen, your previous regeneration abilities will be fully functional, Drake clarified, making Issei realize a sigh of relief. He went through the unimaginable amount of pain to obtain that ability. He would be really pissed off if he were to lose it. In terms of your other abilities, those are impossible to lose. You know them like the back of your hand. They are engraved within your mind and your soul. Trust me when I say, nothing is going to change. All of that will be happening is that you will be getting a stronger body with larger magical reserves. There are be a few new physical features and maybe a few new abilities, but you will still be the same as before in every other aspect. No, let me correct that. There will be one large change. The lifespan that you lost when you used the Juggernaut Drive will be restored, considering whose power you will have running through you. There is a chance for your lifespan to surpass those of ordinary devils. Really? Issei said with a bit of shock, as well as a mighty amount of relief. Damn! This is looking like less of a setback and more like the best thing that could have happened to me. I wouldn't disagree with that, partner. Your amazing luck once again surprises me, Drake replied heartedly. Scene change. All throughout the underworld, numerous battles were taking place. The forces of the underworld, as well as their allies, were doing their best to hold back the terrible monsters that were threatening their home. Help from the yokai faction, from Hyoudou, the demigods of the Greek pantheon, the Valkyries of the Norse, as well as the angels and fallen angels were all in full force, displaying the unity of their alliances and their desire to protect their peace. They, Lucifer Parage, along with Seraphal Leviathan, were the ones leading the charge. They're showing no mercy in dealing with the monsters. Towards the inner part of the city, there were also a few decisive battles taking place thanks to the bravery of Sanji Geshiru. An entire school bus of children were saved from the attack of rampaging Hercules. The large number of the hero faction wasn't done with a single attack though, and proceeded to use the devil's concern for the children as a way to inflict damage upon them. Not long after, the Sea-Tree Parage was assisted by the Gremory Parage plus Ravel, who came upon the scene after being attracted by large explosions. The returning Rosvisa displayed her improved defense magic by holding Hercules at bay. Irina and Zenobia, who had returned from heaven with a new and improved extra Rondel, engaged Genie D'Arc of the hero faction along with Akano. Cyborg Biel entered the scene and not long after proceeded to beat the shit out of Heracles, who sneered throughout the entire ordeal at the thought of Issei and Sauerorg being considered heroes to the children of the underworld. One Toki-enhanced punch later and Hercules crumpled like a house of cards. Gasper was next to arrive and was happy to see the rest of his
friends. Although he was ashamed of himself for not making any progress with his training, his mood was further dampened by Gregor from the hero faction, who informed the unsympathetically that Issei was killed. Nobody could explain what happened. Next, another that Gasper seemingly snapped. His eyes glowed an eerie red, and the shadows of darkness came into life before devouring Gregor, who could do nothing to defend himself. Gasper had passed out shortly after, leaving all those who witnessed the act with a deep sense of fear and unease at the events. Jean, seeing that things were not in her favor anymore, took one of the nearby children hostage and held him at sword point. Surprisingly, though, the child showed absolutely no signs of fear or anger. He had a happy smile on his face, and he was held against as well. Jean had noticed this and decided to question the boy about it. "You seem quieter than I thought you would be, little boy. Can't say anything because you're too scared?" she asked, looking at the boy with a smirk. The boy didn't seem to fall for her taunts, as the boy with a bright smile on his face. "Nope, I'm not scared at all, because the Opie dragon will be coming very soon," the boy said with absolute certainty in his voice. Those around him, a bit by surprise, there was fear. There was no fear in his voice whatsoever. "Too bad, little boy. The Opie Dragon is dead. This is Onansima's friend defeated him. That's why Opie Dragon can't come here anymore," Jean said, hoping to extinguish the hope of the boy seemed to be holding on to, but it absolutely did nothing to diminish if his smile was anything to go by. "It's okay. I made a promise to him in my dream. When I was sleeping, I was scared of a big monster. It appeared in my dream. He said he will come here, so I shouldn't cry. He said he will definitely return when he made a magic chant," the boy explained enthusiastically. Everyone else saw the same dream as well. Furikun and Talis-chan also had the same dream as me. The children in the other class also saw the same dream. Everyone saw the same dream. There were a few shocked faces among them that were looking at them, trying to make sense of what he was saying. They didn't know if he was overactive imagination or if it really happened. There was almost a faint stirring of hope in the devils at what they were hearing, even though their hope was already there. Hearing the boy and what they only added to the fuel to the fire. Almost as the boy, along with his friends as well as the rest of the children in the underworld, started singing, their voices reverberating through the different cities. There is an Opie-loving dragon, the edge of the country. The dragon goes for a walk when the weather is good. Dragon, dragon, Opie dragon, grope, grope, suck, suck. But he likes the big ones the best. The Opie dragon also flies today in the edge of a certain town. The Opie dragon was laughing. Even in a stormy day, the Opie dragon becomes happy by pressing Opie. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Click, click, zoom, zoom. Yeah! He has seen a lot of Opie, but he likes big ones the best. Opie dragon Oppo pushes today. It was surreal to those who were watching. The hearts and the minds of the children of the underworld were in sync, and they gleefully called out to their hero, the hero that held in the highest regard, the hero that they had the utmost faith in, a hero that never ignores their voices. It was when their singing got louder and their voices reached a crest that a large crack appeared in the sky. It gave way more to rocks as proportions the sky shattered as a familiar aura blanketed the entirety of the underworld, filling those that knew it with hope and courage. Jean started to look around frantically, along with the rest of the youth devils around her as they tried to spot the source of the aura. The boy was still singing happily, his voice even more excited than before. The sky in the distance fully shattered and an enormous red dragon made its way through. The entire battlefield was silent as the ultimate existence, Great Red, appeared before anyone could react. There was a streak of black from the top of Great Red's head that was seen. Before she knew what happened, Jean's pretty face was introduced to the bottom size of 11 boot, the courtesy of a black-clad feature delivering a perfectly executed helicopter kick, sending her flying into the opposite direction as he scooped up the boy in his arms as he used his momentum to go skidding backwards with one hand on the ground and his head down as he tried to control his movement. He came to a stop opposite the devil group and Jean, who slowly picking herself up out from the rubble. As he lifted up his head, the brown hair that was covering his face fell away, revealing the piercing green eyes and a handsome face of Issei Hyoudou as he gave a roguish grin at his audience. "Yo, sorry I'm late. Scene change, minutes prior. How does your new body feel? Any discomfort?" Dreg asked. Issei reflexed his hands, feeling out his new body. I feel great. I can literally feel the power throwing beneath my skin. I can honestly say that I feel as though I've been in this body my whole life. Orphis and Great Red did some really great work with this one, Issei replied as he continued to take in the sensations of his body. Sorry for the chair squeaking. Not much change in terms of his overall physique. His solid, compressed muscles were still on full display and his height didn't change. His hair, though, was a bit longer, reaching just past his shoulders, and also a little lighter in color, being more hazel in color compared to the darker brown that it used to be. His cheekbones were a lot higher and more pronounced, giving him a bit of a noble face, but other than that, he was pretty much the same. It was spiritually and magically that he felt the most changes. He could feel his reserves and power had shot up exponentially. He could estimate that he was at least of a high class in terms of demonic power. It was a massive improvement from the Mirage's reserves of power that he had boasted a few months ago. He was looking forward to what the other secrets in this new body held. They already used Issei's potent fire magic to burn the remainder of his old body. It was strange for the moment for Issei to see himself burn to ashes. He would be lying if he said that he didn't make him uncomfortable.
You were already an unpredictable person to begin with, but now, with the added power of Orphis and the flesh of Great Red, your growth is something that not even I can predict, Drake said. That being said, there are downsides to your new body, one of them being that you are now even more vulnerable to dragon slayers due to your constitution. Light-based magic will also do a bit more damage compared to you before due to you increased devil traits. As it stands, it would be to call you a devil-dragon hybrid.
Well, that kinda sucks, but I guess there's always a downside to everything. I can live with those weaknesses though. I was already vulnerable to them in the first place, and after taking poison, the ultimate dragon slayer, I think I might be able to handle a regular dragon slayer, Issei pondered out loud. Devil dragon hybrid, huh? So I'm a demonic dragon. Nah, Diablos dragon sounds a lot cooler.
It certainly has a much better ring to it than Opie Dragon, Drake snorted diversely.
Ha! Don't be such a downer, Drake. I kinda like the Opie Dragon's persona. It's like Naruto, a bit of putting it first, but it eventually grows on you, Issei replied with a hearty laugh. So what's the deal with this big guy? He hasn't really said anything to me. Did he give you a reason to why he decided to help me?
It's Great Red, so most of the things he does are on a whim. Who knows? Maybe you caught his interest or something. I honestly don't know if I can tell you for sure. He's normally a pretty mellow guy. As long as you don't look at him funny, he's happy to swim around the dimensional gap all the time, he replied.
Issei felt a bead of sweat going down his face as he heard that. So in a nutshell, he's like a dragon version of a delinquent motorcyclist, except with the power to destroy the world, Issei said, with a disabling voice. Even Drake hunted his head a little at hearing the description.
Basically.
Is this world really going to be okay? Issei asked, with a deadpan look on his face. All the powerful guys in the world have some serious personality issues. I thought I was bad, but compared to most of them, I'm like a poster child of sanity. Now it was Drake's turn to deadpan at his partner. Issei was the furthest thing from sane. He was just as crazy as the rest. It's a wonder that the world is still in one piece. As they both lapsed into silence, a sound could be heard in the silence of the dimensional gap. It was the sound of chanting. No, it was the sound of singing. It was the voice of children singing. Issei recognized the song immediately. It was the Opie Dragon theme song. Images started projecting in front of him and the children of the underworld calling out to him with happy smiles on their faces. He remembered the dream he had when he told them that if they ever needed the help, they should sing the Opie Dragon song and he would come to save them. It looks like it was time to keep that promise.
Great Red is saying that he is reflecting the feelings of all the children in the underworld here, Drake explained. Great Red represents dreams, the dreams one has, the dream one saw, the dream one imagined. He is showing it to us. Come to think of it, it's possible that your strong desire to return home was what made Great Red appear by responding to your dream.
Issei just nodded his head, too busy basking in the feelings of positivity, and hoped that he could feel radiating from the innocent children. It was an amazing moment for him to hear all of them call out to him in such a way. A few months ago, he was getting beaten up by the girls' kennel club for peeping, and now he's in the dimensional gap with the two most powerful beings in the world, on the way to the underworld where the majority of the children are calling out to save them. It was a euphoric feeling. It's amazing. For them to be singing for me, it's hard to believe.
It's strange. That song I detested so much. Now it feels strong to me. Looks like I'm seriously breaking down now, Drake stated despondently. Ha! Let it be, Drake. This song is something which is very warm and comforting right now. It's the song of hope and happiness. I think it's a good thing, Issei said before looking to his side where Orpheus was blankly staring at him. Orpheus-chan, are you ready to go home? Home? I have no such place, she answered. Ha! Don't be silly. You are my little cute Emoto. My home is your home. You can live with me as long as you want. That's what families are like, he responded. Upon hearing that, Orpheus displays the first blatant sign of emotion he had seen this far. Her eyes widened in surprise before a dazzling smile gathered her face. I am Omi-san's family. I shall go together with you, she replied before Issei scooped her up, warm embrace, no longer able to refrain himself of her cuteness as she was just too deadly. As Issei finally put her down, dusting any dirt off her, they broke through the dimensional gap where they were greeted with the purple skies of the underworld. There were skill of cute fight of monsters milling about, the largest ones right in front of them, being held at bay by Lucifer's barrage. He spotted Graphiuson flying about, delivering some devastating hammer blows to a creature, all while looking like a badass warrior queen. He made note to never get on her bad side. Orpheus-chan, I need you to go take care of something real quick. I'll be back in a minute, so sit tight, Kay? Issei said, getting a nod from Orpheus before he vanished in a blur of black. He zipped through the skies and finally spotted his target. He found a fond smile across his face as he gazed at his comrades. Even though he's a little been icy from these last few weeks, he still cared for them a great deal for them. As such, he can safely say that he missed them a bit. They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder, and it certainly did. Coming to those, the death made him realize that holding on to such grudges would be pointless. He made a vow to try to be more accommodating to them in the future. He also spotted the Citri Barrage down there, as well as Cyroorg. That guy looked as magnificent as ever. His eyes finally fell upon the visage of the beautiful manager. He smiled at the defiant look in her eyes as she glared at the enemy. She was really too good to be true. Issei decided that he would do something for her when this is all said and done to show his appreciation for her, as well as making any stress-free may have caused in his death. He put those thoughts out of his mind as he got his game face on and focused on Jean, who was holding one of the little fans hostage. Before she knew what happened, Jean's pretty face was introduced to the bottom sides of an 11, but courtesy of Issei delivering a perfectly executed helicopter kick, sending her flying to the opposite direction as he scooped up the boy, and he says, "Yo, sorry I'm late." Now we're back to the present. Issei senpai, Issei-san, Issei Hyoudou, his friend shouted upon seeing him. He was in his regular outfit of black leather pants with red straps on his right thigh with the black leather boots. He wore plain white and button-up shirt that left untucked on the top button, left undone, showing his tantalizing neckline as well as his dragon fang necklace. He wore a knee-length black leather jacket over it, and that was thick, covering white fur around the collar. "Opie Dragon!" the little boy in his arms cheered as he gazed upon his hero. Issei gave him a smile in return. "Hey there, little guy. That was mighty brave of you. Good job. I'll take it from here, though," Issei said with a ruffle in his hair. He vanished from his spot, the boy in his arms, before they both appeared next to Cyroorg. "Hey, Cyroorg, do me a favor. Keep an eye on the little tyke, will ya? There's a few things I need to take care of." "Ha! Issei Hyoudou, you never cease to amaze me. Sure, I'll watch the boy," he replied. Issei gave him a thumbs up before vanishing once again. This time, he appeared before Jean with his fist cocked back. He concentrated his Byakusho haki in his fist, holding just a little back not to kill her before unleashing a devastating falcon punch to her midsection. She was sent flying through the two buildings before her broken body came to a stop. She was out cold and bleeding. A few of her bones were jutting out at the odd angles at a concisive force of the punch, as well as the journey to the concrete took on a toll of her body. "Zenobia, Irina, go collect her and bring her to Asia for healing. Make sure to slap some magic suppressing bracelets on her to ensure that she stays conscious. She will tell us a lot about her organization when this is over," he ordered, getting no hesitation from them as the two mention as they both have a comical salute before taking off. Once they got to work, Issei took off once again, this time only heading back towards Great Red. "I'm seeing things this right? That was Hyoudou, who came here riding Great Red like a fucking steed, right?" Saji asked out loud, completely befuddled. His king just gave a tired sigh as she meshes her temples. It's bet you not question it, Sanji. When it comes to Issei-kun, the impossible really stays as such. Sony advised. Sanji nodded dumbly, before catching on to the slip in her sentence where she referred to Issei in a casual and friendly manner, using his nickname. His eyes burned with anger and jealousy as he glared at the spot in the distance, vowing to beat the shit out of that bastard for making Sona call him so familiar. The girls of the ORC were shedding tears at seeing Issei, well, all except Ross Weiss, who just nodded her head in confirmation, having never believed that he had died in the first place. They were having a hard time possessing their emotions at the point that simply settled for gazing at him happily as he went down to doing he did his best. Ravel had a beautiful smile on her face as she gazed at her future master. She had absolutely no doubts about his safety. She knew that he would never lose to such a lowly worm like Shalva Beelzebub. All she could do up to this point was wait for his return as she retailed his friends, and once again he proved her faith to be absolutely worth it. Issei reappeared atop Great Red right next to Orpheus. He saw that Lucifer's Parage was still having a bit of an issue with the largest monster who had stopped moving and was staring straight at the large red dragon. "Oh, Drake, what's going on here?" he asked his partner. Well, Great Red said, and I quote, "I don't like that monster because he glared at me," Treg replied with a deadpan look on his face at the absurdity of the Apocalypse Dragon. Issei's sweat dropped at this, feeling a bit sorry for the monster who managed to garner the wrath of the city Kyoto for simply glaring at him. This solidified Issei's opinion of Great Red as a delinquent high schooler. It made him wonder if he was really a peaceful dragon. "Anyway, partner, Great Red is saying it will lend its powers, so let's defeat that monster." "Lend me his powers?" Issei asked him curiously. "It is okay, Onisama and Great Red should combine. Onisama's current body, it is kind of the same as a true dragon. You can combine," Orpheus supplemented, sounding like it was completely normal occurrence. "Ooh, Drake, what is my little key Orpheus talking about?" Issei asked nervously before Great Red's body started emitting a red aura that blanketed the entire area. Issei's body started emitting the same kind of aura as they started to resonate with each other. Issei blacked out for a second. Before he finally came to, the first thing he spotted was the monster that was right in front of him, only this time it was hulking monstrously. It was at eye level with him, which made zero sense at all. "Did you regain consciousness, partner?" Drake asked. Yeah, I have, but why does the thing looking like monster smaller than before?" he asked in response. "It isn't smaller than before, you just became a hell of a lot bigger." At hearing Drake's response, Issei looked around and realized that everything became micro-sized. Not only that, but he was now covered in his balance breaker armor as well. He could see tiny figures, and the Lucifer Barrage fitting about how well was the once touring skyscrapers of the underworld barely reaching to his knees. He felt like he was in Legoland. "It seems that you finally understand it. Great Red said that he will lend you his power to you, right? This is what he meant. Great Red made you into his size, just like Orpheus said, by combining, unless you became a super gigantic mecha. Congratulations," Drake said dryly. "Fuck you, Drake. Stop divering me some sick amusement from my suffering. Why the hell is he even doing this? Couldn't he have just roared and blew that abomination away?" "Well, he said this isn't really his thing. To battle to win. Plus, apparently it's a lot cooler to be a giant mecha, as he's always wanted to see one in action." I can feel a migraine coming on. Let's just get this over with before this crazy bastard gets me to even more outrageous situation. "The good news is that there is a finishing move for you to use according to Great Red." "Great! The bad news is that it would destroy the entire area if you used its destructive power as insane." "Fuck!" "We have to use it though, there's no other way." Issei nodded before walking a lot closer to waving over to Grafia. "Nissan, can you hear me?" Issei called out. "Issei-san, that's a gigantic red dragon emperor. Is really you, then?" "I'm glad you're safe," she said with a relieved tone of expression on her beautiful face. Yeah, a lot of things happened, but I'm back. Thanks for your concern," he replied. "Ha, it's no problem. What is this gigantic thing, though?" she questioned. "Nissan, there's no time to explain, so I will explain about this form afterwards. There's something I need your help with. I have a way to defeat that monster, but I need your cooperation," he stated. Grafia's face took a stern look on what truly made her like a warrior queen. Issei felt his face heat up as he cursed her ex for being such a lucky bastard for bagging such an outrageously beautiful woman in his life. "Let me hear it. What should I do?" "No, what should we do?" she replied. "Okay, I need you to get that monster to go up in the air. If you can do that, I can release a special attack," he responded. Grafia smiled at his request, which isn't much of a proper plan.
I see. It's the plan that this is very easy to understand. More than that, your special attack sounds very heartening. Let's do it. If I can't do at least that, then how can I call myself queen of the Lucifer group, she declared as she flew off giving out orders to the rest of the barrage. They went to work slowly before the monster came powerful attacks before one of the members logged off its legs, which slowly started regenerating, but it was enough. A magical circle appeared beneath the monster, which started slowly glowing brightly. We will take it up now, Issei-san, Grayfish shouted as the monsters launched by the impact from the magic circle, blasting him straight into the sky. Alright, Drake, let's do this. You got it. Drake responds immediately at the chest portion of the boosted gear scale mail. Slides open, allowing a large cannon to push out. Longinus Smasher! This is the taboo power, which you are not supposed to attain outside of the Juggernaut Drive. Issei remembered the last time he used this move and got a chill of destruction he caused. The cannon started vibrating silently as a massive red aura gathered at the tip. As the monsters turned to its attention at the cannon upon its descent, Issei let loose. Longinus Smasher! A thick red aura burst from the cannon, completely enveloping the monster before detonating in a colossal explosion that literally shocked the world. As the smoke cleared away, not a single trace of the monster remained. It was completely vaporized. Issei's body was once again surrounded by a red aura before his perception changed once again, and everything was back to scale. His armor was gone, he was back in his base form. He looks around and finally turns his eyes to Great Red, who was high up in the sky, staring straight at him. The two stared in silence for a moment before Issei gave him a smirk and a thumbs up. Thanks for all your help, big guy, he says. The sky behind Great Red started opening, showing the dimensional gap as he opened his mouth and spoke to Issei for the first time. Zoom, zoom, Ion! The smile on Issei's face froze as he heard those words from the ultimate existence. Zoom, zoom, Zion! Great Red kept singing as he entered the dimensional gap. As the portal finally closed, the smile fell off Issei's face as he had a hollow look in his eyes. Drake, what the fuck just happened? I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. Boko didn't hear anything, Drake replied in a childish voice. Ooh, Drake, stop trying to run away from reality, Issei protested. Zoom, zoom, Ion, Orpheus says with a cute tilt of her head as she appears next to Issei. He froze for a moment before scooping her up in a large hug and nuzzled her cheek with his own. So cute. It's much better when you say it, Orpheus Giant. You are definitely better than that useless delinquent dragon Great Red, Issei declared, causing satisfied gleam to appear in Orpheus's eyes at hearing his praise ahead of her rival. After pampering her for a bit more, he scooped her up, placed her on her back before releasing his large dragon wings and taking off towards his friends. Orpheus tightened her grip around his neck as he snuggled into his back as he soared through the sky. Comfortable, she muttered, getting a smile from Issei. His sharp eyes spotted his friends as he heard the near destination once again, happy to see that they were still all unharmed. He noticed that Gasper was unconscious and wondered what it was about. As they finally touched down, he took their expressions once more. A few of them were in the state of shock, while the others looking at him in tears in their eyes. He just shook his head fondly at them. I'm glad to see you all again, he said, with a soft smile, which released the floodgates as he was tackled by Rias, Akano, Azia, Zenobia, Irina, and Konako. It was like a dog pile. Luckily, he was sturdy enough to stay on his feet, but he didn't protest as he let them get it out of their systems as they cried. It must have been quite an harrowing experience for them these past few days, as he wouldn't begrudge from this moment. He simply returned their affectionate gesture with a fond smile on his face. While they were caught up in their emotions, he turned to the head of the others. Ras Faisa, it's good to see you again as well. I see your training paid off. Your aura feels a lot more potent than it was before, he said, complimented the white-haired beauty. I'm glad to hear that the rumors of your death were greatly exaggerated as well. It's good to have you back, Issei-kun, she replied with a smile. She would never say it out loud, but she had a bit of a soft spot for the lovable pervert. Yo, pretty boy, said Issei as he had a cheeky look to Kiba, who just smiled in a fond exasperation. Issei-kun, you really are something else, replied the blonde knight. Sire Orc, always a pleasure to see you, Issei tipped his head to his rival. Issei Hyoudou, wonders never has ceased to amaze me, Sire Orc replied with a cheeky smile. Ha, what can I say, he responded with a shrug before his eyes turned to the next person. Sona, Saji as well. You guys look to be in good condition. Sona simply pushed her glasses up from the bridge of her nose before replying. I know you well enough to know that you wouldn't let something like this keep you down forever, so I guess I should say, Welcome back. Issei gave her a smile and a nod in response as Saji gave him a murderous glare for being so intimately familiar with his crush. Issei's gaze turned to the final, and the most important person there. His green eyes locked onto the dark blue of his manager. Nothing needed to be said between them as their eyes conveyed that they needed to. He could see that the trust and confidence she had in his return, and she could see the happiness and the relief that he was finally back to where he belongs. They both exchanged genuine smiles as they said the only appropriate words that came to mind. "I'm home," Issei said. "Welcome home," Ravel replied warmly. After the girls disengaged him and worked up to clean the tears from their faces, Issei took the time to ask something that was bothering him. "So, what's up with Gaisuki?" he asked as he pointed to the unconscious crossdresser. He exhausted himself by taking out Groeg," Rias replied nervously. Issei let out an impressed whistle that with hearing his Kohai defeated that the second in command of the hero faction. He could tell that there was more to the story, but decided this wasn't the time for it. The power to attract the strong is truly a scary thing if it can come this far. I came to here to look at the monster he was going to destroy, the capital city Lilith, but I never thought you would appear alongside Great Red, Issei Hyoudou. A voice said as they turned to look at the leader of the hero faction, Ko. He was casually walking to them, resting his spear on his shoulder. "Oh ho, if it isn't my old friend Ko. Have you been doing, buddy?" Issei asked in a condescending tone, causing Ko's eyebrow to twitch slightly, breaking his normally composed appearance. "You are unpleasant as ever, Red Dragon Emperor," he replied, getting a shit-eating grin from Issei in response. "But, still, to come back after experiencing the poison of Samil, your ability to survive is truly astounding. You're like a cockroach that refuses to die. What can I say? I'm not as intimately familiar with death as you are, if you catch my drift," Issei teased, with a mocking look in his brows as he gestured his eyebrows. Referencing the homosexual relationship between Ko and Hades, he implied that he existed the last time they met. Ko's eyebrows were twitching even more violently as compared to before, causing Issei's grin to widen. Ko had wanted to say more concerning Issei's ability to survive the luck he seems to have met Grade Red, but the Red Dragon Emperor was doing his absolute best to get on his Chinese youth's nerves that all of his comments went out the window. As the stare between the two powerhouses intensified, a creepy aura started manifesting to the right of Ko. The black aura started concealing and taking shape as an ornamental black robe, and a scythe, and a clown mask. Issei was familiar with this aura's appearance. It was the ultimate class Grim Reaper, Pluto. He involved himself in their affairs at the behest of his master, Hades. Earlier, Issei was still pissed off at the skeleton god, glared dangerously at the Reaper. "It hasn't been long since we met everyone." Ko sighs at the appearance of the Grim Reaper. "Pluto, why are you here?" he asked. Apparently, the appearance of the Grim Reaper wasn't in the cards of the wielder of the true Longinus. "It's an order from Hades-sama. He told me to capture Orpheus when she appears, no matter the cost." As he says this, his greedy eyes move to Orpheus, who's standing next to Issei. Upon hearing this, seeing his action, Issei's killing intent increases dramatically, so much that most of the present are affected by the violent intentions of the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei vowed in his mind to crush the worthless pieces of trash in front of him to dust for daring to lay his filthy eyes on Orpheus. He was about to engage the Grim Reaper when he felt a familiar aura. He smirked lightly before relaxing his body, deciding to leave it to his rival. "I will be your opponent, ultimate Grim Reaper, Pluto." A magic circle between the two parties as a handsome silver hair appeared. From it, Lucifer had bloodthirsty grin on his face. It was Volley Lucifer, and he was angry. On his face as he stared at the Grim Reaper upon declaring his challenge, already donning his scale mail, "Like I thought. You have returned," Hyoudou, he commented as his eyes turned to Issei, who smirked at him. "I wanted to take out my anger from the back of the artificial dimension on someone. I was having trouble in deciding whether I should take it out on Hades or the hero faction, but I left Hades to Azazel, Byoko, and the others. I was waiting for the hero faction to appear, but the Gremory group took them out. Then, if this is the case, the only one I can take my anger on is you, Pluto," Volley says with a stunning look on his face. But Issei could see the underlying anger and frustration in his eyes. Pluto made his stance at Volley and
after spinning his scythe. I heard that you sent Fenrir to Hades-sama's place. I received the message just before coming here. The fang that is able to kill a god is truly a serious threat. We've truly received a terrifying assault. We captured Fenrir for such occasions, Volley replied succinctly. It's dangerous thought. Were you hoping to fight the gods from each of the factions? If we don't have a negotiation tool like that, we won't be able to take on God head on, right? Very well. But for me to take you on, who is the true descendant of Lucifer, and also the one who is the White Dragon Emperor, I really don't know what will happen even though I've lived for such a long time. It feels like soul will go even higher if I defeat you. An impressive aura started to emit from Volley's armor as his power started pulsating. The aura was pure and white, enveloped entirely of his armor, along with the jewels which started flashing. I, the one who shall awaken, am the White Dragon who will take the law down to the darkness. What we strengthen is the height of the heavenly dragon. The path is the road of the domination of the White Dragon. We stop the infinite and devour the dream. The voices were filled in neither of the hatred nor malice that normally accompanied them. They were instead projecting pure fighting spirit. I walk the road of domination with infinite destruction, and by piercing through the imaginary dream, I shall become a pure emperor of the dragon. I shall. You have obeyed the silver-white illusions and the perfect evil ways. Juggernaut overdrive! As the light dissipates, Volley is seen covered in silver-white armor and is emitting outrageous amounts of aura. His mere presence at the overwhelming power is crushing his surroundings. Issei realized from the little information that was presented to him that this guy subjugated the past possessors of divine fighting, as opposed to his own method of understanding with them. Even though he didn't agree with the method, he came to appreciate the sheer resilience of his rival. His blood started boiling in excitement at the thought of fighting him. Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive. It is similar but different to Juggernaut Drive, an enhanced form which only I can use. You shall taste this strength with your body, Volley declares, while pointing at Pluto, who's slashing towards Volley in impressive speeds, leaving after images in his wake. Volley didn't move from his spot as such allowed Pluto to come to him. The next sound that was heard was the sounds of something breaking. What? Pluto looks on in shock at the scythe in his hands, now in pieces of courtesy of Volley's fist. He didn't get much time to dwell on though, as he had received an uppercut jaw from Volley, sending him flying into the air. Volley directed his right hand towards the airborne Pluto and closed his palm. Compress. Compression divide times 5. Pluto's body, which is still in the air, starts to get compressed in length, then by the next width, then again by the length, so until his entire body is halved. The process doesn't stop, though, and is continuing without pause. Something like this, such power like this, Pluto screams in panic, unable to believe what is happening to him, while he simply stares without mercy at him. Pluto's perish. Pluto, whose body came into a small that only those with the sharpest eyesight could pick out, screamed as he was erased completely from existence. There was no glorious battle or fanfare, as the life of the most powerful Grim Reaper was snuffed out without mercy. Volley, his armor, decided to dissipate as he took heavy breaths, clearly having taken a lot out of him from using his form, but the form was extremely dangerous if you wanted to erase Pluto instantly was going anything by how Issei deeply impressed. The others were speechless in the face of Volley's overwhelming power. The two heavenly dragons are truly terrifying, Hyoudou Issei, with an eager smile on his face. Volley, I was right not to allow you to lose the Juggernaut Drive back in the artificial dimension, Ko says with a pruchid expression as he stares at Volley. Volley, The Juggernaut Drive excels in terms of destruction, but it comes with danger to your life and a risk of going out of control. The form I just showed you minimized that as much as possible. But what's different from Juggernaut Drive is that it can be strengthened even more. Ko, your greatest failure is that you didn't kill me when you had the chance, Volley declared. Getting a sour look from Ko, the expression is quickly wiped off his face as he glazes across the rest of the devils. So what should we do now? Will the one who play with me be Issei Hyoudou, or Volley, or Hyoudou Issei, or will you come at me all at once? No, taking all of you will be impossible. It would be reckless if I take on 3 Longinus-class sacred gears, Ko states arrogantly. As Ko is caught up in his own herbers, Volley makes his way towards Issei. His 7 treasures. How many of them do you know? Volley asks. Only 1.
The one which allows him to destroy weapons, Issei replies, regretting that he didn't allow Kao more time to show off his ability during his last fight. He has which shields woman's abilities. One which transfers attacks, one which transfers opponents, one which allows him to fly, the ability to create mini doubles like Kiba, Blade Blacksmith, and Balance Breaker, and the last one focused heavily on destruction, Volley advised, getting an appreciative nod from Issei, who had no problems taking on Kao as he stepped forward. So my opponent will beat Issei Hyoudou, and the others aren't moving knowing that, Kao points out a smile. Without a word, 7 orbs appear around Kao, start rotating from his body. The silence of his balance breaker is quite unnerving to most, but Issei just grins in participation. Welt's Dragon, Balance Break. A blood-red aura surrounds his body as his armor manifests around him. When the light dies down, his subspecies Balance Breaker is on display for all to see. Of his armor, volume 22 on page 145, by the way. This is what it looks like. This is what first time anyone besides Cyro-Org saw his new form up close and personal. They were all staring in awe at his new armor. Volley had a battle-hungry look in his eyes as he stared at the new balance breaker. It truly is impressive sight, and would be quite intimidating for a lesser opponent. Kao moans as he shoots the air. Hetsutu Ratana. There were an orb beneath feet, so Issei assumed this was ability to fly without hesitation. He allowed his dragon wings to took offer at his opponent. Flash Cannon. As the attacks approaches Kao, a spiral appears in front of him and he sucks up the attack. This is the ability to transfer attacks. Issei thought as a spiral beneath him. He uses it inhuman reflexes to dodge, and last second of the dormant green energy spews out at him. Seeing that a single attack wouldn't have much success, Issei decides to go with multiple scatters attack. Heigen, he says, as both of his hands mimic a gun and shoots out small orbs compressed fire at Kao. Gathfini Ratana. One of the orbs around Kao appears in front of him as dozens of the humanoid figures appear. In a way of attack shielding him, Issei realized that this was the ability to duplicate himself. Similar to Kiba, they weren't very durable though, as they were taken down in a single hit each. Kao vanishes. After the attack is done, Issei had to have his haki on overdrive to dodge the swipe of the holy spear that came at his head. It seems that Kao can transport not only his opponents, but himself as well with one of his abilities. It was basically teleportation, not a fun ability to fight against. Issei lashed out with a spin kick as he dodged, which Kao stopped with the body of his spear before he regained his posture, thrusting grip at Issei. Issei used one of his large wings and flapped it hard, sending him to the opposite direction, quickly avoiding the thrust. He then sends out a bullet of demonic power at Kao, who once again absorbs it, but he didn't notice Issei charging after the bullet, as therefore caught off guard when he saw the armored red fist approach his face at high velocity. It was only a desperate application of his transportation ability prevented him from moving his head taken off. Issei was beginning to get a little annoyed at his opponent's ability. Due to the fact that all 7 of the orbs looked exactly the same, it was impossible to anticipate which ability was being used. Issei continued to attempt to engage him in physical battle, but Kao just used his reflexes or his transportation ability to evade. Sometimes Kao would use his Medusa's Eye ability to return Issei's armor to stone, but Issei would just destroy those proportions and reform them before carrying on. It was turning the battle into a game of cat and mouse between the two. Issei knew that the longer this battle went on, the better it would be for him. Regardless of Kao's abilities, in battle of attrition, he would always lose against Issei, who has superior composition. Issei knew that he couldn't take any chances though, as he didn't want to allow Kao the opportunity to use any of his trump cards. Issei, after getting a little fed up with Kao's dodging, decides to use a wide variety attack to smoke him out. Boost! Times 10. Eat this, Issei said as his mouth portion of his opens up, and he breathes a colossal amount of fire in a large portion of the sky they were fighting in. Kao had no chance to use his transportation ability to dodge, which Issei was counting on, as he used his Keno Bosho no Haki to anticipate the place where he would appear. He silently detached Ascalon from his sacred gear and held it in the palm of his left hand as he charged towards the anticipated destination. Kao had a look of surprise on his face as he was forced to block the sword strike as soon as he reappeared. He was forced on the defensive of Issei's powerful swings were not giving him any room to maneuver.
While his skill with the sword was nowhere near the level of Kiba, he was good enough to above average, and his superior strength and speed gave him an added edge. Ko, seeing that he was being boxed in, decided to be a little reckless. Ranatada! An orb went flying up to Issei close range. Not expecting him to do something rash, Issei was left unable to dodge the attack. He collected his aura towards his abdomen, strengthened his body. The Byosho no Haki was prepared to take the attack head on. As the orb collected his armor, there was a massive impact that took place. The sound of it rang through the air. The shockwave reverberated throughout Issei's body as he understood that this was the orb that focused on destructive power. He spit out a little bit of blood, and he wasn't in too bad of a condition. His defense measures, as well as his naturally sturdy body, lessened that damage that was done. He could already feel his regeneration kicking in and his healing whatever damage was done. The impact of the attack did send him flying back, though, so there was a bit of a gap that opened up between the two of them. Issei could see that Ko was breathing a little heavier, and his attention was off him. The attack was clearly took a lot out of him, as he expected to fatally wound Issei, which explains why he let his guard down. Seeing this opportunity, Issei took out a vile black gloop and poured some of it onto the tip of Ascalon before pulling the vial away before Ko could notice. When he finally looks up, a look of astonishment appears on his face. That ability is still incomplete, as it overlaps with the ability to destroy weapons. It is also a bit unclear in its applications. Regardless, it should have destroyed most of your body, Ko says in befuddlement. Ha! I'm far sturdier than that. You're going to have to do far better than that to leave any scratches on me, Issei declared before he charges at Ko. Knowing that he was still a bit trained from executing his last attack, Ko elects to block oncoming sword strike from Issei, and instead of teleporting something that will cost him, and Issei anticipated that at the end was actually hoping for. As the true Longinus and Ascalon connected, the black vicious substance connected on the end of the holy sword bounced off from the impact and landed on Ko's face. He shut his eyes for a moment, fearing being temporarily blinded, but he noticed that Issei disengaged him. He was confused and attempted to wipe off the substance off his eye before the unbelievable amount of pain racked his body. He is forced to bend at the waist as he coughs out a large amount of blood. His screams can be heard from throughout the area as his insides are battered torturously. What? What have you done to me? He wheezes out painfully. It's Samil's blood, the portion that Shalba used against me, Issei said emotionlessly. I had Orphis extract it from my old body for me to use. Ko's eyes widen in shock and realization. My eye! My Medusa's eye! He shouts in fear. His eyes was completely destroyed by the poison and was leaking a large amount of blood. Correct. Medusa was closely related to serpents, hence subsatile to Samuel's curse, Issei verifies. Isn't it ironic? The reason for your defeat and your largest weakness is that you were completely human, Issei stated coldly. Ko started to laugh, pitifully at that, realizing that in pursuit of power, he had strayed from his most defining trait. It was a bitter pill to swallow for someone like him. He knew that his mostly human body would never be able to withstand the curse the same way that Issei and Vali did. Then I will use truth idea, he declares painfully. Spear me. Spear the truly holy spear who pierces through God. Suck the ambition of King of Domination sleeping within me, and pierce through the gap of blessing and destruction. You announce the will and turn the glow. After his chant, the tip of the spear opens, a magnificent amount of light starts erupting from it. As it reaches Crenceteto, the light eventually starts to die down and weaken. The light eventually disappears and shows still open tip. Ko once looks at shock, unable to believe what just happened. It's not activating, he said confusedly. Issei raised an eyebrow at that. After a few seconds, an expression of realization appears on Ko's face. I see. So that is your will. So you have picked the Sekiro's dream over my ambition. That was a shocking announcement from Ko. Even Issei was having a hard time comprehending why such a thing happened. So you received a curse, Ko, Vali said, as he came to the top not too far from the two combatants. Hey, Vali, your rival is the best, Ko said, with a bloody smile on his face. I won't hand him over to you, Ko, Vali said with a challenging smirk. Why did the truth idea fail? You tried to use it just before, right? I sensed when I was coming towards this building. The truth idea is related to the will of the God from the Bible.
The will of the deceased god sucks the ambition of the holder of this spear, and by responding to how strong the opponent is, it creates many effects and miracles. That could be something with absolute power to destroy the opponent, or a blessing to the opponent to capture their hearts. But the answer, the truth idea gave to the Red Dragon Emperor is silence. This implies that the Red Dragon Emperor won this match, and the sphere wants to see Issei Hyoudo's dream over mine, KOKO explained. Volley then smiles in amusement after hearing that. So, that Holy Spear chose Issei Hyoudou and not KOKO. That's why I told you, remember? I told you should have taken me down. Me and Issei Hyoudou before we could become out of control. And this is the result. At which seems dull, like I thought. The person who has the right to defeat the Red Dragon Emperor is me. KOKO laughs bitterly at hearing Volley say that. I wanted to defeat him, KOKO says feebly as he coughs out blood. Issei makes a distinguished face at hearing the words being traded by these two. They were speaking as though they would be some popular girl, and they wanted to each get a chance to date. It was making him sick. Yeah, that's right. I will be the one defeating Issei Hyoudou, Sour says as he comes to the scene. My friend sure is popular, Kiba adds his comment. Fuck, more dudes are here. Just what I need. This is a total fucking sausage fest, and they're all looking at me with such intensity. Ugh, it's making me want to puke. I need to fill up on Opie power, soon to counterbalance the outrageous amount of testosterone I'm being exposed to, Issei thought, as a disturbed look on his face. A familiar mist suddenly surrounds KOKO before disappearing, revealing Grigor, whose body looks like it went through the grinder. He is missing one of his eyes and one of his arms. His left leg is off a black color as well. He clearly looks like he's seen better days. Let's return, KOKO, Jerk says brokenly, clearly fighting back some kind of trauma. Grigor, KOKO whispered, KOKO, we have many miscalculations, but we weren't entirely wrong, except, Grigor says as he takes KOKO's hand and activates the transportation circle. We will be eliminated if we get involved with the two Heavenly Dragons, just like Shalba and the others. You are right, Grigor, KOKO replies before they disappear into the magic circle. Issei did nothing to stop them, nor did any of the others. For one, the battle was already won. For another, and this was from Issei's perspective, KOKO was already a dead man. His vulnerable human body could never hope to fight against the poison of Samil. Issei could have easily killed him, but that would have been giving him an easy way out. Issei was still holding a grudge for what he did to Orpheus, and wanted him to suffer a slow, painful death, with the very tool he sought to control the Ouroboros dragon with. It was the cruel twist of irony for KOKO to face Issei with pleasure to the agony that arrogant hero sure was at this moment. For now, though, he had to deal with the aftermath of his little incursion of the Chaos Brigade on the underworld. Not long after that was done, Arthur showed up from a rip in space, informing his leader that they were done making a rampage in Hades' dimension. He also issued a challenge of a promise of a future fight to Kiba, who clarified that he defeated Siegfried. Volley and Arthur both left, but not before Volley stated his intent to finish our battle in the future. Cyborg also left to collect his Parage and get started on re-impairing the underworld. Partner, that was a good fight. For you to also start fighting with not just your power but also your brain, you have come a long way since you started. You are definitely worthy of being the Red Dragon Emperor, Drake praises Issei, who looks at his left arm in confusion. What is this all of a sudden? No, you should be fine with this. Looks like I used too much power to revive your body. I will lose consciousness very soon. Don't worry though, I will make sure you can use the boosted gear even without me. That's why I'm glad I was able to see a good fight at the end, Drake says weakly. Issei looks at his gauntlet with a profound look of sadness after hearing that. My partner, Issei. Thank you. It was a fun ride. Drake! Issei shouts frankly at hearing his partner's voice being cut off. He was using all of the control exercises that Drake had taught him to stop himself from crying at losing his partner. Drake has been with him through so much as he didn't know he'd continue being the Red Dragon Emperor without him and his guidance. They had a strange relationship, but it was one that Issei treasured, which is why it was hard to accept the fact that not hearing Drake's voice ever again. As he was contemplating these thoughts, he heard a sound that both pissed him off and made him want to laugh with joy. Googo! Issei realized what the sound was. It was a snore. More specifically, it was the sound of Drake snoring. That bastard was fast asleep. Drake is exhausted because he used his powers in the dimensional gap. He's sleeping, Orpheus says as he gently touches his gauntlet. Heavily silently snuck up on him, Issei looks at her with a smile of relief. Sleeping? That bastard made me think he was dying. I'm definitely going to get him back before he wakes up. Maybe by watching a season marathon of the Oppai Dragon Show, that should be a fitting punishment, Issei says with a creepy smile on his face. He smiles normally, though. When he looks at Orphis, he gently pats her head, causing her to silently purr at his ministrations. Are you ready to go home, Orphis-chan? He says with a warm smile. Orphis looks at Issei and for the second time displays a large degree of outward emotion. She makes an adorable silent face as her eyes lit up in joy at him. Okay, Onisama. There was no better response that Issei could have ever asked for. All was right again in his world. He couldn't wait to get back into the swing of things. And that is the end of Chapter 7.